Chapter 407. Extreme Light Goo. Providence Goo. Empty Fist Goo. Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. Xiao Meng stood at the peak of San Chao Mountain, activating his killer move as the whole sky turned dark. A fist formed from light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and pierced through the membrane embryo of the blessed land. In an instant, the whole blessed land shook, a huge hole formed, connecting the inside and outside, allowing Goo Masters to enter and leave unobstructed. Charge! Everything in the blessed land is ours! Quickly snatch it, it will be too late if we don't. Unfortunately, the big head and essence were all taken by those experts. Leaving some scraps for us, that is not bad. If I can luckily obtain King Xian inheritance and King Bao inheritance, how good would that be? Countless people cheered, entering the blessed land, causing the pressure on the blessed land to rise, creating a huge chaos. That's it, a bunch of idiots! Xiao Meng sneered in his heart, slowly stepping into the blessed land. The Bronze Hall also regained its calm after this commotion. The land spirit transmitted to Fang Yuan. So you were waiting for this commotion to pass so close. If there was such a huge disturbance during the Goo refinement, the consequences would be unthinkable. You are indeed a Goo immortal who has been reborn. Fan Yuan chuckled, replying in his heart. I am not only a Goo immortal, I am also your future master. Ba Gui, you need to know, only I am the best candidate to refine the immortal Goo. The more you cooperate with me, the higher the possibility of us refining the immortal Goo. Next, I remember there are 2 more commotion, we need to avoid them as much as possible. Alright, let's start the Goo refinement now. Fan Yuan threw out the fake Goo in his second aperture. The land spirit cooperated closely, the bronze cauldron ignited without any fire, the remaining immortal essence started to burn rapidly. The immortal essence turned into a green smoke. It slowly rose up, wrapping around the fake Goo. The fake Goo floated above the bronze cauldron, being wrapped by the green smoke, it slowly turned into a ball of bright yellow light. Fan Yuan focused his mind, harmonizing the green qi and yellow light in an orderly manner. In his previous life, he refined Goo with Feng Tianyu. Now that he was the only one in charge, the process was much slower. Mo Wu Tian came to the edge of the fog alone. His pair of purple pupils. Deep and mysterious, yet wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupil, the fog became indistinct, and a sea of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. The defenses are tight. I won't be able to break through them by myself. Looks like I still have to borrow strength. He turned around and found Hu Mei moments later. Young Master Wu Tian, you have already reached rank 5. Hu Mei was shocked by Mo Wu Tian's progress. When Mo Wu Tian revealed the news of the immortal treasury, Hu Mei was also hooked and expressed her full support. But when they set off, he found out that the news about the immortal treasury had already spread throughout the blessed land. After the 2 of them asked around, they found out that the person who spread the news was the killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Right now, he had already gathered a large number of demonic Goo masters. He was about to head to the Bronze Hall. Mo Wu Tian frowned. Most of the demonic Goo masters had already gathered together. He could not gather many people now. In terms of influence, he was no match for Chojio. Mo Wu Tian was still a newbie. But Chojio was a veteran who had been in southern border for many years, and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Many people requested his help, and he was quite influential even in the righteous path. Without a choice, Mo Wu Tian could only join Chojio's group. With little brother Mo Wu Tian helping us, these mere dogs are nothing to worry about. Chojio expressed a warm welcome towards Mo Wu Tian's arrival. Mo Wu Tian's frown deepened. He was used by Chojio right from the start. Never mind, I'll endure it for now, and put in some effort to rush into the hall. The group of demons moved majestically, but they did not go straight to the hall, but instead went through many twists and turns. Sir Chojio, time waits for no man, why don't we attack the root of the problem and kill our way in? Mo Wu Tian frowned, urging. Chojio chuckled. There is strength in numbers, there are still many people who have not joined us. If we absorb their strength, we will become even stronger. When the time comes, everyone will share less pressure and danger. Mo Wu Tian urged again, but Chojiu chuckled and was very polite, but he did not relent. Mo Wu Tian was anxious, and tried many times, but Chojiu persisted. This old man is rotten, he doesn't know how precious time is. Mo Wu Tian controlled his anger, and started to contact Hu Mei, Li Xian and the rest, egging them on, causing them to become more and more impatient. Chojiu had no choice, he could not go against everyone's will, and could only lead the demons to the periphery of the fog. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while, and suggested that they could split into 3 groups, and so on and so forth. Chojiu, however, said it was not appropriate, the fog was too thick, and they could not see the situation clearly. As a doctor, he had the heart of a parent, and could not bear for them to risk their lives like this. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, and went to contact the others again, preaching about the beauty of the immortal treasure. The demon's emotions were surging, and Chojiu went with the flow, asking Mo Wu Tian to be in charge of this matter, and choose the people to lead the charge. But there was one condition: the Gu Master had to be willing, and could not be forced. The demons responded enthusiastically, and after Mo Wu Tian made arrangements, they moved out in 3 groups. Oh no, there are people attacking outside! While refining the Gu, the land spirit suddenly said, No worries, I expected this situation. Go and take charge of the battle outside, I will hold the fort for now, and wait for you to return. Fan Yuan said calmly. The land spirit split most of its attention, commanding the dog group, and repelling the demons like in his previous life, according to Fan Yuan's instructions. Mo Wu Tian was not resigned, and organized a second attack, but it was still a huge loss, and they returned in low spirits. Chojiu walked out at this time. Everyone knows my rules, for every person I save, I must kill. At this moment, I will save everyone first, and I hope everyone will fulfill their promise in the future. Saying so, he healed everyone. The demons shed tears of gratitude, and Chojiu's reputation rose sharply. More and more people distanced themselves from Mo Wu Tian, and gathered around Chojiu. Chojiu patted Mo Wu Tian's shoulder, and said kindly, Brother Wu Tian, let's wait and see. I advise you not to advance too rashly. Now that so many of us have died, I feel sad. His voice was very loud, causing Mo Wu Tian's eyes to twitch in anger. This old man is sinister. If I break through the encirclement, it will be because of him. If I fail, he'll push all the blame onto me. Humph, I underestimated the dog formation. I thought it was a dead formation, but to think there was a Gu Master manipulating it from behind the scenes. Such reaction speed and methods, he definitely has deep attainments in the enslavement path. Damn it, damn it! Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, but could do nothing. In his previous life, he could force the demons to sell their lives for him. But now that he had a rank 5 Gu Master like Chojiu, he naturally could not be as unrestrained as he was in his previous life. Let's wait for a while, the righteous path will gather soon, we can discuss it again. After all, we only have one life. If we rush up and give the righteous path an advantage, that would not be good. Chojiu arranged. Lord Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Ghost Doctor is steady, caring for the lives of us small fries. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Lord Ghost Doctor is after all an old senior of our demonic path. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill Chojiu, that old fart. After delaying for a while, the righteous path Gu Masters also gathered, led by Xiao Meng. They charged forward several times, but returned in defeat. Xiao Meng was thinking about the unopened King Bao inheritance, and was anxious, using his killer move again. Extreme Light Gu. Self-will Gu. Bright Spear Gu. Killer move, glory of my spear! A magnificent light spear that was 6 feet long and 6 feet wide landed on the hill. An intense explosion occurred, the wind blew, and after the piercing white light dissipated, the fog that shrouded the hill also dissipated. In the bronze hall, the magnificent dog group was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The righteous and demonic experts saw this, feeling both agitated and cold. The immortal treasure was right in front of them, but the dog group was so huge, how could they rush up? Only the righteous and demonic path could work together. The knowledgeable people all thought of this point. Xiaomeng looked towards the demonic path, and Mo Wu Tian also looked towards the righteous path. The trend of working together was obvious, it was just a matter of which side would compromise first. Time passed second by second. Chojiu was unperturbed, sizing up the dog group. Xiaomeng's expression was solemn, and he closed his eyes to rest. He was the second clan leader of Xiao tribe, a famous figure of the righteous path. How could he lower his head to the demonic path first? If these words were to spread, it would be detrimental to his reputation. The second tremor is over, Ba Gui. My hidden pawn has taken effect, they will not attack for a while. Let's continue refining Gu. Fan Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic paths were in a deadlock, Fan Yuan started refining Gu again. At this moment, the green gas and yellow light finally fused successfully. The green gas turned into green grass, growing in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers, falling down and decorating it. Fan Yuan took out a dagger, and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green gas and yellow light made a sizzling sound, and turned into a red cloud, like a raging blood sea. The blood water surged, but it only formed into a ball, floating in the air, and did not spread. After another round of fusion and evolution, the ball of smoke finally formed into a field, with scarlet red rice growing on it. Fan Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air. He had lost a lot of blood, his face was pale, and he quickly used a gu worm to heal his wounds. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. He took out a lifespan gu. This 300-year lifespan gu was like a ginseng root, coiling like a snake, rough and ancient. Fan Yuan threw it into the blood-filled smoke, and the smoke burst out, boiling like boiling water. In his previous life, this change almost caused Fan Yuan to fail. But in this life, Fan Yuan had sufficient mental preparation, and controlled the situation well. The smoke gradually stabilized under Fan Yuan's manipulation. But at this time, the land spirit suddenly warned. Not good, the outer sect gu masters are attacking together. We won't make it in time to refine gu. Chapter 408. Kill, charge! Kill these damned dogs! Shouts, screams, curses, and barks of dogs mixed together, shaking the sky and earth. In less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, and corpses were everywhere. Sir Chojiu, we are too slow. If we charge like this, when will we enter the Bronze Hall? Mo Wu Tian urged. Chojiu laughed. The dog group is huge, how can it be so easy to charge? It is good that we are slow, let the righteous path charge deeper and bear the brunt of the pressure, then we can reap the benefits. Chojiu was already Fan Yuan's slave, he could not wait to drag things out as long as possible. Just now, the righteous and demonic path were in a deadlock, and it was this Mo Wu Tian who messed things up and talked to Xiaomeng about cooperation. Chojiu could not stop him, and could only go with the flow. After charging, he tried to slow down the entire group. Originally, they were advancing from both sides, but because of the killer ghost doctor, the righteous path was pushed deeper into the dog formation, and suffered more attacks. And although the demonic path had few losses, their charging speed was getting slower, and they were in danger of being surrounded. Chojiu, what are you scheming now? You are too muddle-headed, we need to charge in one go, how can we move so slowly? You are blind, can't you see? Our group is already in a swamp, if we do not move, we will be surrounded, and will be in more danger than the righteous path. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, scolding loudly. Chojiu stared with wide eyes, shouting without backing down. Mo Wu Tian, you junior, what are you shouting for? What do you know? How many people did you lose by doing things like that? When we fight for the immortal treasure with the righteous path, they will be our enemies. We have to weaken them. Saying so, Chojiu's tone changed, and he consoled softly. Young man, blindly charging and attacking is not good. Because of the previous example, most of the demonic path Gu masters supported Chojio and opposed Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian was extremely furious and raised his head to shout, "Old man Chojio, you are not worthy! Wait for your deaths here. I am going to fight for the immortal treasure." Saying so, he took the lead, charging towards the bronze hall. Hu Meier, Li Xian and the others felt that Mo Wu Tian was right. They also wanted to charge forward, but they were not strong enough. He could only rely on the power of the crowd. Young people are always so impulsive. Chojio sighed and smiled. Look, after being provoked by me, he took the initiative to charge forward. If we attack steadily and surely, we can take advantage of the path he took to rush out. How wonderful! Everyone couldn't help but laugh, praising Chojio's wisdom. Countless dog beasts formed a flood, while tens of thousands of Gu masters went against the flow. Blood flowed freely on the battlefield. Severed limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of Gu worms appeared, ice and fire flew, lightning flashed, and the earth rumbled. Green vines grew. Ichon was covered in blue scales and had black fins on his back. The huge waves surrounding the whirlpool were like vicious sharks in the sea, taking the lead. Ihwa was like a god of fire, killing his way through. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Yen Jun used phantom path Gu worms to turn from solid to phantom, dodging the attacks without suffering any damage. While no one was paying attention, Li Xian used a rank 5 Gu worm to conceal himself. Kong Ri Tian, on the other hand, had already turned into a rain of flowers, drifting away. All the experts used their divine abilities, gradually getting closer to the bronze hall. Among them, 2 people charged to the front lines, attracting everyone's attention. They were none other than Xiao Meng and Mo Wu Tian. However, good times did not last long. Ba Huang and Ying Ming, the 2 great dog emperors, came out and blocked the two's path like in the previous life. It is time. At the front lines, Tai Ruanan was bathed in blood. She stopped her charge and breathed heavily. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were guarding her. Besides them, there was also Tai Baichi. We are only a few thousand steps away from the bronze hall. There are many dog beasts. Lord Tai Baichi will have to depend on you, Tai Ruanan said. He, I have been watching the show for so long, my heart is itching. Tai Baichi took off his hood and opened his third eye. Whoosh! He activated his Gu worm and pushed with his palms, creating a black hole in the air in front of him. The black hole continued to rotate, as countless white apes jumped out. The white ape army surged out, forming a powerful vanguard that charged towards the bronze hall. Young master, you guys go ahead. I will block them here. Tai Baichi's tone was firm and powerful. Then we will have to rely on you. Immortal Gu are important for the clan. We need to capture Fan Yuan alive. Tai Ruanan gritted her teeth and waved her hand, leading the 4 old-timers to charge forward. With the white ape army's cover and sacrifice, Tai Ruanan successfully charged into the hall. Fan Yuan was still refining Gu. He could not split himself. The land spirit wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Fan Yuan. Ba Gui, don't force yourself. You are commanding the dog group while using your immortal essence to assist me in refining Gu. How can you be distracted? Bai Ningbing, it is up to you now. Block her for me. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes as he blocked Tai Ruanan. The two fought intensely. In the air in front of Fan Yuan, the clouds were boiling. In his previous life, at this time, Fan Yuan had already used Third Watch Gu. But in this life, without Feng Tianyu's help, Fan Yuan's progress was very slow. He had only just thrown in that 500-year lifespan Gu. Without the help of a refinement master like Feng Tianyu, it was very difficult for Fan Yuan to control the cloud smoke. The clouds boiled several times, causing Fan Yuan to almost fail several times, but he managed to salvage the situation by a hair's breadth. Behind him, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan fought intensely for a while before Tai Clan's 4 old-timers charged in and joined in the fight. Bai Ningbing was no match. She was surrounded by danger as she shouted, Fanjing, I can't hold on much longer. How much longer do you have? The clouds finally fused with the lifespan goo, turning into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. It was the scene of 500 years' autumn. Fan Yuan's voice was also filled with nervousness. Hold on, I need a lot of time. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Bai Ningbing cursed continuously. After a few rounds, she breathed roughly. I can't hold on any more. Fan Yuan, I can't hold on any longer. I can only self-detonate. Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fan Yuan was astonished. Nonsense! Bai Ningbing scolded. At this time, the clouds had matured and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk to the size of a basin. Try to hold on. Unless there is no other way. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his back facing the battlefield as he shouted. It's too late. Bai Ningbing's deep sigh could be heard. Crack, crack. Frost rapidly condensed, cold air permeated the hall as the temperature plummeted. What goo is this? Tai Ruanan's shocked voice was also transmitted to Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air, her whole body had already turned into ice crystals. This was the scene when she self-detonated on Qingmao Mountain. Cold wind roared, ice gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it crashed towards Tai Ruanan and Tai Clan's 4 old-timers. Don't tell me this is the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? Tai Clan's 4 old-timers exclaimed, unable to retreat in time. Tai Ruanan and they were sealed in the ice. The ice continued to spread, towards Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing! Fan Yuan shouted anxiously. But Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost fused with the ice, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it! Fan Yuan cursed loudly, standing up abruptly. He took out the Yanggu and flew it towards Bai Ningbing. But halfway through, the Yanggu suddenly turned back, landing in Fan Yuan's right hand. At this time, the clouds finally condensed into a goo worm. It landed in Fan Yuan's left hand. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden and dazzling. The markings on its surface were like scarlet blood vessels. The fake second aperture goo from before. It could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights, and was not stable. And this new goo. It could already exist for 40 years. Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed, activating golden soup goo to defend against the ice. Next he said to Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing, are you done acting? The spreading ice suddenly stopped. Fan Yuan laughed again, saying, Is your cooperation with Tai Clan going well? This time, Bai Ningbing could not continue acting. She recovered her body, and with a shocked and confused expression, she stared at Fan Yuan. How did you? In Shangclan City, you purposely lost to Yen Tu, and obtained Dr. Su Shou's help to break free from the poison oath, and secretly contacted Tai Ruanan. On Sancha Mountain, you plotted with Tai Clan's 4 old-timers. Do you think I don't know all this? Fan Yuan played with the 2 goo worms in his hand, raising his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing fell back to the ground in a daze, unable to speak from the shock. How did Fan Yuan find out all this? I've done everything in secret. Does that mean that he's going to watch my performance with the cold eyes of a bystander? Wait, I clearly succeeded in planting the fixed star goo. Fan Yuan, you demon, so what if you found out? You won't be able to escape today. Tai Ruanan saw that the matter was exposed, and immediately broke out of the ice, with Tai Clan's 4 old-timers following closely behind. Fan Yuan chuckled, raising his left forearm. You mean the fixed star goo? What if I cut off my arm? Tai Clan's 4 old-timers frowned. Once Fan Yuan cut off his left forearm, even if the 4 of them used their killer moves, they would only be able to capture Fan Yuan's left forearm. According to their understanding of Fan Yuan, sacrificing his left forearm was nothing to a ruthless person like him. Ha! Tai Ruanan suddenly laughed loudly. She pointed at Fan Yuan, shouting, Fan Yuan, stop bluffing. Even if you saw through our plot, so what? The dog group outside the hall will not be able to stop the heroes. Not long later, Xiao Meng, Choujiu, Mo Wutian, Yihua, Yichong and the other heroes will charge in. Can you protect the immortal Gu? You are insane, killing so many Gu masters, seizing their apertures and using them to refine Gu. These crimes cannot be tolerated by the heavens. Bai Ningbing is the best witness. As long as this is announced, you will be hated by everyone. More importantly, your immortal Gu has not been refined yet. Chapter 409. Tai Ruinan took a step forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. Fan Yuan, you are a smart person, you know your situation. Of course I know my situation. Fan Yuan had a calm expression. And I know your situation even better. His lips curled into a cold smile. The immortal Gu did not succeed, but because of this, I managed to preserve a large amount of immortal essence. It is enough for me to kill you all. But at this moment, Ba Gui appeared, tears streaming down its face as it said in a choked voice. It is useless, it is useless. If I kill them, I will expend too much immortal essence, it will not last for the Gu refinement. Also, there is not enough time, the blessed land has too many flaws, it will collapse soon and vanish. To it, its biggest goal was to refine second aperture Gu, it did not care about its own destruction. Right now, Fan Yuan had only reached this stage, he was lacking the most crucial step, the most difficult step, but the environment did not allow it. Young man, you have made a grave mistake, our immortal Gu, refinement has failed. The land spirit cried out loudly. Refining immortal Gu? I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Yan Jun strode leisurely into the hall. In the previous life, he was obstructed by Feng Tianyu, but in this life, he entered the bronze hall without any obstruction. Fan Yuan, you are not the blessed land's owner, the land spirit will not listen to your commands. Since young tribe leader Yan Jun is here, will the others be far away? Today, you will lose for sure. Tai Ruinan was still wary of the land spirit, she could only continue her psychological warfare. No, I still have hope, this Gu refinement is not a failure. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's heart tightened, if Fan Yuan used Yang Gu to force her to fight to the death. Where would she go? But Fan Yuan's gaze moved past Bai Ningbing, towards the land spirit Ba Gui. This old and dignified tyrant turtle was already crying his heart out. He was filled with despair and sorrow. Ba Gui, do you still want to refine second aperture Gu? Fan Yuan transmitted in his mind. Difficult. Do you have a way? Ba Gui felt a spark of hope in his heart. That's right, you are a Gu immortal who has been reborn, you have experienced it in your previous life. You should have expected this situation long ago. No, the situation is beyond my expectations. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't turn the tide. Fan Yuan continued to speak frankly. Ba Gui, I am sorry, the Gu refinement this time was a failure. The earth spirit's cries grew louder. However, Fan Yuan quickly changed the topic. However, this kind of failure is only temporary. We still have hope. The land spirit's cries became softer and it asked, What do you mean? After you died, I was the only one who knew the secret recipe. In addition, the incomplete second aperture Gu is also in my hands. Therefore, you must protect me, Fan Yuan said. Of course I have to protect you. You are the only person in the blessed land who fulfills the criteria, and you are also a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Even if you fail this time, there is a high chance that you will succeed in the future. The second aperture Gu was successfully refined. The land spirit answered as a matter of fact. Very good, land spirit, it is good that you have such an awareness. But you can protect me now, but you can't protect me forever. Not long later. You will vanish. With your remaining immortal essence, you can eradicate all the enemies in the endless blessed land. Even if you teleport me to the outside world, there will still be groups of Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. There are also groups of Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. The corners of Fan Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since his rebirth, everything had been progressing smoothly. He was getting closer to success, and he could not help but feel a trace of excitement. Then how do you want me to protect you? The land spirit asked. Fan Yuan chuckled and said meaningfully, Ba Gui, do you still remember the third section of the Legends of Renzu's second chapter? The land spirit was stunned. It could guess Fan Yuan's thoughts, but its tone was hesitant. You mean, no, there are still two conditions that cannot be fulfilled. First, you need the light of glory of the immemorial era. Fan Yuan heard this and could not help but laugh. He raised his hand and pointed at the top of the bronze wall, shouting, Look, the light is here. When he stood up, he had secretly instructed the land spirit and shared his vision with it. Thus he could see the situation outside the hall clearly. After that, he talked to the Tai clansmen to stall for time and wait for a good opportunity. This was already the third time Fan Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada. With the accumulated experience, he had a deeper understanding of rebirth. After rebirth, there was indeed a butterfly effect that could change some things beyond recognition. But there was also historical inertia. Many big events happened because of the accumulated conflicts, and lacked a fuse. Even if the original fuse was gone, there would be other new fuses. It was not something that could be changed by just one person's influence. Outside the hall, Xiao Meng was getting impatient from Ying Dog Emperor's pestering, and directly flew into the sky. Rank 4, Gather Light Goo. Rank 5, Extreme Light Goo. Rank 5, River Descending Goo. Killer move, Torrential Light River. The torrential light river surged and surged, pouring into the blessed land. The intense light was dazzling, creating huge waves that illuminated the entire hill. Countless people squinted their eyes. Not good. Tai Ruanan and the rest were in the hall, and Tai Baichi saw this and quickly tried to block it, but the light river's momentum was already formed, and could only weaken a portion of it. The majestic light river was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the bronze hall. A huge hole appeared on the ceiling of the hall, and the torrential light rushed down towards Fan Yuan. The light of glory of the immemorial era. The land spirit cried out in shock. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, activating his primeval essence and activating rank 4 Bone Wings Goo and rank 5 Golden Soup Goo. He had a pair of wide and long black wings on his back. The golden soup was like water, wrapping around his whole body and spreading to the black wings, dyeing his whole body in a dazzling golden color. What is he trying to do? Fan Yuan. Under the astonished gazes of Tai Ruanan, Bai Ningbing and the rest, Fan Yuan flapped his wings and flew towards the torrential light river. Bam! The continuous loud explosions and the strong impact made it extremely difficult for Fan Yuan to fly in the opposite direction. But he had killed many rank 5 Goo masters earlier, and obtained many movement Goo like Golden Aurora Goo. Right now, he was activating them, going against the light river. Flying into the sky. He flew out of the bronze hall, causing countless exclamations and questions on the battlefield. What is that thing? It's shining with golden light, it looks like a huge bird. No, that is a person, a warrior that looks like he is made of gold. In Fan Yuan's vision, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. To activate so many movement Goo and defensive Goo, his primeval essence was being expended rapidly. Time waits for no man, land spirit, help me. Divine Travel Goo! Immortal Goo Divine Travel landed on his palm. Jade Sky Goo! A ray of green light shot out from the aperture and landed on his other hand, turning into a jade bamboo in the sky. It was connected in the middle. What is he trying to do? He is flying towards the killer move! Tai Ruanan stared with wide eyes, bewildered. Little Beast King, are you trying to commit suicide? Yen Jun's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly into the sky. Not good, I understand him. Everything Fan Yuan does has deep meaning. No matter what. We cannot let him succeed, we need to stop him. Bai Ningbing's tone was anxious. For some reason, the bad feeling in her heart was getting stronger. Tai Ruanan nodded. She agreed with Bai Ningbing's words. For old-timers!" she shouted. "Understood!" The 4 old-timers immediately split into 4 directions, half kneeling on the ground, holding their right wrists with their left hands and forming claws with their right hands. Facing each other. Killer move, limitless search lock. Almost at the same time, Fan Yuan's left arm shone with an eerie blue light. Eerie blue light shone, and the fixed star goo could be vaguely seen inside. This goo was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, crystal clear. At the same time, the space around Fan Yuan shattered as 4 chains extended out like pythons. "You only reacted now? Humph, it's too late," Fan Yuan sneered. Divine travel goo suddenly flew up and plunged into his left forearm, swallowing the fixed star goo in one gulp. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood. They had lost contact with the fixed star goo. The 4 chains around Fan Yuan lost their target and flew randomly, not to mention they were destroyed by the torrential light river. After divine travel goo ate the fixed star goo, it entered the hollow jade sky goo and quickly formed a cocoon. "Oh? There is a strange person flying up while resisting my killer move?" Xiaomeng was indescribably shocked. Others would not even have the time to dodge his killer move, but now there was a fool resisting it head-on. "Who is he? What is he trying to do?" Yihua, Yichong and the rest raised their heads, dumbfounded. "Wait a moment, I seem to have seen this scene somewhere before." Li Xian frowned. As astute as he was, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. "How can this be? He seems to be refining goo." Feng Tianyu looked up for a moment, and after seeing it clearly, he immediately fell into shock. "He is actually refining goo inside a killer move. He is really daring." And Mo Wu Tian's eyes emitted a sharp purple light that was 2 inches long. That's right, Fan Yuan was refining goo. This was Fan Yuan's plan. After he enslaved the killer ghost doctor, the refinement of second aperture goo was destined to fail. Because at the final step, when fusing the divine travel goo, Fan Yuan alone could not complete it. In his previous life, Fan Yuan relied on refinement master Feng Tianyu and the land spirits helped to barely succeed. In this life, he did not have Feng Tianyu's help, so this step would definitely fail. However, after Fan Yuan was reborn, he did not wholeheartedly refine second aperture goo. He deceived the land spirit and purposely stalled for time, to create such a special environment, and convince the land spirit to refine this goo. Like second aperture goo, this goo was also an immortal goo. The recipe was recorded in the Legends of Renzu, Chapter 2, Section 3. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic of goo. Chapter 410. The glory of the immemorial era shone on the cocoon. Absorbing the glory of the immemorial era, the cocoon was undergoing a mystical transformation. Fan Yuan's body shone with a golden radiance as he flew against the torrential light river. Facing the powerful killer move of a rank 5 goo master, Gold Soup Goo's pure defense was gradually losing its effect. The golden defense was slowly being washed away by the light. Especially the bone wings, they were gradually being washed away by the torrential light river, revealing their original black color. In the majestic heavenly river of light, a thin figure was flying with difficulty against the enormous pressure. Such a miraculous scene attracted the attention of many goo masters. The huge battlefield became silent. The land spirit was supporting Fan Yuan with all its strength. The dog beasts had lost their leader, and most of them were fleeing. The goo masters also stopped in their tracks, raising their heads to take a look. They all had a similar question in their hearts. "I have never seen this scene before, but why is it so familiar? I remember! Suddenly, someone shouted. "This scene was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. No wonder it was so familiar!" The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic in the world. It was widely spread in the world. Everyone was familiar with it. With this reminder, many people suddenly realized. That's right, the second chapter, 3rd section of the Legends of Renzu has a relevant record. I remember too. To refine the immortal goo fixed immortal travel, verdant great sun flapped his wings and bathed in the light of glory, flying towards the sun. Everyone recalled, causing a burst of laughter. What's wrong with this person? Imitating verdant great sun and disregarding his life? Haha, is he also trying to refine the immortal goo fixed immortal travel? How can this be? Does he have divine travel goo? Fan Yuan of course had divine travel goo. But divine travel goo was not enough. It was recorded in the legends of Renzu. Verdant Great Sun was worried that divine travel goo would take advantage of his drunkenness and place him in danger. Divine travel goo felt ashamed. It pointed to him. Go to the sky first. In the azure heaven of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, he plucked a piece of jade bamboo from the blue sky. Then go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night, collect the 8-sided diamond from the starlight fragments. Next, in the morning, fly to the sky and use the light of glory of the sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel goo. After I became that goo, then I won't bring you around when you're drunk anymore. Therefore, Fan Yuan still needed the jade bamboo in the blue sky and the star dust of the octagonal diamond in the blue sky. There was also the light of primordial glory. Did he? He didn't have it at first. However, after his rebirth, he killed Long Qintian. He obtained the jade sky goo. This goo was a rank 5 goo that originated from the immemorial era. It looked like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It felt smooth like jade in the hand. It was the jade bamboo of the azure sky. The legends of Renzu described all sorts of goo. Immortal goo were described directly. For example, wisdom goo, strength goo, and so on. As for mortal goo, it was pointed out subtly. The description was very vague. Readers need to dig deep and study carefully. However, jade sky jade bamboo alone was not enough. He also needed the stardust of the octagonal diamond. Did he? Of course he didn't, but Bai Ningbing secretly planted it in him. Indeed, it was the fixed star goo. This goo was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond. It had octagonal edges and was translucent. It was planted on Fan Yuan's left forearm. It blossomed with starlight, causing his left forearm to turn into a translucent eerie blue color. Jade sky jade bamboo of the azure sky, as well as the stardust of the octagonal diamond of the blue sky, he had both. However, if Fan Yuan wanted to refine fixed immortal travel immortal goo, he still lacked one condition. That was what the land spirit said, the light of primordial glory. Did Fan Yuan have it? From start to finish, Fan Yuan did not have it. However, Fan Yuan did not have it, but Xiao Meng did. Xiao Meng had an extreme light goo. This goo was obtained from robbing tombs. It was only an incomplete goo. Every month, it could only be used 3 times to activate the light of glory. After 3 times, it would self-destruct. And the killer move, torrential light river, in a way, was the light of glory of the immemorial era. Divine travel goo, jade sky goo, fixed star goo, and the light of the immemorial era, all the conditions were met. When Fan Yuan was reborn and realized this, he resolutely gave up on the second aperture goo and switched to refining fixed immortal travel goo. But it was impossible to convince the land spirit directly. The land spirit's obsession was to refine second aperture goo. Then, Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruonan, and the righteous and demonic path experts would become Fan Yuan's targets. He meticulously planned and strategized, taking advantage of the situation to create this situation. When the land spirit realized that no matter what, it could not refine second aperture goo, it naturally chose to settle for the next best thing, to protect Fan Yuan and preserve this hope. The cocoon absorbed the sunlight and shook slightly. The aura of the immortal goo unavoidably leaked out. The experts were shocked. This aura, how is this possible? Tai Ruonan, Bai Ningbing, and the others' eyes almost popped out. He is refining goo. He is really refining an immortal goo? Who is he? Is this the rebirth of verdant great sun? Yihua, Yichong, and the others opened their mouths wide, their jaws almost dropped. Fixed immortal travel! Is he really refining fixed immortal travel goo? To think that I, Feng Tianyu, would be so lucky to see the scene of an immortal goo being refined. This refinement master's knees went soft, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. In the blessed land, the few remaining hairy men also knelt down. At this moment, they were madly worshipping this person who was refining the immortal goo. Unbelievable. The scene of the immemorial era was playing out in front of them. The unimaginable grandeur and beauty made countless goo masters tremble. Was it because of excitement, fear, or both? In an instant, Fan Yuan's figure became the focus of everyone's attention. No matter how dazzling the torrential light river was, everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at it without blinking. The aura of the immortal goo became denser, but at this crucial moment, a change occurred. He actually wants to borrow my strength to refine an immortal goo? Humph! Xiao Meng was not an idiot. After realizing this, he immediately stopped his killer move. The torrential light river was cut off. Everyone let out the loudest gasp. No! Feng Tianyu even howled in pain, his heart aching. Grief and despair. In his vision, the torrential light river was like a ribbon that had been cut, floating down powerlessly. In just 3 breaths of time, the goo master inside the light river would fly out. And this short period of time was not enough for the immortal goo to be nurtured. But how could Fan Yuan not expect this? Third watch goo! Third watch goo! He activated the 2 third watch goo towards the cocoon. Immediately, time accelerated by 9 times, and the immortal goo's aura rose sharply. He used the time path goo worm to speed up. Feng Tianyu crawled up from the ground like he had been electrocuted. His eyes shined and his face flushed red. There was still hope. But soon, the excited flush turned pale. Feng Tianyu looked like he had lost his parents. With a plop, he sat on the ground in a daze, howling in grief. It is useless. This speed is like quenching thirst with poison. If the immortal goo is nurtured too quickly, its aura will not be stable and it will self-detonate. But how could Fan Yuan not expect this? He took out a goo worm. This goo did not look good. It looked like a gray round stone. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had obtained it from Feng Tianyu. In this life, it was given to him by killer ghost Dr. Chojio. What goo? Undefeated 100 battles. Undefeated 100 battles goo, a rank 5 consumable goo. Once it was used, the goo master could refine a goo for sure. At the next moment, Feng Tianyu was stunned, hugging his head. He screamed in joy. This is impossible. Because he felt the immortal goo's aura had miraculously stabilized. The cocoon broke open. A green butterfly flew out, fixed immortal travel goo. It really is an immortal goo. How beautiful. Who the hell is he? He actually refined an immortal goo. At once, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Be they in the know or not, they were speechless and shocked to the extreme. Xiao Meng was dumbfounded. And Mo Wu Tian was dazed. Is this a reenactment of a legend? Which era am I living in? Fan Yuan flew out of the river of light, fixed immortal travel goo was flying around him. Every time it flapped its wings, it would emit a vibrant green light. It was like jade shavings, extremely beautiful. Of course, Fan Yuan had paid a hefty price. A rank 5 killer move was no joke. Golden Soup Goo died of old age. Golden Aurora Goo and others were also greatly damaged. The black wings on his back were also badly damaged. As the golden soup faded, Fan Yuan's true appearance was revealed. At once, the whole battlefield was in an uproar. Who is he? And Mo Wu Tian's pupils shrunk. It's Little Beast King. Hu Mei-er and Li Xian were completely stunned. It's him. Yi Hua's eyes almost popped out. It's actually him? Jiao Huang and Meng Tu looked at each other, shivering. They could see each other's fear, lingering fear, and joy. We actually had the guts to assassinate such a strong enemy? A man who could refine an immortal goo. Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the others who knew the truth stood like statues as they witnessed this miracle. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the immemorial era, Verdant Great Sun flapped his wings and refined fixed immortal travel goo. And now, Fan Yuan was doing the same, using his mortal body. He performed such a magnificent feat under everyone's watchful eyes. Once this matter spread, his name would shake southern border and spread throughout the world. You really refined the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Amazing. As expected of a future goo immortal. The land spirit's praise resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Fixed immortal travel goo can allow a goo master to move unhindered in the world and go to any place they want. But it is an immortal goo. I need your help to activate it with immortal essence. Bagre. Of course. There is still some immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. Where you want to go, you need to think about it in your mind. You'd better choose a safe place. Also, you have to pay attention that the image in your mind should be the same as the real place. It can't be too different. Of course, I understand this. Bagre sighed, saying in a heavy tone, using fixed immortal travel, you will definitely be able to escape the encirclement. And without immortal essence, the blessed land will be destroyed immediately. Death is nothing much, to me, it is also a form of release. I only hope you can refine second aperture goo in the future, and not waste this opportunity. Before we part, do you have anything to say to me? Fan Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He flapped his tattered black wings and flew in the sky, looking down at his surroundings. The bronze hall with a huge hole, the battlefield with blood flowing everywhere, and the goo immortal blessed land in ruins. Farewell. Bai Ningbing. Farewell, Tai Ruanan. Farewell, southern border. The land spirit did not know that Fang Yuan was taking a huge risk. But life was a huge gamble. If he did not take it now, when would he? If a man does not have the ambition to reach the clouds, he is born with an 8-foot body. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Under everyone's gazes, his emotions surged. It turned into a poem. The heroes could only hear him reciting a long chant. Since ancient times, earth immortals pass with the wind, the 3 kings of the past return to their graves. Verdant's son dies regretfully, who is invincible. Stage a comeback and become king again. A dragonfish in the heavenly river, defying heaven and traveling alone in the world. Today, I will spread my wings, tomorrow I will become an immortal and whip the phoenix. After reciting, Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Only the land spirit shouted, "Good ambition. I will send you on your way." Immortal essence was instilled into fixed immortal travel goo. Jade light flashed as Fang Yuan disappeared from the sky. Only his clothes were left, falling from the sky like a kite with its string cut. He disappeared. He used fixed immortal travel. Who knows where he went? Ah! Why is heaven and earth shaking? Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, intense winds blew, mountains crumbled, and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth collapsed. Holes formed one after another, connecting to the outside world. Damn it, escape. The blessed land is truly collapsing. Soon, the winds of assimilation will blow. If we don't escape now, we will die here. I don't want to. The crowd panicked and frantically escaped. The whole of Sancha Mountain was in chaos. Central Continent. Tianti Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain. A competition regarding the ownership of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final juncture. Fangjing, do your best, victory is just around the corner. Master Tenshuru encouraged him. Fangjing continued to climb. His hands and feet were already bruised and dripping with blood. He surpassed Ding Xingji and Xiao Qixing. His whole body was numb from the pain. His brain could not think of anything else, only Danghun Mountain Peak was left in his eyes. Being the first to reach the peak had already become his obsession. I, the great Feng Kim Hong, how can I lose here? Ever since I was born, I have never lost. This time is no exception. Come out, dream wings! Feng Kim Hong gave a delicate shout. A pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, with all kinds of radiance revolving around it. It was dazzling and dazzling. With a light flap, Feng Kim Hong slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary immortal goo, Dream Wings. The 9 goo immortals were shocked. Most immortal goo could only be activated with immortal essence. But Dream Wings were different. Activating it consumed the goo master's spirit and soul. Feng Kim Hong only had a mortal body. Forcefully activating dream wings now was taking a huge risk. At best, she would lose her memories. At worst, she would become demented. But Feng Kim Hong was eager to win. She wanted to win. She was willing to pay a heavy price. Under Feng Jing's shocked gaze, she surpassed Feng Jing and regained her lead. The dream wings were suddenly kept. Feng Kim Hong climbed up the cliff, breathing roughly. The dizziness from her soul was so intense that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal goo, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Feng Jing stared with wide eyes. He was dazed. Feng Kim Hong's hands were already at the edge of the cliff. I want victory. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes were as bright as amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, was shining with a jade-like light. She was like a young phoenix, spreading her beautiful wings for the first time. Splendid and glorious. At once, even the Gu immortals were dazed. Feng Jing looked at her, who immortal land spirit also looked at her in a daze. Everyone was waiting for Feng Kim Hong's victory. Feng Kim Hong did not disappoint them. She bit her lips and placed her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Next, she mustered her remaining strength and was about to drag her heavy body up. But at this moment, swoosh! With a flash of jade light, a person appeared at the peak of the mountain. This person was naked. There was a hole on his left forearm. Blood was flowing out. He had a young body, muscular and strong, giving off a deep aura of having gone through hundreds of battles and tempering. Brother? Feng Jing was stunned. He slipped and slid down the cliff. The 10 Gu immortals were all stunned. Where did this naked man come from? Feng Kim Hong raised her snow-white neck, looking at Fan Yuan from under Fan Yuan's feet. She was extremely shocked. Her eyes were wide open like a statue. Fan Yuan's muscles, the huge thing under him, were all reflected in Feng Kim Hong's eyes without reservation. Did I really teleport here? TCH, fixed immortal travel Gu has this weakness. It cannot transport clothes outside the body. But fortunately, I stored all my Gu worms in my aperture and brought them here. Fan Yuan quickly looked around, understanding his situation. Isn't the person under my feet Feng Kim Hong? It seemed that the time recorded in the biography of Feng Kim Hong was reliable. He had reached the peak before her. This competition did not prohibit immortal Gu. According to the rules, he was the owner of Hu immortal blessed land. I succeeded. All the risks were worth it. So what if I failed to refine second aperture Gu? I now have an even better Hu immortal blessed land, and the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Ha ha! Feng Yuan laughed madly in his heart. It is a pity that she has the immortal Gu dream wings. I cannot kill her now. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Kim Hong, who was at the edge of the cliff, with regret, before raising his right foot. Under the gazes of the 10 Gu immortals, his right foot firmly stepped on Feng Kim Hong's beautiful face. Immediately, a smooth jade-like feeling spread from the bottom of his foot. Go down! Feng Yuan exerted strength, stepping on the powerless and dazed Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was already extremely weak. How could she resist Feng Yuan's strength? Falling down immediately. Feng Yuan slowly turned around, facing Hu immortal land spirit. Little Hu immortal, are you still not going to call me master? Master. The little Hu immortal girl looked at Feng Yuan in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she used her tender little hands to cover her pair of big sparkling eyes. Chapter 411. 9 days later. In the verdant valley, a small waterfall hung down, like a silvery silk. The water from the waterfall surged into the ancient pond. The ancient pond was as deep as jade. The water surface rippled slightly. In the water, all kinds of carps swam. On the white rock beside the water, Feng Kim Hong sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her beautiful face was reflected in the water, causing this ancient pond to suddenly have many moving and beautiful colors. The carps in the water, the clear pond, the silver waterfall, the green valley all became the background objects. However, Feng Kim Huang's beautiful brows furrowed deeper. Although she tried her best to calm her heart, but every time she persisted for less than 30 breaths of time, an image flashed in the deepest part of her heart, a psychedelic pink crystal mountain peak, a naked man, using his dark eyes, looked down at her. And she laid on the edge of the cliff, looking up, looking at this man from head to toe. That bloody hole, bleeding left arm, firm muscles, broad chest, as well as the huge thing between his legs, it was as if it was engraved in the bottom of her heart. The memory was so deep that this proud daughter of heaven could not forget it even if she wanted to. Especially after that, this man actually stretched out his right leg and stepped on her face. The feeling of being stepped on, Feng Kim Hong wanted to forget so much, but this feeling was so clear, even now she could clearly remember that feeling. Forget him, forget it. Calm, calm, calm. Feng Kim Huang's breathing became more hurried. Her breathing became heavier, her full chest kept moving up and down, and the amplitude became more and more obvious. In her heart, shame, anger, humiliation, hatred mixed together, forming a volcano. How dare he do this? He actually dared to do this to me. Ah! Feng Kim Hong could not hold back any more, suddenly opened her pair of phoenix eyes, stood up, raised her head and roared. Boom! The volcano in her heart erupted, and fury filled her chest, almost burning her whole body. You despicable, shameless ****, how dare you step on my face? I'm going to tear you to pieces! Roared Feng Kim Hong. His eyes were blazing with fire as he waved his fists and palms randomly. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening rumble sounded like the explosion of thunder, and it did not last for a long time. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were spitting fire. The beautiful flames evaporated the ancient pond and roasted the green mountain. His fists and palms struck randomly, and the frenzied attacks caused the surrounding sand and stones to fly everywhere, and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. In just a few short breaths, Feng Kim Hong had completely destroyed the valley. Even if there were 10 Fan Yuans attacking at the same time, he wouldn't be able to withstand such terrifying battle prowess. It was impossible to reach such a level. Ah! You damn bastard! I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll crush every single one of your bones into pieces. I'll make you wail in pain for 7 days and 7 nights. I swear I will make you taste endless pain. I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you regret everything you did to me. In the end, I will burn you to ashes and scatter your ashes with the wind. Feng Kim Hong continued to roar. The anger in her chest made her lose her rationality. Hundreds of li away, on a tall mountain, there was a grass hut. Through the window of the grass hut, a pair of beautiful eyes quietly looked at Feng Kim Hong, filled with worry. Sigh, my little Feng Er. The owner of the beautiful eyes wore a pure white silk dress and a green ribbon. She was dignified and elegant. Her appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Feng Kim Hong. She was Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, a rank 6 Gu immortal. Stop looking, in just a few minutes you have already seen it 7 or 8 times. The jade-tied tea I specially brewed for you is getting cold, sit down and drink it. Feng Jioga sat at the side and said helplessly. Drink, 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 just drink your tea. Is Feng Kim Hong your daughter? As a father, don't you have any worries? Bai Qing turned around, her brows tightly furrowed as she spoke in a resentful tone. Sigh, our Feng Er has been very competitive since she was young. Her talent is outstanding in all aspects, there is no competition in the sect that she can't win. Now she has suddenly fallen, whose immortal inheritance is the first failure in her life, and also the most important failure. As a father, you still have the mood to drink tea here? More importantly, forget about the failure. Feng Er even suffered such a huge loss. She was actually stepped on by someone. Think about it, Feng Er has such an arrogant temperament, she has never placed any man of the same age in her eyes. But now, she was actually defeated by someone stepping on her face. Moreover, this is the first time she has seen the body of a man of the same age. This. The more Fairy Bai Qing spoke, the more anxious she became. her eyes gradually turned red. When Feng saw this, he could not sit still anymore. He quickly got up and rushed to Fairy Bai Qing's side. Hugging her in his arms, he consoled her. Don't cry, my good Qing. Don't you still have me? Actually, in my opinion, this matter is not without benefits. Oh? What benefits? Bai Qing cast a puzzled gaze. Feng is our darling. I have always been proud of her, but also worried for her. She is too competitive, she wants to be first in everything. Yes, her talent is higher than mine, she also has comprehension and talent. But no matter how high her talent is, can it be higher than all the heroes in the world? No matter how good her talent is, how can it compare to desolate Gyuain? Feng earnestly explained. The great desolate Gyuain, Renzu's daughter, also failed countless times. Feng can always experience success and victory, but can never taste the taste of failure. This is her flaw in life, it is also her weakness. O Qing, you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, I am a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables can only live long, they cannot live forever. We are protecting Feng now, but one day, we will leave her. At that time, she can only rely on herself to live. Only by letting her taste failure can she become more mature. A bird leaves its nest and flies alone, it needs to experience setbacks before it can train its wings and soar into the sky. When Feng leaves us in the future, we will be at ease. Feng is my flesh and blood, I want nothing more than to protect her in the blessed land for the rest of her life. Fairy Bai Qing leaned on Feng chest, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She sighed, saying, You are right. Feng will leave us one day, it is only right to let her train more. But she suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did she lose her immortal inheritance, she was even bullied by that brat from Crane Gate, as her father. How can you not care? Humph. Feng snorted coldly. His long and narrow eyes squinted as a cold light flashed in them. Immortal Crane sect has indeed gone overboard this time, even though they promised to compensate the other 9 great sects, but I am Feng daughter. How can I be so easily bullied? I might as well tell you, I have already sent a letter over. If Feng does not know what's good for him, I will personally go and settle the debt with him. These words made Fairy Bai Qing feel relieved. Her husband had already taken action. But soon after, Bai Qing looked at her husband anxiously. Husband, calm down. Don't make a big fuss. Back then, when you fought against the 10 great sects, Crane Gate was one of the victims. I know husband is the most capable, but you better not do this again. I know. Haha, Qing don't worry. Feng comforted his wife in his arms. His eyes uncontrollably squinted as he snorted in his heart. Looking at the 10 great sects of Central Continent, there is not a single one that is worthy of me taking action. Southern part of Central Continent. 300,000 feet above the mountain range. In the sky, Feihe Mountain floated above the vast sea of clouds, majestic and majestic. The pine trees on the mountain rustled, thousands of cranes flew in the sky. It was a scene of immortals brimming with vitality. And at this time, in Shangqing Pavilion at the peak of the mountain, it was a heavy atmosphere. Feng you have gone too far! The first Supreme Elder blew his beard and glared. He held a thin piece of paper in his hands and was so angry that he trembled slightly. Slap, he slammed the letter on the Haotian white jade table. In the letter, Feng made an excessive request. But from the beginning to the end, the first Supreme Elder did not dare to tear or burn the letter. This letter was flowing with dark green color. It was formed by the rank 5 letter sending green bird goo. Once it was destroyed, Feng would definitely sense it, and if Feng got angry, the situation would become even more troublesome. Feng was born in the demonic path. In the past, he obtained a fortuitous encounter. He cultivated bitterly and quietly reached rank 6 Gu immortal realm. After that, he came out and shocked the world, challenging all the heroes in the world. Nobody could stop him. The 10 sects challenged him one by one, but they lost consecutively. They had no choice but to join forces to resist him. Feng Jioge was fearless. He fought for 150,000 li, but suddenly changed his vanguard and attacked the root of the problem, causing the 10 great sects to be in chaos and helpless. Fortunately, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Bai Qing moved him with her emotions, finally changing this demon's mind. In the past, Feng Jioge shook the 10 sects with his rank 6 cultivation level. It was unimaginable. Now, he has rank 7 cultivation level, and has Spirit Affinity House as his backing. This person has the talent of an immortal. Although his request is a bit excessive, we can agree to it. Second Supreme Elder took out the letter and looked at it, speaking unhurriedly. He Fengyang, how could there be such a huge mistake in this matter that you are in charge of? That Fan Yuan or whatever, he is not a disciple of our Crane Gate. What motives do you have to protect him like this? A thunderous voice echoed in Shangqing Pavilion, causing the windows to tremble. The person who spoke was Lei Tan, a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was He Fengyang's enemy. Where there were people, there would be disputes. Crane Gate also had factions fighting openly and covertly. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on He Fengyang. He Fengyang had a youthful face, gentle like jade. A pair of green eyebrows hung down to his waist. His expression was calm, his gaze leisurely looking around before smiling. This Fan Yuan is indeed not a disciple of our sect, but his younger brother Fan Jing is a disciple of our sect, and is also the leader of this generation's elite disciples. Lei Tan sneered. The relative of a mere elite disciple, is he worth our Crane Gate protecting him like this? He Fengyang, do you know how much our Crane Gate has to compensate the other 9 sects to protect this Fan Yuan? Of course I know. He Fengyang glanced at Lei Tan, snickering in disdain. But these things, even if they increase by 3 times, they still cannot compare to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Not to mention there is still fixed immortal travel Gu. At once, many of the Supreme Elders had a vague understanding. He Fengyang! What do you mean? Lei Tan frowned, asking impatiently. Chapter 412. Facing Lei Tan's interrogation, He Fengyang smiled, but did not answer. Supreme Third Elder smiled instead. This old man understands Elder Fengyang's meaning. If we do not choose to protect this Fan Yuan, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will still be fought over by the 10 sections. But if we admit that Fan Yuan is one of Crane Gate's men, we can directly eliminate the other 9 competitors, and only our Crane Gate will fight for this blessed land. Lei Tan's expression changed slightly, his gaze flickered, and he did not continue to interrogate. At this time, He Fengyang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards the Third Supreme Elder who spoke for him. Third Supreme Elder is wise. Back then, it happened so suddenly, no one could have expected that a mortal would use fixed immortal travel immortal Gu to teleport to the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, and directly snatch Hu Immortal Inheritance in front of everyone's eyes. Next, he continued, this Hu Immortal Inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. I'm sure everyone here knows that Tianti Mountain is the ladder to the Celestial Court. Even though it has been destroyed and abandoned for many years, it still represents the dignity of the Celestial Court. To some extent, attacking the inheritance of the Immortal Fox was the same as attacking the Stairway Mountain. Attacking Tianti Mountain is attacking the Celestial Court. Thus, even though there are many blessed lands on Tianti Mountain, no one has ever dared to attack them. This time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is also waiting for the time to open, so the 10 of us work together to help Hu Immortal Land's spirit expand the entrance. This cannot be considered an attack. Even if we really attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the Blessed Land has a land spirit. Without at least 3 rank 6 Gu Immortals working together, we might not even be able to enter. And the center of the Blessed Land is protected by Dang Hun Mountain. Without 5 to 6 Gu Immortals working together, who would dare to boast about being able to reach the peak? Lei Tan, can you? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to refute, but kept his mouth shut in the end. In the Blessed Land, the land spirit could freely mobilize all resources, and its battle strength could match Gu Immortals. Most importantly, the land spirit could suppress all rank 5 to rank 1 Gu worms. If a Gu Immortal wanted to attack a Blessed Land, their strongest weapon was Immortal Gu. because blessed lands could not restrict immortal goo. But immortal goo were hard to find, many goo immortals did not even have one. Even if there was one, it might not be an offensive goo. This was a classic case of weak offense and strong defense. If one wanted to forcefully attack a blessed land, they would often need several goo immortals to work together and create an advantage in numbers, before engaging in a battle of immortal essence consumption. The blessed land's immortal energy was completely depleted. The next step was to attack. But in fact, unless there were special circumstances, very few goo immortals would attack blessed lands. Because it was not worth it. Not only was celestial essence rare and hard to accumulate, but it was also because the blessed land had self-destructed. Once the defending side couldn't think it through. If he destroyed the blessed land, the winds of assimilation would blow. Attacking Fang Zhen would not be able to obtain any spoils of war. When goo immortals attack blessed lands, in the end, they would not gain anything and instead suffer disastrous losses. Unless there was a deep hatred, no one would be willing to make such a losing deal. He Fengyang noticed that Lei Tan didn't say anything. He continued, that Fang Yuan ascended the mountain peak and obtained the inheritance, immediately ordering the land spirit to close the blessed land. Fang Yuan and Fang Jing looked almost identical. The other 9 sex goo immortals reacted. After the other 9 sex goo immortals reacted, they subconsciously thought that I was the one who did this to Crane Gate and questioned me. At that time, I thought that if I told the truth, who immortal inheritance might not be resolved. The 10 sects would still have to compete and fight for it. I might as well admit it. Even if I have to pay a price, I can eliminate the competition from the other 9 sections. This way, our Crane Gate can secretly attack who immortal blessed land from now on, and won't have to worry about other forces. He Fengyang explained the whole story. Lei Tan snorted coldly and continued to interrogate. There is a huge problem with this plan. Who immortal blessed land is on Tianti Mountain. Now that it is closed, if we don't attack it, how can we enter? He Fengyang seemed to have been waiting for someone to make things difficult for him. He laughed. How can I not have a plan? Blessed lands have calamities and tribulations. Who immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity. I have already calculated. Who immortal blessed land is only 3 months away from the 6th earthly calamity. He, Fang Yuan, is just immortal. How can he know how to resist the earthly calamity? Even with the land spirit's help, without the sect's support, by then, the blessed land will definitely be badly damaged and a loophole will appear. Lei Tan sneered. Even if a loophole appears, do you really dare to attack it? You said it earlier, that who immortal inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. He Fengyang answered without hesitation. Attacking it forcefully is the last resort. We should not use it unless we have no other choice. That Fang Yuan is just immortal. As long as a loophole appears and we plot against him, would we not be afraid of not being able to take him down? Once the earthly calamity is over, he will definitely be worried and thirsty for external help. I have already thought of using Fang Jing to move him with his emotions and persuade him to cooperate and carry out transactions. The more transactions we make, the less vigilant he will be, and if we use reason to move him, we might be able to convince him to join our Crane Gate. If he is stubborn, we can make our move secretly. Slavery goo is a good method. Land spirits are not easy to deal with, but against a mortal like him, they have too many methods. If we can obtain fixed immortal travel goo from this, that would be the perfect result. Hearing about fixed immortal travel goo, the elders present could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. Many people started to discuss softly. The scenario that He Fengyang described was truly perfect. More importantly, his plan had a high chance of success. Lei Tan sensed the change in the atmosphere and could only sit down angrily. Nice words, let's hope so. Third Supreme Elder pondered. Other than special goo worms like Dream Wings goo that require souls to activate, most immortal goo need immortal essence to activate. Among immortal goo, most need immortal essence to activate. This fixed immortal travel goo is no exception. This Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel and the land spirit who immortal can activate the blessed land's immortal essence. He can escape any time. We need to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Also, he is only immortal, but he can possess an immortal goo. His background is not simple. He Fengyang nodded. Junior has also expected this. Earlier, I lied about Fan Yuan being our sect's disciple. It was to probe the other 9 sections. Now it seems that he is not backed by the 9 sects of Central Continent. Junior guesses that Fan Yuan comes from Southern Border. There is a high chance that he is backed by a super clan in Southern Border. But be it Wu Clan, Shang Clan, Tai Clan, Yi Clan, or others, they are all far away in Southern Border, unable to reach him. If he really enters Central Continent, his battle strength will be suppressed. Our Crane Gate is one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. We have a high chance of winning against them. Once he said this, the elders nodded and discussed softly. Indeed. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Central Continent is our Crane Gate's territory. If they really attack, even if our battle strength is not suppressed, our Crane Gate is stronger than any of the super clans of the 4 regions. Third Elder's frown eased slightly. Right now, I still have some doubts. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo requires the user to have a deep memory of the terrain. He, Fan Yuan, is only immortal, and seems to be far away in Southern Border. How could he know the scenery of Hu Immortal Blessed Land? And how could he control the time so precisely? Could it be Hu Immortal once made arrangements in Southern Border? Or is it the doing of the demonic path Gu Immortals on Tianti Mountain? He Fengyang bowed. Junior does not know about this. This matter is really strange. It was only a clue to a Blood Sea true inheritance. Back then, our sect members betrayed us and fled to Southern Border. Several years ago, Junior sent Master Tenchuru to Southern Border. He cleaned up the sect and took back the true inheritance. But Master Tenchuru failed, and instead, Fan Yuan seized the true inheritance and obtained Blood Skull Goo. This person is ruthless and ruthless. He actually slaughtered his own clansmen and used Blood Skull Goo to raise his aptitude. Master Tenchuru was not resigned to his failure, so he brought it back to Fangjing. He planned to retrieve it later. He Fengyang naturally would never have thought that a nameless, insignificant character would one day appear on stage in such a way that left him dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Moreover, he destroyed his grand plan and caused such huge trouble for him. This feeling was very strange. It was like a person walking on the road, and an ant suddenly jumped onto the person's nose, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Where did this ant come from? Extremely daring! A person could crush it with just 2 fingers. But the situation was special. He could not do anything to this person. He could only let this ant strut around for the time being. Why is it this Blood Sea inheritance again? Hearing He Fengyang's explanation, many elders frowned, feeling vexed. Blood Sea inheritance originated from the demonic path overlord Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like flies, leaving behind a bad reputation for thousands of years. With the ability of a rank 7 Goo Master, he actually set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. He laughed strangely before his death. Blood Path is not alone, leaving behind a legacy of venom for all eternity. And now, it was as he said, who knew how many mortals had benefited from this. Blood Sea inheritance was already publicly recognized as the most widespread and most numerous inheritance in the world. There was no other. Countless Righteous Path members had headaches because of this. That Shwetu was just a butcher. Didn't he obtain Blood Sea inheritance and become a famous demonic cultivator in Central Continent? Back then, Myriad Dragon Doc Song Zixing obtained one of Blood Sea's true inheritances and betrayed the sect. Even our 10 great sects were humiliated because of this. Now, he is already a rank 7 Goo Immortal, and is called Blood Dragon. Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Goo Immortals to kill this traitor and wash away their humiliation, 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7 Goo Immortals. In the end, he killed 4, crippled 3 and forced 1 to retreat. It is said that Blood Sea has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull Goo, Blood Handprint Goo, Blood Chi Goo, Blood Sweat Goo, Meridian Blood Goo, Blood Shadow Goo, Blood Battle Goo, as well as the ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat, and the rank 6 immortal Gu blood deity. It can be said that he has great success in blood path. This means that 4 blood sea true inheritances have already appeared in the world. 1 blood skull Gu is in Fang Yuan's hands. 1 blood handprint Gu is in southern borders Shang clan leader's hands. And 1 violent blood dragon bat is in Song Zixing's hands. It is said that Shang clan leader has already obtained the 2nd blood sea true inheritance. That is a rumor. It has not been verified, there is no proof. The elders whispered to each other, discussing in low voices. Alright, let's not talk about the blood sea true inheritance. After searching for so many years, it is like searching for a needle in a haystack. All kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are getting calluses from hearing them. First Supreme Elder waved his hand, immediately stopping the discussions. He turned his gaze towards He Fengyang. Elder Fengyang, since this matter was started by you, you will be responsible for it till the end. Seize the blessed land and make a contribution, the sect will not be stingy with your rewards. Junior understands. He Fengyang accepted the order with a smile. Seeing He Fengyang land in such a good position, Lei Tan wanted to stop him, but since First Supreme Elder had spoken, he could only feel resentment in his heart. But next First Supreme Elder said, Since you are in charge, then Elder Fengyang, hand over my own Wei Gu. Feng Jioga has sent a letter asking for an immortal Gu. You are the person in charge of this matter, settle it for me. Lei Tan was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 413. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was a blurry pink color, and when his vision cleared up, he saw a veil curtain. A light breeze blew, the wind chimes rang, and the pink curtain fluttered like a dream. Fang Yuan sat up from the bed. This bed was round and extremely spacious. It could easily fit 40 to 50 people. The bed was covered with a red silk blanket with golden edges. It was warm and fitting. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself in a spacious bedroom. Beside the bed, there was a burning cauldron, burning spices. In the air, there was a subtle fragrance that could stir one's emotions. This bedroom had golden bricks on the walls and silver bricks on the floor. The bed, the corner, the table, the chair and the dressing table were inlaid with large amounts of pearls, agates, diamonds and all kinds of precious stones. It was resplendent, luxurious and elegant, emitting the aura of the previous owner, Hu Immortal. This was Hu Immortal's Dang Hun Palace. It is a gentle place, Fang Yuan lightly commented, getting off the bed. His body unconsciously swayed, and there was still some dizziness in his head. Fang Yuan did not find it strange, instead he knew this was because he had squeezed himself too hard on Sancha Mountain. By Ningbing's betrayal, being pressured by the group of experts, and even scheming against the land spirit, first refining second aperture Gu, and then refining fixed immortal travel Gu in the light waterfall. During the whole process, he had to bear the mental pressure of taking a huge risk. To Fang Yuan, be it his body or his mind, they had reached their limits. When he used fixed immortal travel Gu to reach the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong and Fang Jing were at the end of their tether. But wasn't he, Fang Yuan, the same? Compared to them, Fang Yuan's mental pressure was even greater. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used a second time, and snatching Hu Immortal's inheritance in front of the 10 sex Gu Immortals was like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Pulling chestnuts out of the fire was extremely risky. Fang Yuan was the first to reach the peak, and the land spirit chased away the other competitors. After Fang Yuan officially became the ruler of the blessed land, he immediately ordered the land spirit to close the entire blessed land. After instructing the land spirit on a few important points, the environment became stable and Fang Yuan relaxed, falling asleep immediately. I don't know how long I slept this time. Fang Yuan shook his head. He still felt very tired. A sense of weakness came from the depths of his soul. At the same time, his ears were constantly buzzing, and his brain was obviously sluggish. Thinking was much more difficult than usual. Not good, my soul is injured. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He realized that his condition wasn't good. The main reason was the refinement of immortal Gu. How could immortal goo be so easy to cultivate? Many goo immortals were careless during the refinement and suffered backlash. Some were injured while others died. Fan Yuan could refine immortal goo with a mortal body. The main reason was that the secret technique was good, and it originated from the legends of Renzu. Secondly, the materials were good. He mainly used divine travel goo. From another perspective, it was the same as turning divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. This greatly reduced the difficulty. It wasn't like Fan Yuan's previous life, where he used large numbers of mortal goo to refine immortal goo spring-autumn cicada. Becoming an immortal as a mortal. The difficulty was 100 times higher. Even so, my soul foundation is too shallow, my soul was still injured. But thankfully, this is Danghun Mountain. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's expression turned solemn. He softly called, "Where is the land spirit?" Swoosh! Who immortal land spirit suddenly appeared in front of him. "Master, you are finally awake." Who immortal lowered her head. Her face was red as she looked at her feet, speaking in a soft voice. She had the appearance of a girl around 50 to 60 years old, cute and petite. She wore a colorful dress, and behind her was a furry snow-white foxtail, swaying left and right, showing her nervous state of mind. "Master, after you fell asleep, I acted on my own and healed the wound on your left arm. I wanted to help you wear clothes, but the clothes in the palace do not suit Master's figure." Who immortal land spirit reported. The clothes she was talking about were Who immortal's clothes. They were worn by women with graceful figures. It would be strange if they suited Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan frowned. "Clothes are only a minor detail. Let me ask you, how long was I unconscious for? During this time, did any strong enemies attack?" Who immortal's pair of bright eyes blinked. "Master, you slept for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, no one attacked." "Oh?" Fan Yuan's eyes shone. He had never thought that Fengyang of Crane Gate would protect him and block the other 9 sects from making things difficult for him. But he more or less understood why Gu immortals did not attack Hu immortal blessed land. Hu immortal blessed land was not the 3 kings' blessed land on San Cha Mountain. This blessed land was still young, it had a land spirit and sufficient immortal essence reserves, and even had Danghun Mountain protecting the blessed land. These 3 made Hu immortal blessed land into a sturdy fortress, enough to make most Gu immortals stop in their tracks. Fan Yuan was deeply aware of how hard it was to attack this blessed land. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had attacked this place with close to 10 demonic path Gu immortals. In the end, only he and Song Zhong survived. Song Zhong was Song Zixing's son, the rising star of the demonic path at that time. He had not been born yet. At that time, I was already an old senior of the demonic path. Song Zhong inherited his father's inheritance, and rose to the top, fighting with me for dozens of rounds without a clear victor, thus he became famous. Thinking of his previous life, Song Zhong, this junior, had stepped on him to climb to the top. Fan Yuan could not help but sneer. Everything has changed in this life. When I find a chance to kill Song Zixing, let's see how Song Zhong will be born. Song Zixing had a blood sea true inheritance. It was an ancient desolate beast, violent blood dragon bat. This dragon bat was not a Gu worm, but could be captured and snatched. With violent blood dragon bats, I have an endless army of blood bats. Commanding blood bats, that was one of my best methods in the 500 years of my previous life. Of course, this is a future plan. Right now, I should use this blessed land to cultivate as fast as possible and return to Gu immortal realm as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan could not help but think of an important question. Land spirit, how long is it until the next earthly calamity? Master, even if you did not ask, I would have reported it to you. Currently, the blessed land has already experienced 5 earthly calamities. There is only 1 year and 3 months left until the 6th. Hu immortal's tone was anxious and grave. What? Only 1 year and 3 months left. Fan Yuan could not sit still anymore. He stood up from the bed. His expression was gloomy. All living beings were balanced, heaven was fair. There were strong and weak, there were blessings and calamities. Blessed lands had calamities and tribulations, an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation, just the earthly calamity alone. Once an earthly calamity occurred, its power was vast, it would often cause heaven and earth to shatter. Once the blessed land could not resist it, it would be destroyed. Fang Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He could not be clearer about the severity of the situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity was a severe test. Each earthly calamity was stronger than the last. Who immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity, while Fang Yuan would face the even stronger 6th earthly calamity. It is only 1 year and 3 months away from the earthly calamity. There is only 1 year and 3 months left. Why was it not mentioned in biography of Feng Kim-hong? That's right. Feng Kim-hong is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. His parents are Gu immortals. With their help, it is not difficult to resist the earthly calamity. But to me, the situation is extremely bad. The 6th earthly calamity came too quickly. Even though Fang Yuan had rich experience, he did not have the time to make sufficient preparations. Besides this, he still had to be on guard against external enemies. I snatched to immortal blessed land in front of everyone's eyes. Even though the 10 sects did not make a move, they are definitely watching from the outside. I understand now, these 10 sects Gu immortals are holding back because they know the earthly calamity is approaching. They want to make use of this earthly calamity? With the arrival of the earthly calamity, the land spirit naturally had to go all out. It could not take care of its master. Fang Yuan was currently at rank 4 upper stage. He could be easily targeted. Once Fang Yuan died, the blessed land would be ownerless, the land spirit would have to choose a new master. If the earthly calamity created a huge loophole, outside Gu masters could freely enter and exit this place. If the 10 sects made trouble at that time, it would be one disaster after another, making the situation even more dangerous. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered for a while, because his soul was injured. His head was aching from thinking about it. He stopped his chaotic thoughts and let out a breath of turbid air, finally deciding, let's look at the situation first. He would do his best to make preparations to resist the earthly calamity. If he failed, he could only abandon Hu immortal blessed land and make it self-destruct, not leaving any resources for the righteous path, before using fixed immortal travel Gu to retreat. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his own safety? After making up his mind, Fang Yuan instructed the land spirit to bring him out to take a look. He urgently needed to understand this blessed land. Yes. The land spirit lowered its head and replied obediently, before hesitantly adding, Master, do you not like to wear clothes? In fact, wearing a nice set of clothes will make you look very energetic, and you will feel inexplicably happy. Fang Yuan could not wear the clothes in Dang Hun Palace. But thankfully, he had a spare set of clothes in his Tusita flower. After changing into a black robe, Fang Yuan followed the land spirit and walked up the stairs, arriving at the mountain peak. The wind on Dang Hun Mountain was very strong. But the land spirit waved its hand, and it immediately turned into a pleasant breeze. Master, this blessed land has an area of 6 million square kilometers. Time flows 5 times faster than usual. 6 million square kilometers of land is a grassland. The grass is mainly blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass. There are also 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers, and so on. The land spirit introduced as a Druid image, floating in the air for Fang Yuan to see. In the image, there was a typical grassland, colorful like a carpet of flowers, as if it was right in front of him. Blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, 6 long and thin leaves, 6 divine grass with a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. These 7 were the main ones, but other than them, there were many other weeds and wild flowers. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded his head. Do not look down on these flowers, they were all cultivation resources. These 7 main flowers could be used as Gu refinement materials. Some of the flowers had Gu worms living in them. 6 million square kilometers of grassland, It was equivalent to the area of 4 Hong Kongs on Earth. How many goo worms were there? These wild goo worms were very easy to capture. As long as Fan Yuan gave the order, the land spirit could capture them intact and offer them to Fan Yuan. Chapter 414. Fan Yuan heard this and asked, "Then how many goo are there in this blessed land now?" Hu immortal land spirit slightly raised its head. "Right now, there are over 860,000 rank 1 goo, involving 52 types. Over 130,000 rank 2 goo, 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 goo, 12 types. Over 60 rank 4 goo, 8 types. And 1 rank 5 goo, fox skin goo." Back then, after Hu Immortal died, her obsession did not dissipate and combined with the heavenly power of this land, forming this mystical existence known as the land spirit. In a sense, it was a continuation of life. Thus, the land spirit was the representative of this blessed land, and knew everything in the blessed land clearly. Now that Fan Yuan was the owner of the blessed land, everything in the blessed land belonged to Fan Yuan. Over 860,000 rank 1 goo, and 130,000 rank 2 goo, these two added up to nearly 1,000,000 goo worms. Fan Yuan could not help but think of his time on Qingmao Mountain, when he schemed and fought for 2 or 3 rank 1 and 2 goo worms. Blessed lands were created by goo immortals after all, it was the foundation of immortals. Just this Hu immortal blessed land was enough to support a super clan. 5 or 6 small-sized clans like Guyua village would not be a problem here. As for the number of goo worms in the blessed land, at rank 3, their numbers decreased sharply. There were less than 100 rank 4 goo, and only 1 rank 5 goo, fox skin goo. This kind of situation was also natural. Just like goo masters. Rank 1 and 2 goo masters were very common, rank 3 goo masters were rare, rank 4 goo masters were even rarer. As for rank 5 goo masters, there were only 1 or 2 in 1,000,000 people. This was a pyramid distribution, the higher it was, the fewer goo worms there were. Only an extremely small number of goo worms occupied the top. This blessed land is still young. If it is managed properly in the future, the number of goo worms will continue to increase. Over 10 million rank 1 and 2 goo. It is not a difficult matter. But whether they are raised well or not depends on the type and number of rank 4 and 5 goo. Fan Yuan calculated. When mortals raised goo, they usually only had 5 or 6 goo. When goo immortals raised goo, they would raise millions or even tens of millions. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Right now, these goo in Hu immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. Firstly, there were only about 1,000,000 of them. Secondly, they were not specialized in species. Fan Yuan listened to the land spirit's introduction. They were all ordinary goods. If it was the liquor worm or breath concealment goo, the value would be huge. Even that rank 5 fox skin goo was an extremely ordinary defensive goo. They were effective in defending against wind and water path goo worms, but they could not deal with complex battle situations. They were of little value. Fan Yuan wasn't even interested in looking at it. What truly moved him were the resources of the universe. In Hu immortal blessed land, time flowed 5 times faster than the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in here. This meant that Fan Yuan's cultivation speed in the paradise was 5 times faster than the outside world. 3 months in the outside world. That was 1 year and 3 months in the blessed land. With this, Fan Yuan would be able to cultivate quickly and surpass even more goo masters, gaining more opportunities. Of course, there were also major drawbacks to this. Fan Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years. Thus, the speed at which he aged increased by 5 times. The land spirit continued to introduce. Right now, there are thousands of fox groups living in the blessed land. There are red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. Among them, there are 3 largest myriad fox groups. They each have about 800,000 foxes. The total number of foxes is about 4,700,000. Fan Yuan listened quietly, nodding slightly. 3 myriad fox groups meant there were 3 myriad beast kings. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, the beast groups had not developed to the stage of having beast emperors. The beast groups had a simple structure. From bottom to top, there were 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, and beast emperors. For example, Ba Huang and Yingming in 3 Kings Blessed Land were 2 beast emperors with battle strength comparable to rank 5 Gu masters. They could temporarily block Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's advance. There are many fox groups, but they are all ordinary foxes. There are no mutated beasts. Fan Yuan evaluated inwardly. The value of ordinary wild beasts naturally could not compare to mutated beasts. This was like wild boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above mutated beasts, there were desolate beasts. Among the desolate beasts, there were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. It was one of the 9 true inheritances left behind by Blood Sea ancestor. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in the legends of Renzu, for example, the 9-tailed fox. To nurture a 9-tailed fox in Who Immortal Blessed Land, that is definitely a fantasy. Even ancient desolate beasts cannot do it. But for ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wing fox, it would be a great fortune to nurture 1 or 2. Fan Yuan considered inwardly. Since he had obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land, his rebirth plan could be said to have reached a whole new level. He naturally had to make adjustments and modifications. At this time, Jia Clan's internal strife was already in full swing. He could not make it in time. The Battle of Yitian Mountain was too far away. Fan Yuan was prepared to make good use of this Who Immortal Blessed Land and cultivate to Gu Immortal Realm. This meant that he not only had to resist the successive earthly calamities, he also had to manage them. Currently, the Gu groups were barely satisfactory. Although the fox groups were ordinary, they had the potential to develop. Actually, there are a lot of fox groups in the Blessed Land. At least 3 times as many as now. But during the second earthly calamity, there was a meteor fire rain. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was burned to a pulp. That time, hundreds of thousands of foxes were burned to death. Even now, the black flames are not extinguished. The fourth earthly calamity was a flood that drowned most of the grassland in the northern part of the Blessed Land, killing a large number of fox groups. Now only this many are left. The land spirit pouted when she spoke of the earthly calamity. Her eyes showed fear and panic. At the same time, she waved her small hand. Smoke surged in the air, showing the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Fan Yuan saw, the eastern part of the Blessed Land was in a mess. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Many meteorite craters were densely packed, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned quietly without making any sound, but it showed the terrifying intent within. And in the northern part, there was a vast expanse of white water. Dark clouds lingered, drizzling rain fell, the sound of water surged. It was dark and gloomy. Grass and flowers could be seen on the surface of the water, as well as floating fox corpses. This is the black flame meteor, as well as the dark cloud white sea. Seeing such a tragic scene, Fan Yuan's heart sank. The earthly calamity was extremely powerful, and there were countless types. It was impossible to defend against. Every 10 years, it would cause a destructive threat to the Blessed Land. Who Immortal had defended it 5 times, and even lost her life. And the wounds left by the previous earthly calamities were still there, and had not been completely healed. This situation was extremely bad news for Fan Yuan. Who Immortal Blessed Land had 6 million mu of land, but with the northern and eastern parts gone, she immediately lost 2 million mu of land. Such a loss was too severe. I need to get rid of these 2 big problems. To suppress the black flames and the flood, I have spent a lot of immortal essence. Fan Yuan muttered softly. But immediately after, Who Immortal Land Spirit told him an even worse piece of news. Master, the biggest problem is here. Look, this is left behind by the 5th earthly calamity. She waved her hand, and the scene changed. Fan Yuan saw that on a burnt black grassland, a figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was not tall, and had an enchanting body, but was formed purely from lightning, shining with blue light, emitting an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning, this is the earthly calamity, blue charmed shadow. Fan Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This human-shaped lightning was also one of the earthly calamities, and had extremely strong battle strength, comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Fan Yuan saw this and immediately understood, the culprit that killed Hu Immortal was probably this blue charmed shadow. The original Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu master, and could control fox groups. Enslavement path Gu masters were both strong and weak, and were easily countered by beheading the leader. Although there were many fox groups, they could not block the blue charmed shadow. Eventually, Hu Immortal was killed by the shadow, and lost her life. Damn it, why is there such a lightning demon in this blessed land? Fan Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He still had ways to deal with the previous problems. However, this humanoid lightning was already beyond the scope of his current abilities. Master, you need to be careful when you go out. This human-shaped lightning will roam around the blessed land. It only dares not get close to Danghun Mountain. The land spirit's adorable face was bathed in the blue lightning, and her voice was slightly trembling. Although this shadow is an earthly calamity, it is also one of the living beings. Since it is a living being, it has a soul, and once it gets close to Danghun Mountain, its soul will be turned to ashes. Fan Yuan had already calmed down. Maybe I can use Danghun Mountain to get rid of this shadow? But how can I lure it? Fan Yuan's mind moved, and he felt his ears buzzing again. He shook his head, and did not think too much. What other bad news do you have? Tell me all of them. He smiled bitterly, and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. Hu Immortal blessed land was already on the brink of destruction, be it internal or external threats, they were all very serious. To Feng Kim Hong, she had Gu Immortal parents and Spirit Affinity House's help, she naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Fan Yuan was alone. Of course, being alone had its own benefits. Biography of Feng Kim Hong recorded that even if Feng Kim Hong obtained a blessed land, she had to contribute a large amount of resources to the sect. The land spirit shook her head, the worst situation had already been reported. The rest were all good news. Firstly, in the southern part of the blessed land, there was a Rockman tribe. Rockmen were a type of variant humans, they lived underground and ate ores as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fan Yuan. Secondly, the Gu Immortal blessed land had abundant immortal essence. The land spirit brought Fan Yuan back to Danghun Palace. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a huge golden bowl filled with green immortal essence. Other than the green liquid at the bottom of the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically condensed into lumps. At first glance, they looked like grapes. This was the unique attribute of a rank 6 Gu Immortal, green grape immortal essence. Each green grape immortal essence bead had more immortal essence than the Three Kings' blessed land. Chapter 415. Fan Yuan counted carefully. There were 78 beads of green grape immortal essence in the golden bowl. Adding the layer of green immortal liquid at the bottom of the bowl, there were 78.5 beads. The abundance of immortal essence was 100 times that of Three Kings' blessed land. Fan Yuan immediately took out a bead of green grape immortal essence and held it in his hand, then willed and summoned Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was like a jade butterfly that was meticulously carved. It was exquisite and beautiful as it slowly flew over. Fan Yuan's face turned pale, his whole body trembled, cold sweat poured out of his body, and his vision darkened. If not for his hand holding onto the side of the golden bowl, he would have fallen down. Master, be careful. Your soul is heavily injured. Don't summon the immortal Gu, otherwise you will fall unconscious again. Little Hu Immortal called out, her tone anxious and her gaze concerned. No worries, I have confidence. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand, slowly opening his palm towards Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu smelled the green grape immortal essence, and immediately flapped its wings, gliding in the air for a while before landing on Fan Yuan's palm. Next, it laid on the green grape immortal essence, and slowly absorbed it. Fixed immortal travel goo's name contained the word immortal. It was not without reason. Its food was immortal essence. After a long while, the whole bead of green grape immortal essence was completely absorbed. Goo masters refined goo, used goo, and also nurtured goo. After Fan Yuan refined it, he did not feed fixed immortal travel goo. He had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. The fixed immortal travel goo was starving. The lustrous butterfly wings had already dimmed. This was the first time Fan Yuan had fed it. Fixed immortal travel goo ate its fill. It flapped its wings in satisfaction and flew into the air. The lustrous green light appeared again. Bits and pieces scattered along with every flap of its wings. It was a beautiful sight. The unique aura of an immortal goo. It was constantly emitting. The cost of feeding immortal goo is very high. Fixed immortal travel goo needs to consume 1 bead of immortal essence each time. But after this consumption, it does not need to be fed for 6 years. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the higher the cost of feeding it, but at the same time, the interval between feeding was also greatly lengthened. Rank 1 and 2 goo need to be fed many times a day. But at rank 4, they only needed to be fed once every few months. Rank 5 goo could be fed once every 1 or 2 years, and every time it was fed, the price was huge. It fed fixed immortal travel goo. Fan Yuan ignored it and let it fly around Dang Hun Palace as it pleased. As long as it didn't leave Dang Hun Mountain and wasn't killed by that shadow. Currently, Fan Yuan's aperture was only at rank 4 upper stage. It could not contain the complete immortal goo. The main reason for storing the spring and autumn cicada was that it was too weak. Other than that, it was also because of the life goo. After understanding the current situation, Fan Yuan confirmed that he was safe for the time being. Now that he had solved the problem of fixed immortal travel, his next step was to heal the injury on his soul. Let's go. Little fox immortal, bring me out to look for gut stones. Aye. The land spirit immediately responded. Master, you should have done this a long time ago. Please come with me. Little fox immortal brought Fan Yuan. They arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. The two walked on the uneven mountain rocks. Fan Yuan's body was swaying, causing the land spirit to be worried. Master, I will teleport you there. Teleport what? You need to save your immortal essence. Fan Yuan opened his eyes wide. Little fox immortal stuck out her tongue. She was startled by Fan Yuan, and couldn't help but think, this master is really imposing. Even if he is injured, he is still afraid. Master, there is a gutstone here. After walking for a while, the land spirit stopped and pointed at a stone, shouting. This stone looked like a human gutstone growing on the mountain rocks. Its color was mixed. If one did not look carefully, they would think it was an ordinary stone. Fan Yuan quickly walked over and squatted on the ground, using his hand to break this gutstone. Once the gutstone was broken, a goo flew out and turned into a gray eerie light, entering Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan immediately felt his mind become clear. A brand new strength replenished his soul. The buzzing in his ears also weakened by a lot. Dang Hun Mountain could shake the soul. It was a land of death for all living beings. Now that he was suppressed by the land spirit, Fan Yuan could walk freely. But Dang Hun Mountain was not a pure land of death. The souls of living beings would shatter on the mountain and scatter down, fusing with Dang Hun Mountain. Over time, gutstones would form. And some gutstones contained guts goo that could strengthen one's soul. This was like a place where poisonous snakes lived. There were often detoxifying herbs. All living beings competed. The great Tao was balanced. There was life and death. Dang Hun Mountain seemed like a land of death, but it contained a trace of life. But this guts goo could only exist for an instant. Within that instant, it would either die or be shattered by Dang Hun Mountain. Although the land spirit could suppress Dang Hun Mountain, the gutstones could not be moved and could only be taken away. Thus, Fan Yuan could only walk on Dang Hun Mountain himself. After replenishing this guts goo, Fan Yuan was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, drinking a mouthful of cool water. He continued, and under the guidance of the land spirit, a competent guide, he found more than 10 gutstones and smashed them one by one. Fan Yuan thus obtained the nourishment of 8 guts Gu. Not only was his soul fully healed, but it was even slightly stronger than before. Ha ha, with this Danghun mountain, I will have a mountain of gut stones. As long as I continue to consume guts Gu, one day, I will be able to strengthen my soul foundation to an unprecedented level. Halfway up the mountain, Fang Yuan's spirits were lifted as he laughed heartily. Immortal Fox was a lucky dog. Due to a stroke of luck, he managed to obtain Danghun Mountain and moved it to his blessed land. But she was also an extremely unlucky person. During the 5th earthly calamity, she died. If not for the blue charm Lightning Shadow, she would have become the strongest enslavement path expert of the current generation. It is a pity that Hu Immortal had Danghun Mountain, but did not have time to grow. Fortunately, this Danghun Mountain is in my hands now. The most precious place in Hu Immortal blessed land was this Danghun Mountain. Of course, the soul could not be strengthened by Gutsgu all the time. Once the soul was not condensed enough, using large amounts of Gutsgu would cause the soul to expand, and it would be a calamity beyond redemption. But Fan Yuan had 500 years of experience. His life had been full of ups and downs since rebirth, and he had often struggled on the edge of life and death. His soul had already become extremely condensed from setbacks. His expression did not change in the face of life and death, and his heart was like ice when disaster struck. To Fan Yuan, using 100 guts Gu was not a problem. The benefits of having a deep soul foundation were many. Whether it was refining Gu or enslaving beast groups, there were great benefits. Putting these aside, once his soul foundation became deep, Fan Yuan would not have to worry too much about killing methods like Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils. Danghun Mountain was a secret forbidden land. It was first recorded in the legends of Renzu. It was said that Verdant Great Sun charged towards the sky and eventually died. As his father Renzu learned of this and was extremely sad, he found Wisdom Gu to cause trouble. It was Wisdom Gu that taught Verdant Great Sun to drink wine, which led to this series of events. Wisdom Gu quickly said, Renzu, oh Renzu, don't find trouble with me. Although your son is dead, it is not like he cannot be revived. As long as you enter the door of life and death and bring him to the path of life, to the sunlight, he can be revived. Renzu was stunned, he was overjoyed, but suddenly became furious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wisdom Gu. He questioned, Wisdom Gu, oh Wisdom Gu, do you think I am still as ignorant as before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place. Once you enter, you will never come out. Not only did you harm my son, you want to harm me as well? Wisdom Gu quickly said, Other living beings do not know the trick to entering and leaving the door of life and death. So they cannot come out. But I know these tricks, I will tell you all of them. You are a living person. If you want to enter the door of life and death, you have to enter from the path of death. This path is not ordinary. It is the path left behind by Fate Gu when it left Fairness Gu. It is called the path of fate. There are large numbers of worry Gu in the path of fate. If you want to enter from the path of death, you need courage Gu. This way, you will not have to fear the torture of worry Gu. When you enter the door of life and death and see Fairness Gu, you will already be dead. But at the same time, you will see the soul of your eldest son, Verdant Great Sunday. Take him away, and come back from another path, the path of life. The path of life is the trace left behind by Fate Gu when it visited Fairness Gu. It is also the path of fate. But in this path of fate, there are 3 obstacles. One is Danghun Mountain, one is Luopa Valley, and one is Reverse Flow River. If you want to cross Danghun Mountain, you need to smash the gutstones on the mountain and obtain the help of Guts Gu. If you want to cross Luopa Valley, you need to find the help of Faith Gu. If you want to cross the Reverse Flow River, you have to keep moving forward. Don't stop for even a moment. Renzu listened to Wisdom Gu's words and let it go. He quickly found Faith Gu. Ever since he became blind, Faith Gu's light was the only light he could see. Oh Renzu, I can feel your determination to save your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but please do not give up on this determination. When you give up, I will be far away from you. Faith Gu said in a caring tone. Renzu found courage Gu. Courage Gu and Hope Gu were a pair of good partners. Renzu had Hope Gu, he often saw Courage Gu and had a good relationship with it. After obtaining Courage Gu's help, Renzu arrived at the door of life and death and stepped into the path of death. The path of death was filled with darkness. Large numbers of Worry Gu were like yellow fireflies, surrounding Renzu like a tsunami. At this time, Courage Gu shone and helped Renzu chase away Worry Gu. Death required courage. Renzu successfully walked down, his body became whiter and more ethereal, gradually turning into a ghost. He could see again. When he reached the end of the path of death, in the deep and stable darkness, he saw Fairness Gu. He was extremely shocked at the huge body of Fairness Gu. You are Fairness Gu? Why is your body so huge? The mountain peak is like a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a grain of rice compared to you. Chapter 4:16. Renzu saw his eldest son and was overjoyed, running towards him. Verdant Great Sun had also turned into a white ghost, lying beside a lake, scooping up the river water to drink. The river water was like wine, its fragrance permeating the air. Verdant Great Sun drank very contentedly. My son, don't drink any more, come back with me. Renzu walked forward and shouted. My respected father, why are you here? That's great, come drink with me. Verdant Great Sun opened his sleepy and hazy eyes. Renzu snatched the wine bowl from his hand, saying in exasperation, Don't drink any more, you only know how to drink. Who doesn't know that there is only a lake in the land of death, and the lake water inside is the soup? After the ghost drinks it, it will be muddle-headed and will no longer want to leave. Verdant Great Sun said. Father, you are wrong. This is not soup, it is requiem wine. After drinking it, it can stabilize the soul and get rid of the impurities in the soul, no longer agitated, and obtain great tranquility in the soul. This is the best wine in the world. I don't care what wine it is, you have to come back with me. Renzu pulled Verdant Great Sun's hand, but found that he was as heavy as a mountain and could not be moved. Verdant Great Sun shook his head. Some people die heavier than a mountain. Some people die lighter than a feather. Father, I had reputation Gu in my previous life, and bathed in the light of glory and fell to my death. Here, my body became heavier than a mountain, and I can't even move a step, I can only lie here. Ah! Renzu's heart sank, anxiously shouting. I told you, a tall tree attracts the wind, being famous is not a good thing. Quickly throw away the reputation Gu. Verdant Great Sun shook his head and sighed. Fame and fortune cannot be brought with me in life, and cannot be taken away in death. After I died, reputation Gu left me. But fixed immortal travel Gu is still with me. Fixed immortal travel Gu could bring Verdant Great Sun's soul out of the door of life and death. It could even bring him to any place in the outside world. But only by walking on the path of life could Verdant Great Sun truly revive. What should I do? Renzu found that he had been tricked by Wisdom Gu. Although he came to the deepest part of the door of life and death, the endless darkness of obsession death domain, and also found Verdant Great Sunday. However, he realized that he couldn't take his eldest son with him. At this time, Fairness Gu spoke. O Renzu, do you still not understand? There were only two paths leading to the door of life and death, both created by Fate Gu. Life and death were up to fate. Everything had life and death. Only in this way could the universe circulate endlessly. Your eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, is dead. This is all fate's arrangement. Just accept it. Moreover, he was living very well here. The obsession death domain was the most peaceful place in the world. He's drinking the best wine in the world, without the worries of the outside world. Can't you understand this kind of happiness? The human ancestor stood still. He looked at his own flesh and blood for a long time before letting out a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't take away his eldest son's soul, at least not this time. He could only bid farewell to Fairness Gu and Verdant Great Sun, leaving obsession death domain. He stepped onto another path, a path that symbolized life, moving from darkness to light. But the human ancestors soon noticed. Walking on this path was many times more difficult than walking on the dead end. There were many more worry-goo on the path of life than the path of death. When Renzu walked on the path of death, the more he walked, the fewer worry-goo obstructed him. But when he walked on the path of life, not only were there many more worry-goo, every step he took, even more worry-goo flew over and tried to stop him. Soon, courage-goo could not hold on. "Oh Renzu, there are too many worries, they will only continue to increase. Only with peace and death can there be endless worry in life. Quickly go to Danghun Mountain and knock out the gut stones. If you want to survive, courage alone is not enough, you need guts as well." Renzu quickly went to Danghun Mountain. Enduring the pain of his soul shaking, he obtained Guts-goo. With the help of Guts-goo, his soul strengthened. Although it was still shaken, there was no need to worry. He went through Danghun Mountain and arrived at Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley was like a maze, twisting and turning. Sometimes, a vast bewilderment fog spread out, loosening the soul. Sometimes, Luopa wind that was as sharp as a blade would blow, cutting the soul. Renzu fell into the lowest point of his life, not knowing which direction to go. His soul that was strengthened by Guts-goo gradually loosened in the bewilderment fog. The loosened soul was cut by the Luopa wind, falling to the ground in pieces. Renzu was almost completely lost, but at this time, Faith-goo flew out and illuminated his path. Renzu walked out of Luopa Valley, only the purest lump of soul was left. He let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling that victory was in sight. He came to Reverse Flow River. This was the last hurdle on the path of life. He went against the flow. It was even more difficult. Endless worries pushed against him, making it difficult for him to move forward. But he persevered, walking towards the light. "I am almost there." Seeing that he was about to succeed, Renzu looked ahead. There was only one last step left. He let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing. Forgetting Wisdom-goo's reminder, he stopped moving. Once he stopped, Renzu was immediately washed away by the river. Life was not easy. It was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Renzu was washed to the bottom of Luopa Valley. He was so tired he could not move. He was trapped in Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan smashed the last gutstone, groaning in satisfaction. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. Not only had his heavy injuries completely healed, his soul was at least 5 times stronger than before. A powerful feeling overflowed from the deepest part of his heart. This wasn't a feeling of physical strength, but a feeling of mental strength. Be it thinking about problems or multitasking, Fan Yuan had a feeling of being able to handle them with ease. Unfortunately, there are only over 100 gut stones on Danghun Mountain, and not all of them contain Guts-goo. Fan Yuan felt slightly regretful. When Danghun Mountain was obtained by Hu Immortal, it had changed hands several times. It was completely clean. Hu Immortal moved it into her blessed land, and managed it for decades. Almost every year, she would enslave large numbers of foxes and send them to their deaths on Danghun Mountain. Using their souls to irrigate the mountain, they produced gut stones. But these gut stones were almost used up by Hu Immortal. After Hu Immortal died, the gut stones on Danghun Mountain, they had been slowly growing for the last 8 years. Thus, there were only over 100 gut stones, and by now, Fan Yuan had used them all. According to Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's description, to produce 1 gut stone, close to 10,000 foxes had to be sacrificed. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more gut stones would be produced. Fan Yuan did not use this method. When the blessed land was strong, it was natural for Hu Immortal to do this. But now, the blessed land was extremely weak. The fox groups were also greatly weakened. Slaughtering the fox groups was not a wise long-term plan. After his soul injuries healed, Fan Yuan did not relax. He started to think about his future plans. Obtaining Hu Immortal blessed land was no doubt a huge help to his plans. But it also had a huge impact. Now, with Danghun Mountain in my hands, my soul foundation will continue to strengthen. In my previous life, I also had the experience of controlling blood bat groups. I should make use of this huge advantage. Next, I will definitely walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path has its drawbacks, it is easy to be killed. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation. This way, Fan Yuan would have to cross both strength and enslavement paths, and construct and feed 2 sets of goo worms. If it was before, Fan Yuan would not be able to afford it. But now, he had Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no problem. The most perfect result would be to refine the second aperture goo. After obtaining the second aperture, 1 set of enslavement path and 1 set of strength path would be clearly separated. They would both be in their own aperture, and would not interfere with each other. At the same time, in terms of primeval essence, it is enough to control 2 sets of goo worms. At that time, Fan Yuan could wave his hand, and the beast group and insect army would engulf the land like a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, blood would flow like a river, and life would be lost. If some blind guy thought he was infallible and barged in, he would be beheaded. Then, Fan Yuan's strength path cultivation would let them understand how cruel reality was, and why flowers were so red. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan took out the second aperture goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden in color, and the markings on its surface were like scarlet blood veins. This was the placenta form of the second aperture goo, formed by fusing a fake goo with a lifespan goo, and could live for 40 years. To truly refine the second aperture goo, I definitely have enough immortal essence, and 2/3 watch goo are also easy to get, but I still need divine travel goo. Fan Yuan pondered. Immortal goo were unique, and in the world, only 1 immortal goo could exist at any time. Divine travel goo had turned into fixed immortal travel goo, and no longer existed. This allowed a new divine travel goo to appear in the world. Moreover, divine travel goo had an extraordinary advantage: it was easy to obtain. It was not like other immortal goo, which were hard to capture. The legends of Renzu clearly recorded that as long as one drank 4 top-quality wines in the world, they could condense divine travel goo in their bodies. Other than the brewing of wild beasts and natural breeding, because of the flourishing of human winemaking techniques, the number of top-quality wines was much higher than in ancient times. Although it was troublesome to find 4 top-quality wines, as long as he spent some time, he would definitely succeed. To Fan Yuan, with his blessed land and little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's help, there was great hope in refining the second aperture goo. But the crux of the problem was this. Precisely because divine travel goo was easy to obtain, others could easily take advantage of it. Once others obtained divine travel goo, then no matter how many top-quality wines Fan Yuan drank, he would not be able to obtain divine travel goo. Southern Borders Fei clan has top-quality wine, Zhuangxi Fei. Eastern Seas rank 7 goo immortal, Zui Xianwang, creates a wine sea, storing countless wines, and holds a wine festival every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has longevity wine. These large forces or goo immortals have 1 or 2 top-quality wines. Their chances of obtaining divine travel goo are much higher than mine. With this, Fan Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the blessed land, he also had to quickly gather 4 top-quality wines to refine the second aperture goo. But these are not the roots. Spring-autumn cicada is the most crucial point. Now that the time flow is 5 times faster, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is also extremely fast. I have been reborn twice, my luck is already extremely good, I cannot gamble on my luck a 3rd time. Before spring-autumn cicada recovers, I have to at least find success in 1 fell swoop goo, instant success goo, or natural success goo. Chapter 4:17. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, South Underground. Yen Yong, wake up, stop sleeping. You've already slept for 3 years. A voice woke Yen Yong up from his slumber. A gray boulder, its surface was covered with moss. At first, it started to shake, then it started to shake more and more, dust started to fall. The oval boulder was like a blooming flower, it had 4 limbs and a head. Then it stood up, turning into a gray stone man. Yen Yong had woken up. Grandfather? Yen Yong opened his eyes, seeing the rockman that woke him up. It was his 800-year-old grandfather, also the tribe leader of the Huisher tribe. Grandfather, why did you wake me up? I still wanted to sleep for another 2 to 3 years. Yen Yong sighed and grumbled. Rockmen like to sleep. When sleeping, they would curl their bodies into a ball, forming an oval boulder. Usually, they would sleep for 7 to 8 years. Don't sleep anymore, my grandson. You are already 180 years old. Your father died early. Your grandfather, will not live for long either. In a few decades, you will be the new tribe leader of our Huisher tribe. The old Huisher tribe man rubbed Yen Yong's head and said slowly. Rockmen had a long lifespan, usually around 1,000 years. Normal people cannot live past 100 years, but Yen Yong, who was 180 years old, had just become an adult. Grandfather, I don't want to be some tribe leader. After becoming the tribe leader, I can't sleep as I please. Yen Yong mumbled, but seeing his grandfather's glare, he wisely chose to shut up. Huisher tribe leader said unhappily. You brat, why haven't you matured? You've slept for so many years. Quickly clean up, wipe off the moss on your body, pull out all the weeds. Later, bring the tributes and follow grandfather to the surface to pay respects to the immortals. You cannot forget your etiquette. It's time to pay respects to the immortals again? But why do I remember that there is still more than a year's time? Yen Yong said as he pulled out the weeds. After sleeping for so many years, there were many weeds growing under his armpits, between his legs, his chest and back. Especially the black silk grass between his legs. It was as hard as steel and was slightly curved. Every time he pulled out a grass, Yen Yong would feel pain. Sigh. This time, there was a big change. It was a different immortal. This immortal has just arrived not too long ago, and he's the one who wants to gather us. The old clan leader looked worried. A new male immortal? I hope he's easier to talk to than the previous female immortal. Maybe we can talk to him. After all, he has to pay so much tribute every 10 years. It's really a bit strenuous. And the leaders of the other tribes and I share the same opinion. On a wide altar made of bluestone, Fan Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His long black hair flowed down his back as he sat on the main seat. His deep black eyes looked down. Dozens of stone men knelt down below. Among them, there were 8 stone tribe leaders, and 2 of them were gray stone people. 3 granite men, 1 iron man, 1 green stone man, and 1 white stone man. At the same time, there were offerings. A large number of ores. It contained gold, silver, copper, iron, diamonds, gems, and goo worms. Over time, the stone man's body would change. Grow all sorts of metals, or diamonds, or gems. Fan Yuan's gaze swept across these worshippers. Immediately, he understood why Dang Hun Palace was so luxurious. These would be huge wealth on earth, but here, their greatest use was only as a material for goo refinement. Who immortal used these things to decorate the palace because of a woman's love for beauty? If she had a choice of yuan stone, she would definitely discard these gold, silver, and gems like they were old shoes. Among these offerings, the most valuable were still goo worms. But these goo worms were mostly rank 1 rock skin goo and rank 2 monolith goo. There was only 1 rank 3 goo worm, a stone aperture goo. Fan Yuan had once used it on Qing Mao Mountain. Back then, spring-autumn cicada was suppressing his aperture, and he had no choice but to use it. Rockmen were good at digging, and lived deep underground. Their food was soil. Sometimes, when they dug underground, they would find underground goo worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Fan Yuan's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he slowly stood up and walked down the stairs, arriving in front of these Rockmen tribe leaders. The Rockmen were tall, kneeling on the ground. Their shoulders were even taller than Fan Yuan's head. Esteemed immortal, our Rockmen tribe has already handed over so many offerings for the past 30 years. These years, heaven and earth have been shaking, the north has been flooded, and the east has been on fire. Our lives have been getting harder. Harvesting these things is getting harder and harder. Immortal, please be merciful and forgive us for our incompetence. Please reduce our offerings a little. The oldest of the stone golems begged. Yes, immortal, Please reduce the offerings. These years, our tribe's population has been declining. Immortal, please sympathize with us. We will never forget your great kindness. The other Rockman tribe leaders echoed. Reduce offerings? Hee, that's possible. In fact, I could even waive these offerings. Fan Yuan's smile was very gentle and kind. The Rockmen's faces were filled with joy. But I have a condition. Then, Fan Yuan changed the topic. I need you to dig a canal for me. The water from the north can flow along the canal to the east where the fire is spreading. What? Hearing this, the Rockmen were shocked. Soon, they came to their senses and shouted loudly. Esteemed Immortal, you can't do this! Digging a canal is a huge project. We Rockmen need sleep. If we don't sleep enough, we will die. Also, there are monstrous flames and vast water. You want us to dig a canal, isn't that asking us to die? Instantly, the crowd was enraged. Many young Rockmen were kneeling at the side, but when they heard the commotion, they impulsively stood up and stared at Fan Yuan with fierce gazes. Master! The Earth Spirit Fox Immortal next to Fan Yuan saw this scene and could not help but worry. The stone man's personality was stubborn, possessing a barbaric aura. He cared even more about dignity and would never stoop to compromise. When they were impulsive, they even dared to attack demon supremacies and immortal supremacies, no matter who they were. To be able to train these Rockmen like this, who Immortal had put in a lot of effort and gave the Rockmen many benefits. Master, these stone men were all unreasonable. Asking them to worship these things is already the limit. Little Who Immortal transmitted secretly, and anxiously reminded Fan Yuan. Limit? Fan Yuan sneered and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He laughed sinisterly. You Rockmen are really daring. You actually dare to bargain with me? Humph! The place you live. It's mine. The soil you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here, you are my slaves. I want to dig a canal. This is not a request. It's not an exchange, it's an order. When the stone men heard this, they all stood up with anger on their faces. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you. You dare to look down on us Rockmen. Back then, we Rockmen migrated here because we believed the words of the previous female Immortal. But the environment here is getting worse and worse. It's getting worse and worse. Who wants to stay here? You want us to dig a canal. It's the same as sending us to our deaths. Do you think we Rockmen are fools? We Rockmen are raised by nature. We're not willing to be your slaves. Let's go. Migrate. I've had enough of this broken place. The Rockmen tribe leaders roared and turned hostile on the spot. The attendants they brought along, the young Rockmen, all swarmed up. They rubbed their fists and glared fiercely at Fan Yuan. You want to leave? Ha! Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, he stopped laughing and glanced coldly at these Rockmen, saying with a cold tone, What do you think this place is? You come as you please and leave as you please? The previous rules don't count. From today onwards I'm the supreme ruler here, my words are providence. You have to abide by it, even if you don't. Many young Rockmen clenched their fists and roared at the sky. Immortal, you're challenging the bottom line of my tribe. Immortal, although you're powerful, we're not afraid of you. We Rockmen never yield to power. We're natural warriors. We're brave and fearless. Only love can make us dig out our hearts and liver. Only gentleness can make us bend our backs. Roar! Fan Yuan pushed his palm and a golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon roared furiously, blasting the loudest stone golem into smithereens. He killed the granite tribe leader. The old tribe leader is dead, we have to avenge him. Even an immortal will be buried in the fury of my tribe. The death of the granite tribe leader was like a fuse, completely igniting the Rockmen's fury. The Rockmen attacked Fan Yuan one after another, each step creating a deep pit on the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Dozens of Rockmen attacked together, but they had the might of a magnificent army. Countless rays of light rose from their bodies. There were also goo worms residing in the Rockman's body. At this moment, they activated according to their wills. But in the next moment, these radiances suddenly disappeared. Little Hu Immortal took action and imprisoned all the goo worms. Fan Yuan sneered and started the massacre. The rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was not as good as Fan Yuan. After a while, they were all smashed into pieces, dying a tragic death here. But these crushed stones were like magnets, condensing and forming new small rockmen. Kill! Resist power! Avenge Father! We were born in heaven and earth, die in heaven and earth, we've never feared anything! The small rockmen charged over and were slaughtered by Fan Yuan again. But these crushed stones condensed into even smaller rockmen. These rockmen were few in number, but after they formed, they immediately charged at Fan Yuan, shouting the slogan of avenging grandfather and father. This was the reproduction method of rockmen. Rockmen were only male. After the old rockman died, the scattered soul and stone would condense and form a new rockman, inheriting part of the old rockman's memories, as well as some important experiences. Or if the old rockman slept for a long time, the soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and after cutting off part of it, it could also form small rockmen. After Fan Yuan killed the third wave of rockmen, the world finally calmed down. Only one rockman was left, lying on the ground, shivering. What's your name? Fan Yuan slowly walked in front of him. I am Yen Yong. The young rockman stuttered. Do you know why I did not kill you? Fan Yuan stepped on Yen Yong's head. I don't know. Chapter 418. 3 days later, the heavily injured Yen Yong returned to the tribe and woke up all the sleeping rockmen. If it was any other male immortal, he would be a demon, wanting to enslave all of us. Not only that, he even wanted to plunder the handsome men of our rockmen tribe for him to play with. We rockmen are born from the heavens, we are free and unfettered, how can we bow down to his despotic power? We resisted on the spot, the immortal is too strong. But we rockmen are not afraid of sacrifice, we had no fear, we finally injured him and forced him to escape. The other tribesmen were sacrificed, only I returned. I am about to die, but that immortal is still alive. When he escaped, he said that he would lead his fox army to exterminate our rockmen tribe. Yen Yong was powerless, he mournfully complained, bringing his tribesmen a shocking piece of grievous news. The rockmen were shocked and fearful, sorrowful and furious. There were those who declared war, those who wanted revenge, those who wanted to migrate, those who wanted to negotiate. They were like a group of dragons without a leader, be it the successor or the old tribe leader, they all died in Fan Yuan's hands. There were a total of 8 rockmen tribes, it was a mess. Some rockmen wanted to ask Yen Yong about the situation, but Yen Yong's injuries were very heavy, he had been unconscious ever since he returned to report to the police. Before they could come to a conclusion, just like what Yen Yong said, the Fox army started to attack the rockmen tribes. The rockmen resisted, but the Fox army was much larger than them. The situation gradually became dangerous. The 8 tribes had no choice but to work together and retreat underground to defend. But the Fox army still did not let them go. They kept attacking underground. Even though they had to pay a heavy price for every attack, the Fox army was still endless. The rockmen cursed Fan Yuan in pain. Their hatred and anger towards him could not be extinguished even by the heavenly river. The situation was getting worse day by day. Despair spread among the rockmen. But at this moment Yen Yong woke up. Rockmen could recover through sleep, his injuries were healed, he immediately led his tribesmen and fought a few beautiful counterattacks. We rockmen are a brave tribe, we do not fear death. Even an immortal cannot humiliate us. Yen Yong gave a speech everywhere, raising the morale. Don't think that the immortal is so strong. Actually, he's strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He can only send the Fox group to their deaths. He's already injured. At the same time, he encouraged immortals to be injured, bringing hope to the rockmen. A stone man in despair. He clutched at this glimmer of hope like a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw. Yen Yong changed the topic and talked about the old tribe leaders. He was injured by the combined efforts of the old patriarchs. The sacrifice of the old patriarchs is our greatest sorrow. Especially the old white stone chief. He died in my arms, and before he died, he entrusted the entire tribe to me. I watched as his soul left his body. He felt guilty. Why was he the one who died instead of me? At this point, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, seeming very sad and sorrowful. Immediately, a stoneman persuaded, Lord Yen Yong, don't be sad. You were able to survive, give us a warning, and lead us to victory. This is already very impressive. Not bad. Our Metalstone race admires you. Since the old patriarch has entrusted the clan to you, then I'll give it to you. In that case, please lead us Whitestone people. The stoneman liked to sleep soundly and was not interested in power and position. Especially now, at the moment of life and death, they were in a constant state of anxiety. The Rockmen desperately hoped for a strong and brave tribesman to lead them. Thus, Yen Yong first inherited the tribe leader position and took control of Whitestone tribe. A month later, he took control of the other tribes and became the leader of the 8 Rockmen tribes. Another half a month later, he successfully led the Rockmen to chase away the Fox Horde, and successfully protected their homeland. But this is not enough. As long as the Immortals do not die, we will not have a future. The Fox Horde will regroup and attack our homeland again. We can only attack that immortal mountain and kill the Immortals, only then will we be able to live a peaceful life. Yen Yong immediately suggested attacking Dang Hun Mountain. But a few Rockmen were hesitant. We have just suffered from the chaos of war, we want to sleep now. Our Rockmen numbers are greatly reduced, we don't have the strength to attack that demon's nest. We have a large number of offsprings, they were born in the war, we need to raise them well. Let them grow up. Yen Yong could only use Whitestone tribe leader. My tribesmen, do you think I will bring you to your deaths? Attacking the Immortal Mountain was not my idea. It was a secret that Whitestone tribe leader told me before he died. He said that this Immortal Mountain is the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. There are gut stones on Dang Hun Mountain. If we Rockmen obtain these gut stones, we will be able to increase our strength and strengthen our tribe. Whitestone tribe leader was the oldest and most experienced Rockman among all the Rockmen. Most of the Rockmen thought of him as the sage of the tribe. His last words, along with Yen Yong's high prestige, finally incited all the Rockmen to form an expedition army and attack Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan specially arranged some fox horde around Dang Hun Mountain to form a weak defensive line. Yen Yong encouraged the surrounding Rockmen. Look, the Immortals' demon fox army is almost gone. We are already on our way to victory. The Rockmen won along the way, singing their victory songs as they charged up Dang Hun Mountain with high morale. On Dang Hun Mountain, Fan Yuan brought a group of foxes and started a decisive battle with the Rockmen. Fan Yuan displayed his terrifying strength, killing many Rockmen, causing them to tremble in fear. But at this time, Yen Yong stood out and pointed out that Fan Yuan was injured. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and started a decisive battle with Fan Yuan. The fox horde was exterminated. Fan Yuan was indeed no match. He was beaten away by Yen Yong again. Wait until I have accumulated enough immortal essence from the water and fire. I will return. At that time, it will be your doomsday. Before retreating, Fan Yuan shouted with a sinister expression. The Rockmen were bulky and moved slowly. They were also not familiar with the terrain of Dang Hun Mountain. They could only let Fan Yuan escape. After beating away the Immortals, the Rockmen admired and worshipped Yen Yong. They cheered for their victory. My tribesmen, now is not the time to cheer. Yen Yong stood out. We cannot stay on Dang Hun Mountain for long. This is a demonic land. Whitestone tribe leader told me that only during these few days of the year, we Rockmen can safely enter and leave this place. Let's move quickly and collect the gut stones on the ground. 3 days later, we need to leave this place. Their bodies were all hard rocks. To maintain such a strong body, the burden on their soul was huge. Once the Rockmen moved too much, their soul would be damaged. Therefore, in their lives, they would spend 80% of their time sleeping, using it to nurture their souls. When their soul accumulates to a certain level, a portion of it would overflow. This portion of the soul would land on a rock and form a new life. The Rockmen tribe was thus able to reproduce. When the Rockmen obtained gutstones, the guts goo would strengthen their soul. Once their soul was strengthened, the overflowing portion would form small Rockmen. 3 days later, inside the mountain, Dang Hun Palace, Yen Yong knelt on the ground and lowered his head, respectfully reporting. Reporting to Immortal, after these 3 days of rest, our Rockman tribe has gained 6,000 small Rockmen. Including us old tribesmen, the entire tribe's population has increased by 3 times. Fan Yuan sat on the high cloud bed, looking down at Yen Yong. Very good, this way, your Rockmen will have enough manpower to excavate the canal. Do you still remember what to do next? I don't need to teach you, right? Yen Yong quickly replied. Supreme Immortal, I did not dare to forget your words, I have always engraved them in my heart. Very good. Fan Yuan lightly nodded. I will give you 3 months. I will order you to excavate a canal that traverses the northeast. Ah, 3 months? Yen Yong was dazed. Almighty Immortal, we Rockmen need to sleep to nurture our soul. If we overdo it, we will die of exhaustion. The canal is so long, if you only give us 3 months, our Rockmen tribe will not be able to rest at all. If that's the case, when the canal is excavated, our Rockmen tribe will probably all die. Of course not all will die. I have already calculated, there will be around 200 people left. Fan Yuan smiled. Yen Yong could not help but tremble. His tribe had over 10,000 people now, but after the canal was excavated, there would only be 200 left. This was such a terrifying sacrifice. 3 months later, I want to see a canal. If not, before I kill you, I will tell the truth to your tribesmen. Scram! Fan Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Yen Yong heard this demon-like threat and trembled in fear. He had a deep fear towards Fan Yuan. He did not dare to retort. His body curled into a ball and he really rolled away. Master, back then, we spent a huge price to bring in these Rockmen. At the side, little who Immortal Land Spirit persuaded, she could not bear to see large numbers of Rockmen die like this. Don't worry, I still have use for the Rockmen tribe. Isn't it easy to increase the population? Fan Yuan half reclined on the chair, squinting as he took out a burial soul toad from his aperture. Burial soul toad, rank 4 goo, used for storage. It was one of the goo left behind by Hu Immortal. It was only the size of a palm and was grayish-white in color. Its back was covered in black lumps, and its large eyes shone with a strange pale green color. It could only store souls, and when the soul was sucked into its stomach would expand. Fan Yuan used this to collect the souls of the Rockmen and Fox groups that died in the battle. Right now, this burial soul toad's stomach was flattened. The souls that were inside were placed on Dang Hun Mountain by Fan Yuan, and new gutstones were created. Fan Yuan used a portion of the gutstones to strengthen his soul to 6 times that of a normal person. As for the remaining gutstones, he left them for the Rockmen tribe. Chapter 419. Yen Yong rolled out of Dang Hun Palace, passing through several dark and winding paths, before arriving at Dang Hun Mountain. Seeing this pink crystal mountain, Yen Yong let out a breath of turbid air. Being far away from Fan Yuan, the pressure and fear in his heart had dissipated by a lot. After trekking on the mountain for a while, he was finally discovered by his clansmen. Ah, great, respected tribe leader, our hero, you are here! A few Rockmen immediately cheered. Please let me kiss your toes, to express my admiration for you. A few Rockmen knelt on the ground. Great hero, great hero! Your courage is higher than the heavens, your guts are thicker than the earth. A few little Rockmen formed into groups, cheering. Yen Yong smiled. No one knew his bitterness. The cheers in his ears were so lively, and many of his clansmen were crowding around him, but he felt incomparably lonely. He looked at his clansmen beside him. These stone men who were brimming with smiles would probably all die in 3 months. They would die from exhaustion from digging the canal. But what could he do? In the eyes of the other Rockmen, Dang Hun Mountain's victory was so grand, so worthy of praise. Only he knew, this was just a game that the Immortal manipulated behind the scenes. This cruel and cold truth made him deeply understand those rockmen's sacrifice, these difficult and glorious victories, how pale and shallow, how laughable and powerless. He led his clansmen to more and more victories. His fear of Fan Yuan also deepened. That immortal, he is a demon! His heart is even colder than us rockmen's, his strength is greater than the mountains. I am so weak, what can I do? Resistance means death. I admit my cowardice, I am really afraid of death. I have not slept enough, I am only 180 years old. Once Yen Yong thought of Fan Yuan's appearance. His heart was filled with fear. His unextinguished conscience was tormenting him. He knew he was about to personally push almost all of his clansmen to death. He was being interrogated by his conscience. Every praise from his clansmen was like a whip, lashing his heart until it was riddled with scars. Honorable, beloved chief, you're finally back. Everyone is waiting for you. The rockmen opened up a path, allowing Yen Yong to walk to the high ground unobstructed. My people, in the past 3 days, our tribe has grown many times stronger. Our expedition has yielded splendid results. However, this kind of victory was far from enough. You are willing to continue walking with me towards a better tomorrow? Yen Yong looked down from above, asking loudly. The rockmen used their loudest voices to cheer, expressing their 120% support for Yen Yong. Yen Yong nodded. He had already expected this situation. It wasn't that there weren't any troublemakers or wise old stone men. But in the many fierce battles, they had all sacrificed themselves, heroically. The only ones left were the stone men. Most of them were newborns and had purer minds. As for those old rockmen, almost all of them were Yen Yong's hardcore supporters, some were even his fanatical worshippers. Yen Yong patiently waited for the cheers to end. Then he continued. In the past 3 days I've been thinking in a place with no one around, how should we deal with the immortal that escaped? With immortal essence, the immortal can mobilize the demon fox army and have terrifying battle strength. He must have retreated to the water swamp in the north, or to the fire pit in the east to catch his breath. We can't let him recover. Tribe leader is right. Tribe leader is too wise. We cannot let that damned immortal accumulate immortal essence. When that damned demon recovers his strength, he will definitely find trouble with us rockmen. But what should we do? The water swamp and the fire pit are both extremely dangerous places. Even us rockmen can't stay there for long. Furthermore, these 2 places are so vast. Who knows where the immortal will run to? The stone men were all talking at once, discussing spiritedly. Yen Yong interrupted everyone's discussion. He shouted. So, I thought of a solution. We need to use earth to fill up the water swamp and the fire pit. This way, that immortal will not be able to recover his immortal essence. My God! That's a crazy idea! Immediately, a stone man exclaimed. My great tribe leader, the water swamp is so vast, it makes people feel discouraged. And the fire pit has a fatal heat, how can we use earth to fill it up? That's impossible. An old stone man retorted. Yen Yong looked deeply at this old rockman, remembering it in his heart. This rockman dared to rebuke him. It proved that his admiration for him was not enough. In the future, I will give him the heaviest work, and tire him to death. At this time, another old rockman spoke. We cannot be rash. I thought of a solution. Maybe we can dig a large canal to divert the water into the fire pit. The power of water and fire will cancel each other out. This will save us a lot of trouble. Yen Yong's killing intent became even more intense. This old rockman was very intelligent. He was more threatening than the previous rockman who rebuked him. He immediately decided to give this old rockman the task of guarding the fire pit. Let the demon fox army kill him, and get rid of this threat as soon as possible. Yen Yong calmly praised this old rockman, shouting, This is my idea. We need to dig a large canal as soon as possible, to divert the water and quell the fire, not letting immortals have a place to accumulate immortal essence. Actually, before White Rock tribe leader died, he also taught me. He said that the flood in the north, the fire in the east were all caused by that evil male immortal, that they were the source of his power. Just like how we rockmen eat the earth. So White Rock Tribe leader already predicted this. White Rock Tribe leader is indeed the sage of us rockmen. White Rock Tribe leader is already 998 years old, of course he knows a lot. The rockmen nodded, praising White Rock Tribe leader, at the same time expressing regret for his death. Rockmen slept most of the time, they did not interact much with each other. This sense of distance, mystery, made the dead White Rock Tribe leader's intelligence even more unfathomable. According to the saying on Earth, if the old chief of the White Stone Tribe were to hear this from the underworld, he would probably jump out of his coffin in anger. But unfortunately, he was completely killed by Fan Yuan. Even his soul was not spared, it was placed on Dang Hun Mountain by Fan Yuan, and shattered. His essence fell on the mountain, forming a gutstone. It was unknown which stone man had smashed this gallstone into pieces. Or maybe it was Fan Yuan's people. After discussing for a while, the rockmen came to an agreement. They were willing to dig a canal under tribe leader Yen Yang's lead, to connect the water and fire. Fan Yuan hid behind the scenes and saw everything. Seeing that the situation was set, he ordered Little Hu immortal. The land spirit released a trace of Dang Hun Mountain's power. The rockmen instantly felt their souls tremble. They felt dizzy. Many little rockmen fainted on the spot. Not good, let's go out quickly. Dang Hun Mountain is about to show its might, Yen Yong said, smoothly leading his tribesmen down Dang Hun Mountain. They did not return to their original homes, but directly went to the northeast region, majestically. In Dang Hun Palace, Fan Yuan watched these rockmen leave through the fluctuating smoke. His expression was emotionless. Master, have you heard of the story of the rockmen? Little Fox Immortal's tail swayed uneasily, speaking in a tactful tone. Fan Yuan chuckled. Are you trying to persuade me to use gentle methods to deal with the rockmen? Master, you are so smart. Little Fox Immortal's big eyes shone. Heh. It seems you do not understand it well. Most of the time, the power of hatred and fear is greater than gratitude. Back then, when Fan Yuan learned of the existence of a rockman tribe, he was quite surprised. Rockmen lived underground, they ate soil as food, and were good at digging. A large group of stone men could even build an underground city deep underground. Rockmen could help the Blessed Land's owner excavate underground resources. They were very good slaves. Many Gu immortals wanted to buy many rockmen and move them to their blessed land. As for Hu immortal blessed land, with Dang Hun Mountain, as long as there were enough souls. Even if there was only one rockman, they could use the gutstones to reproduce into a huge tribe. Fan Yuan could use this to raise rockmen on a large scale, and engage in slave trade with other Gu immortals. Back then, Hu immortal did all she could to move the rockmen here. It was because of this plan. Indeed, rockmen were amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Most rockmen were tough men with iron bones, brave warriors who did not fear death. Many Gu immortals chose to be gentle, subtly squeezing out the benefits from the rockmen. Hu immortal used this method. But Fan Yuan did not use this method. It was too gentle. The benefits that could be squeezed out had to be squeezed out cleanly. The competition in this world was so cruel. Not only was it competition between people, the cruel earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were like a flood, washing away countless heroes throughout history. So what if they were Gu immortals? If they did not fight for every bit of resources, quickly equipping themselves and strengthening themselves, then Hu immortals' outcome was the best example. Demonic Path members should race against time, haggle over every cent, plunder everything to strengthen themselves. Since I am a superior, I should understand rules, laws, friendship, and morality are all tools to squeeze out benefits. Leniency and conscience, cruelty and hatred, they are all the same. Fan Yuan sneered in his heart. After fighting with the rockmen for so long, there were only 7 months left before the 6th earthly calamity. The water swamp in the north and the fire pit in the east were the scars left behind by the earthly calamity. They were the weak parts of the blessed land. When the earthly calamity strikes, they are the weak points of the blessed land. How much water a wooden barrel can hold is determined by the shortest wooden plank. How heavy a chain could pull up depended mainly on the weakest part of the chain. So what if the rockmen hate, loathe, and countless people curse me. If pure hatred, loathing, and cursing in this world is useful, then what is the use of strength? Chapter 420. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and smoke and dust filled the sky. This was the construction site where the rockmen were digging the canal. Rockmen eat mud as food. Many rockmen had goo worms on their bodies that could be used. Lord Tribe Leader, you can't do this anymore. Yesterday, another 3 tribesmen died from exhaustion. They died so pitifully, they did not even have a descendant. An old rockman knelt in front of Yen Yong, crying loudly. Once a rockman died from exhaustion, their soul would dissipate. There would not be any leftover souls to form small rockmen. Yen Yong beat his chest, shouting, "How can I not know? How can I not know? Our tribe's heroes died again. For our tribe's bright future, for a better tomorrow, they sacrificed their lives. Precisely so, we cannot slack off. Ever since we started work, we have already suffered many attacks from the fox groups. These fox groups are getting bigger and bigger. Evidently that male immortal who deserved to be cut into pieces is recovering his immortal essence. We need to continue working hard, dig the canal, and make him lose his foundation of strength." The old rockman was stunned. "But, tribe leader, you are a good rockman. I understand that you are thinking for our tribe. These heroes will not die for nothing. Look over there, I have already set up heroic tombstones for them. In the future, our children and grandchildren will all pay respects to them and be grateful." Yen Yong pointed far away. There were many tombstones erected there. There were already many of them. The old rockman looked at the tombstones, sighing. The scene of a large number of rockmen dying from exhaustion. When they first appeared, Yen Yong, the new tribe leader, had already ordered people to build these tombstones. Their low morale was immediately boosted. Every day, there were rockmen dying from exhaustion. But they were still working hard. "They are all dead. What is the use of these tombstones?" The old rockman was one of the few clear-headed people. He was deeply worried about this. "Tribe leader," he persuaded again, "we rockmen also pay attention to reproduction. These rockmen who died from exhaustion, their souls have completely dissipated. They do not even have descendants." Yen Yong's expression did not change. He did not speak. Among the small rockmen beside him, someone shouted angrily, "You old bastard, are you afraid of death?" The old golem straightened his neck and said, "Kid, what are you talking about? I am getting old. But I've always been a stone man. How could a stone man be afraid of death? Since you're not afraid of death, why are you wasting your breath? That's right. We are contributing to the tribe. For the sake of the collective, what's the big deal about sacrificing some personal interests?" Beside Yen Yong, there was a group of little stone golems. At this moment, they all opened their mouths and shouted, "Old senior, if you're tired, you should take a rest first." "Don't worry, my time is tight. I still need to rush to other places to monitor the progress." Yen Yong patted the old rockman's shoulder and walked past him, continuing his journey. A group of little rockmen followed behind Yen Yong, chattering away. They expressed their disdain for the old stoneman. Being scolded by this group of juniors made Old Stone Man extremely depressed. He was seething with anger. He wanted to refute loudly, but he saw that there were large stone slabs erected everywhere around the construction site. All kinds of slogans were engraved on the stone slab. "I'll do it even if I die. As long as the people are united, we can build a grand canal within 3 days. The more daring the rockmen are, the more productive they will be. Create a beautiful future for the rockmen. Long live tribe leader Yen Yong. For the rockmen's bright future, sacrifice your life, sacrifice your youth." A fanatical atmosphere enveloped the rockmen's hearts. Even the stone man who died from exhaustion had a smile on his face before he died. Old Stone Man wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth a few times, nothing came out. He knelt on the ground in a daze. After a long while, he suddenly raised his fist and punched the ground. A muffled sound was heard. Old Stone Man stood up. Without saying a word, he bent his back and walked towards the construction site. Yen Yong rushed to the next section of the construction site. The river had already started to take shape. Large numbers of adult rock men were digging in the river. At the side, the little stone men, who were slightly weaker, formed small patrol squads. Some were supervising the construction site, some were carving slogans, some were erecting tombstones of heroes. These little rock men were called the Rock Guards, formed by Yen Yong himself. "Report to tribe leader!" 5 to 6 little rock men immediately rushed in front of Yen Yong, loudly reporting the results of these days of labor. "Reporting to the great tribe leader, we have dug another 50 li in this section of the construction site. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we have regretfully sacrificed 120 of our tribe members. They are all heroes of our tribe. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we actually found 3 lazy and sleeping clansmen in the construction site. This is the shame of our Rockmen tribe. We must denounce them." "Very good, very good. You are all good. Remember, you must erect tombstones for the heroes who died. At the same time, tie up those shameful people, denounce them in front of everyone, let them know their shame and become braver," Yen Yong said. "Yes. You are all the future of our tribe. Seeing you is like seeing the bright future of our tribe. You must continue to work hard," Yen Yong praised. The little rockmen were so excited, their bodies trembled. "Everything is for the Rockmen tribe. Respected tribe leader Yen Yong, you are our glorious flag. We will unite by your side, and walk towards the bright future together." They all shouted, their eyes filled with passion. Yen Yong subconsciously avoided their gazes. The passion of these little rockmen made him feel terrified. He gazed far away. Far away, every section of the river was being dug intensely. Yen Yong could see many of the rockmen, their broad backs facing the yellow soil and the sky. The river that was tens of meters wide, section after section, extended out of sight. This was such a grand project. Every time Yen Yong saw such a scene, his heart would surge, as long as they were united. The Rockmen tribe's power was so strong, it could change the heavens and earth. But when Yen Yong thought of Fan Yuan, the most terrifying demon in history, his surging heart was like a cold wind blowing past, suddenly turning into a snow-white glacier. No matter if it was the little fox groups outside, or the slogans on the stone slabs, or the organized rock guards, they were all part of that demon's scheme. With so many methods, they managed to weaken the Rockmen tribe's retaliation to the lowest level. Yen Yong personally executed all of this. Seeing the river forming day by day, his fear of Fan Yuan grew. That male immortal not only had terrifying martial strength. What made people feel despair was that his craftiness and viciousness were also unfathomable. Yen Yong felt himself sinking into the abyss. He was as low as an ant. And behind him, it was Fan Yuan's mountain-like figure. He was looking down at him. He was like a walking corpse, or a puppet. The strings that controlled his limbs were in Fan Yuan's hands. Every day, he saw his tribesmen die. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Seeing his clansmen working so hard to dig the canal, he felt even more desolate and sorrowful. "If it is possible, I would rather not know the truth, and live in a lie. Wouldn't that make me look happy?" Yen Yong retracted his gaze, waving his hand and bringing the little rock men to the next section of the river. "This is the last estrus goo, go." Primeval essence had already been poured in. Fan Yuan flicked his finger and shot the green bean-like goo into the sky. Estrus goo exploded, turning into pink light powder that sprinkled down on the fox group below. The entire fox group breathed in the light powder, and immediately became restless. Soon, countless male foxes crawled on the female fox's back, moving around and injecting life essence into the female fox's body. Foxes had different gestation periods. For example, golden foxes could give birth to little foxes after 2 months of gestation. Each litter would have 3 to 4 foxes. And for desolate beasts like 3-tailed foxes, even 100 years of gestation was not enough. Normally speaking, the stronger the beast, the longer the gestation period. But in the current Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups were more ordinary, and their gestation period was shorter. Ever since the Rockmen started digging the river, Fan Yuan had been using estrus goo every day to give birth to the little foxes, and strengthen the fox group. Who Immortal did not have an immortal goo. During the fifth heavenly calamity, she was killed by the blue charm lightning shadow, thus she did not have a set of enslavement path goo worms. But in her Dang Hun palace, there were still many goo left. For example, support goo like burial soul toad, expenditure goo like estrus goo, as well as some spare enslavement path goo worms. Most of them were fox enslavement goo. To quickly increase his strength, Fan Yuan had already used up most of these goo. Under his efforts, the number of foxes had increased by several times. Although foxes were omnivores, the blessed land could not support such a large number of foxes. In less than 2 years, many foxes would starve to death because they could not find food. But Fan Yuan could not care about that anymore. His only thought now was to survive the sixth earthly calamity. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. The canal was dug, traversing the northeast. A vast expanse of white water flowed along the wide river, surging and creating countless waves. Whoosh! The water flowed into the burning fire pit. The power of water and fire collided, evaporating the river and forming a large amount of water mist that rose into the sky. When the river water calmed down, the black flames were mostly extinguished. Only the edges were left, and there were still 3 areas left. This way, the water and fire were balanced. The water in the north subsided, and the ground was exposed. Large amounts of water flowed along the canal, pouring into dozens of huge craters in the east, forming many lakes. Even though there was still a large amount of mud in the north, the east had already turned into scorched earth. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. But the balance of water and fire was like a scar on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north would gradually regain their vitality. Under Fan Yuan's secret instructions, Yen Yong brought over 100 rockmen back to their home in the south. "Master, what do we do with these clouds?" Little Hu Immortal looked at the thick sea of clouds in the sky, feeling troubled. Even though it had rained several times, there was still water vapor floating in the sky, condensing into clouds. These clouds blocked the sunlight, shrouding a large area of the east in darkness. It was very annoying. One had to know that there was no strong sunlight or strong winds in the blessed land. These clouds would severely affect the ecology of most of the east. No need to care about it. Fan Yuan took a look at the sea of clouds, before retracting his gaze. He had already expected the appearance of the sea of clouds. It was just a minor detail. The most important thing now was the sixth earthly calamity. Chapter 421. Several months later. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups had gathered into an army formation, tightly surrounding Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed. Today was the day of the sixth earthly calamity's descent. Even though Fan Yuan was a Gu immortal in the 500 years of his previous life, he could not remain calm facing the earthly calamity. Each earthly calamity would get stronger and stronger. It was a severe test of life and death for the blessed land and Gu immortals. By the time Fan Yuan took control of the blessed land, there was only 1 year and 3 months left. This time was too short. He could only prepare as much as he could. Digging the canal to balance the water and fire was one, nurturing the fox groups to reproduce was the second, keeping fixed immortal travel Gu and preparing to retreat at any time was the third. As for the sea of clouds in the sky and the blue charm lightning shadow in the west, he was powerless even if he wanted to. The wind gradually stopped. Far away in the sky, the sea of clouds rumbled. A lump of light was brewing. "It's here!" Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered softly. Amidst the sea of clouds, the ball of light suddenly exploded, forming a magnificent white round door that faced the vast blessed land. The door of light shined with a dazzling light. A huge monster with a yellowish-brown body appeared. It looked like a huge rock. It slowly descended from the door of light. "Looking at this, a desolate beast calamity?" Fan Yuan squinted, staring at it without blinking. The boulders continued to descend without a sound. Fan Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips, his heart sinking. There were countless types of earthly calamities. among which there were desolate beasts. In the blessed land, one or many desolate beasts would appear and attack the center of the blessed land together, wreaking havoc in the blessed land and wreaking havoc. If they were not exterminated in time, no matter how vast the blessed land was, it would be destroyed by them. Damn it! It is actually a desolate beast. I hope this desolate beast has no immortal goo. Fan Yuan could not help but curse in his heart. If a desolate beast had an immortal goo, its battle strength would surpass ordinary goo immortals. This mysterious desolate beast landed on the ground with an agility that did not match its size. From afar, it looked like a boulder that was slightly flat. However, when Fan Yuan looked at it closely, he discovered that the boulder was actually a yellowish-brown carapace that emitted a metallic luster. The carapace was covered with thick mud. Just as Fan Yuan was guessing. What exactly was it? A pair of huge pincers that looked like two steel pincers extended from the square carapace. Then, 18 slender pincers appeared. They came out from both sides and landed on the ground. Then, they easily lifted its heavy body up and away from the ground. Mud crab! Upon seeing this scene, Fan Yuan blurted out. He recognized the desolate beast's true appearance. It was a huge crab with a body as big as a mountain. When it propped itself up, its height could reach a quarter of Dang Hun Mountain. Its first pair of pincers were even more terrifying than steel pincers. With a light pinch, it could break a mountain rock. Dragon scissors. Its other 18 chelicerae, although thinner and more slender than the first pair of chelicerae. But in reality, they were even thicker than 100-year-old trees. On its body, there were a large number of parasites. Most were water and earth path goo worms. Sometimes, there was even an entire group of goo worms. Fortunately, who immortal blessed land has abundant immortal essence? I have abundant immortal essence. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, rejoicing internally. When the mud crab first appeared, the land spirit had already used the heavenly power of heaven and earth to imprison all of its goo worms. Be it rank 1 or rank 5 goo, they could not display their power. The crucial question was whether this desolate beast had an immortal goo or not. If this mud crab had an immortal goo, it would depend on what immortal goo it was. Immortal goo were unique and extraordinary, the blessed land could not imprison them. Immortal goo were the key factors that affected the entire situation. After the mud crab completely stretched its limbs, it slowly moved its body towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Large numbers of fox groups covered the entire mountain, surging towards the desolate beast like a tide. Soon, they surrounded the mud crab. Their claws and teeth bit on the mud crab's claws, while the sturdy golden foxes charged over. But the mud crab was huge, it was simply a giant. As it moved forward, ordinary fox groups could not stop it, instead they were trampled into meat paste. Fan Yuan's expression was cold, he still commanded the foxes to send themselves to death. He had reproduced so many to be sacrificed. Injuries would accumulate, it would be good if he could stop the soul beast for even a little bit. But the mud crab continued to move forward with a crushing momentum, not moving an inch. It was like a moving mountain, ignoring the fox groups below it. The colorful waves of attacks hit the swamp crab's body like countless brilliant fireworks. This was the power of the 100-beast king, 1,000-beast king, and myriad-beast king of the fox group. They had many goo worms on them. Under the power of the goo groups, the mud on the mud crab's body was completely knocked off. The gigantic yellow river finally stopped for a moment. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out large amounts of mud. At the same time, countless small gates opened on its stomach, yellow mud gushed out like a yellow mud waterfall. The mud fell on the grassland, instantly forming a large swamp. In the yellow mud, strange-looking crabs stood up. Some were huge, like fierce tigers. Some had sharp claws, like steel needles. Some had 8 claws and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000,000-strong crab army was formed. It is indeed a mud crab. It can give birth to countless small crabs at any time, forming an army. Fan Yuan's expression turned grim. The fox group and the crab army fought, entangling intensely. The fox army shrank greatly, suffering heavy losses. The crab army's casualties were many times that of the fox group, but the desolate beast continued to produce an endless number of crabs. Fan Yuan quickly mobilized the fox groups hiding outside the mountain. Fortunately, I used up all the estrus goo and produced a large number of fox groups, otherwise the army would not be enough. In this short period of time, Fan Yuan felt dizzy. The number of fox groups he commanded was too huge. Even though his soul was 6 times that of a normal person, he could not endure it. With the crab army opening the way, the mud crab continued to move forward, regaining its previous speed. The claws on both sides of its body. They landed alternately, like a song, with an elegant rhythm. But beneath its feet was a tragic battlefield, blood flowed like a river, corpses were piled up, every inch of land was stained with blood. The mud crab did not differentiate between friend and foe. Every time its claws stepped, a mass of blood would burst out. When the claws were raised, in the deep pit on the ground, there was fox meat paste, as well as the broken shells and limbs of the crab. This desolate beast was so huge and majestic. In all fairness, its speed was not fast. But precisely because of this, it gave people a huge psychological pressure. Seeing it coming over, Fan Yuan felt like a guillotine of death was hanging on his neck. Damn it! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. The desolate beast in front of him was the king of the swamp. It was covered in carapace, hiding in the depths of the swamp all year round. Even its eyes had degenerated, there was no weakness at all. Fan Yuan mobilized the fox group. He tried to block it, but it was useless. He could only watch helplessly as the swamp crab approached him. Can you teleport it away? Fan Yuan turned his head and asked Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. Gu immortals were different. Blessed lands were different, and the power of the land spirit was also different. Some land spirits could teleport, for example, the tyrannical tortoise in Three Kings' blessed land. Some land spirits could not even do so. Some land spirits could summon wind and rain, while some could control the flow of time at will. Let me try. Little Who Immortal's breathing was rapid. She also felt a huge psychological pressure. She mobilized her immortal essence. Using all her strength, her cute little face turned red. Ayayaya! She let out a tender, childish cry. With a light swoosh, the giant swamp crab disappeared from where it stood, moving 9,000 paces away. Success! Little Who Immortal's face was flushed, she gasped for breath. Fan Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. Master, I used a bead of green grape immortal essence just now. Little Who Immortal reported with a pained expression. No matter. Fan Yuan's expression was cold. He continued to mobilize the countless foxes and continued to attack the mud crab. After a few minutes, the mud crab got close again. The land spirit had to use the same trick again and teleport it away. Another bead of green grape immortal essence was lost. Little Who Immortal was pained, while Fan Yuan's heart was also bleeding. In Who Immortal blessed land, there were only 78 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fan Yuan used one to feed fixed immortal travel goo. Now, he used another 2 to teleport the mud crab. He still had to use this immortal essence to refine goo and manage the entire blessed land in the future. There were many places where immortal essence was needed, but Who Immortal was already dead. These green grape immortal essence were like water without a source. No matter how much was used, it could not be replenished. Some crabs charged up the mountain from a direction that was overlooked. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He immediately ordered the land spirit to release a portion of Dang Hun Mountain's power. Immediately, the area where the crab army was moving became a dead zone. Countless crabs died instantly, their bodies lying on the ground unharmed, but their souls were shattered. The situation was very strange. Unfortunately, Dang Hun Mountain's power has a lasting effect on the soul. The desolate beast's soul is strong, it can last for a while. I cannot let it reach Dang Hun Mountain and destroy this precious forbidden land. Fan Yuan did not participate in the battle personally. Even if he used that set of strength goo, its destructive power was not enough to break the shell of the mud crab. More importantly, the mud crab had not used its immortal goo yet. Fan Yuan did not know if it had won or not. The unknown was a strong deterrence, causing Fan Yuan to not dare to act rashly. Thus, the mud crab attacked again. Just as it was teleported for the third time, Little Hu Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Before Fan Yuan could react, she grabbed Fan Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, a fierce thunderbolt struck the place where they were originally standing. Rumble! With a loud explosion, mountain rocks flew everywhere. The lightning paused for a moment, before turning back. It turned into a human-shaped lightning, letting out a mournful cry. The culprit was the blue charm lightning shadow. Chapter 422. It hugged its head and howled in pain. The blue lightning was also disorderly, and only stabilized after a long time. Evidently, the shadow had suffered soul damage when it entered Dang Hun Mountain. In Dang Hun Palace, the smoke shadow reflected this scene. Fan Yuan watched with a livid expression. If not for the land spirit's timely teleportation, he would have died. Little Hu Immortal patted her chest, her face pale with lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The blue charm shadow had also joined the battle, making the situation even worse. The blue charm shadow's failure in sneak attack made it angry, and it charged at Dang Hun Mountain. Every time it slammed into the walls, Dang Hun Palace shook. It hit the surface of the mountain, causing soil to fly and creating huge black pits. Fan Yuan's heart bled as he watched. This was Dang Hun Mountain. In the entire world, there was only one such place. Fortunately, the blue charm shadow stopped attacking after dozens of times. Its soul was severely injured, and its lightning was very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. In this period of time, the land spirit teleported the swamp crab twice. In total, it had used up 5 green grape immortal essence beads. And the fox army, which had originally been large in numbers, had already been wiped out. What made Little Hu Immortal discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small scratches on its body, and its steps were as steady as before. It was like a diamond bone that could not be chewed through. Whether it was the blue charm shadow or the swamp crab, they all had the same goal: to destroy the central area, exhaust the immortal essence, and kill the land spirit. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the entire blessed land. They were on the same side, and did not fight amongst themselves. Instead, they cooperated. When Fan Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache over this swamp crab, the blue charm shadow gave up on Dang Hun Mountain and targeted this land. It did not dare to attack Dang Hun Mountain. It started to attack the sky and earth. The earth was destroyed, and deep pits appeared. The sky shattered, showing the damage of the mirror. Fan Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. "Not good, master! A hole has appeared in the blessed land!" Little Hu Immortal's tone was anxious. The blue charm shadow's attack shattered the sky and earth, creating a hole in the blessed land. "Cut off all the blessed lands around the loophole." Fan Yuan's body was as cold as ice, his tone indifferent. "Ah?" Little Fox Immortal's eyes widened as she exclaimed. "Do this." It was the same as completely abandoning him, and he could never recover. If a hole appeared in a blessed land, it could be filled with immortal essence. If it wasn't mended in time, the hole would expand and form a channel. Once the tunnel was formed, those goo immortals outside the blessed land would definitely swarm in with ill intentions. At that time, the situation would be even more out of control. Tianti Mountain had demonic path goo immortals. Righteous path goo immortals did not dare to attack because they had huge businesses. However, there was no lack of deranged people in the demonic Dao who worked alone. Love adventure. In any case, Fan Yuan had done this many times in his previous life. Under Fan Yuan's orders, Little Hu Immortal gave up hundreds of acres of blessed land. The blue charm shadow continued to destroy and create loopholes. The land spirit continued to discard it. The swamp crabs kept attacking Dang Hun Mountain. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport continuously. The consumption of green grape immortal essence had already reached 13 beads. Sob, 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 the blessed land has become smaller. I have also lost a lot of immortal essence. Little Hu Immortal's tears flowed down as she sobbed. Stop crying! Fan Yuan shouted coldly. His expression was ashen. There is no point in delaying like this. Their only hope was to kill these two troublemakers. But I do not have any offensive immortal goo. Even if I use rank 5 goo on the swamp crabs, there will be no effect in a short period of time. I can only take a gamble now. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Desolate beasts were extremely powerful. Just by relying on their majestic physique and fierce recovery ability, they could ignore many rank 5 goo. Especially this swamp crab, its defense was extremely strong and was considered high level among desolate beasts. Fan Yuan had many rank 5 goo, touch gold goo, loose bones goo, crow's 7 goo, and so on. When used on the swamp crab, it was like throwing pebbles into a lake, it could only cause slight ripples. He needed to attack continuously to gradually gain some effect. But Fan Yuan could not activate these goo worms to attack. Once he reached the mountain, he would be attacked by the blue charm lightning shadow. Even if he gave the goo worms to the land spirit, Fan Yuan did not dare to take the risk. The land spirit would also perish. Once it was destroyed by the blue charm lightning shadow, Fan Yuan would not even have the ability to use fixed immortal travel goo to retreat. Only immortal goo could change the situation. Although Fan Yuan had 2 immortal goo, they had no offensive ability. Don't teleport anymore, let this damned swamp crab attack Dang Hun Mountain! Fan Yuan shouted, ordering Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Release all of Dang Hun Mountain's power! Buzz! Dang Hun Mountain had always been restricted by Little Hu Immortal. Now that it was completely released, the whole mountain immediately became hazy. An enormous and formless soul-shaking power directly spread out of the mountain, extending for 3,000 steps, sweeping through the surroundings. Only Dang Hun Palace did not change under the land spirit's control. The gigantic swamp crab quickly got close to Dang Hun Mountain. Under the power of Dang Hun Mountain, its hard shell could not provide any protection. Its soul suffered an intense attack, causing its movements to freeze. But soon, it went berserk. Its speed more than doubled as it attacked Dang Hun Mountain. Bam! Its huge claws were like steel pincers, smashing heavily on Dang Hun Mountain. The hard mountain rocks were as fragile as flour at this moment, and holes were easily smashed into them. The huge hole was at least a few hectares in size. Dust rose and the whole of Dang Hun Palace shook. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's face turned pale. Dang Hun Palace continued to shake. Dust fell and cracks spread on the walls and pillars like snakes. Suddenly, Little Hu Immortal let out a miserable cry. Not good! That blue charm lightning shadow has already gone to the north. It is wantonly destroying the heaven and earth, creating many holes. The scene in front of Fan Yuan changed, showing the scene of the blue charm lightning shadow attacking the heaven and earth, creating holes. The blessed lands east and north were constantly being corroded by the remnants of the earthly calamity. They were weaker than the other regions. The blue charm lightning shadow was targeting the blessed land's weakness and attacking it. Luckily, we balanced the fire and water. Otherwise, the blue charm magic shadow would have destroyed everything. It would be 10 times worse than it was now. Master, what should we do? Little Fox Immortal was at a loss. The situation was so bad that it could not get any worse. The swamp crab was like a steel hammer that pierced straight into the heart. It consumed immortal energy intensely, and was wantonly destroying Dang Hun Mountain at the same time. As for the blue charm film, it was extremely sinister. He would specifically look for the weak points of the blessed lands, and make them bleed. Every loophole it created was a bloody wound on the blessed land. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with ferocity. The more dangerous the situation was, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. Land spirit, move the swamp crab. Move 3,000 steps away each time. Yes. In this way, the distance was shortened, and the consumption of immortal essence was correspondingly reduced. Within 3,000 steps of Dang Hun Mountain, the soul-shaking power could still cause damage to the swamp crabs. Land spirit, abandon the entire northern region, Fan Yuan ordered. Ah? Little Fox Immortal was stunned. She did not dare to believe her ears. Who Immortal Blessed Land's northern region had an area of 1,000,000 hectares. With one sentence from Fang Yuan, he was going to abandon it? Once it was abandoned, Who Immortal Blessed Land would forever lack this piece of land. Fang Yuan was definitely going all out this time. Who Immortal Blessed Land was only 6,000,000 hectares, he was actually going to abandon 1/6 of it. Master, this. Little Fox Immortal hesitated. Quickly do as I say! Fang Yuan stared at the image in front of him, and shouted. Little Fox Immortal pouted her red lips as her eyes filled with tears. Tears rolled down her face as she bawled. Land Spirit was the representative of heaven and earth. Abandoning the blessed land was like cutting off one's own flesh. Abandoning the entire northern region was like a person chopping off his own leg with his own hands. Master! Don't! Little Fox Immortal cried loudly. She begged. But Fang Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. He did not make any compromises. Master's orders could not be disobeyed. Little Fox Immortal could only bear with the pain and abandon the entire northern region. That blue charm shadow was in the center of the northern region, destroying heaven and earth and creating a hole. When it sensed that something was wrong, it hurriedly moved and attempted to rush out of the northern region. But when it was 10 kilometers away, it did not manage to escape in time, and was trapped in the northern region. It let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream. Its voice was filled with indignation. But it made a mistake. The blue charm shadow could only disappear along with the northern region and land in the central continent. Success! Seeing this, Fang Yuan was so excited that he almost shouted. If it was any other time, the blue charm shadow's soul would not be injured and it would definitely be able to react in time. If not for the fact that it was attacking the heaven and earth crazily, causing it to lose its energy and speed, it would definitely be able to escape quickly. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan endured the pain and sacrificed himself to protect himself. He finally got rid of the blue charm shadow. As for what kind of trouble it would cause outside the central continent, that was not within Fang Yuan's consideration. Boom, 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 the entire Dang Hun mountain was still shaking. The wild beast swamp crab's soul was so strong that it forced itself to attack Dang Hun mountain. The closer it got to Dang Hun mountain, the stronger the soul-shaking power. Little Who Immortal had to move the swamp crab out again and again. At this point, it depended on the strength of both sides. If the wild beast's soul was strong and pushed down Dang Hun mountain, it would be Fang Yuan's defeat. On the other hand, if Dang Hun mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's failure. Bang, bang, bang. The pillars in Dang Hun Palace kept collapsing and the beams broke. Smoke and dust rose, accompanied by Little Who Immortal's sobs. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he stood silently. Power! I need more power! He clenched his fists and shouted indignantly in his heart. Why was it that even though it kept growing, it was still so weak in the face of heaven and earth and fate? Then continue to grow, become stronger, stronger, and stronger. In this silent shout, the swamp crab's movements gradually slowed. Finally, it collapsed halfway up Dang Hun mountain, no longer breathing. Chapter 423. Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace. The pink crystal mountain was full of holes and shattered rocks. It was a mess. Red blood, yellow mud, fox and crab corpses piled up together. The desolate beast swamp crab's huge body was pressed down on Dang Hun mountain's waist. It was like a protruding hill, extremely eye-catching. A light breeze blew Fang Yuan's long black hair. His deep eyes slowly looked at the battlefield. The pungent smell of blood irritated Fang Yuan's nose. Following closely behind him was the land spirit, Little Fox Immortal. Her eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her pink little face. She was still sobbing. Master, our losses are too severe. We lost over 1,000,000 mu of land, we only have 71 beads of immortal essence left. Of the 4,700,000 fox group, only 310,000 remain. We also lost over 700,000 goo worms. Who Immortal had worked hard for so many years, but after this battle, the entire blessed land's development had regressed by 40 years. But Fan Yuan did not think so. His expression was tired, but his eyes could not conceal his joy. He had survived this earthly calamity in the end. This was a critical juncture. Now that this was over, Fan Yuan had time to catch his breath. Facing the seventh earthly calamity, he would have more time to prepare. Don't cry, the blessed land is preserved, we have hope. Danghun Mountain did not collapse, we have the resources to start. Although we lost 1,000,000 mu of land, we will not need it in the short term, it will not hinder our development. Fan Yuan patted the land spirit's head, continuing to console. Look! Not long later, Danghun Mountain will be filled with gut stones, and we will control the Rockmen tribe. Most importantly, that blue charm lightning shadow was chased away. Next, we can develop without any worries. Hu Immortal blessed land will prosper again. This was an extremely intense battle. Countless foxes and crabs died near Danghun Mountain. At the same time, the swamp crab's soul was shaken into essence and fell onto Danghun Mountain. It could be predicted. Not long after, large numbers of gut stones would appear on Danghun Mountain. What Master said makes sense. Little Fox Immortal gradually stopped sobbing and thought about it carefully. That was indeed the case. The earthly calamity was like a baptism. Hu Immortal blessed land managed to survive, but not only did it suffer heavy losses, it also benefited greatly. What a pity, the swamp crab has a large number of goo worms. Now they have all been killed by Danghun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal pouted. It stared hatefully at the gigantic shell of the mud crab. Rejoice! This desolate beast does not have an immortal goo, otherwise, we might not be standing here. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh. This was where he was lucky this time. The power of a crucial immortal goo could easily overturn the entire situation. Even if this swamp crab had an immortal goo and was killed by Fan Yuan, how could Fan Yuan capture the immortal goo was a huge problem. Who knew, this wild immortal goo might replace the blue charm lightning shadow and become a huge threat to Hu Immortal blessed land. They would be able to survive this earthly disaster. Fan Yuan was already satisfied. After all, he was only a rank 4 upper stage mortal goo master, but he managed to kill a desolate beast that even goo immortals had a headache over. Land spirit. Clean up the battlefield. Preserve the swamp crab's corpse well, I am going to rest. Fan Yuan patrolled the area and relaxed, feeling an intense sense of fatigue. He had commanded millions of foxes. His soul and mind were already exhausted, he urgently needed to sleep. Okay. Little Hu Immortal replied crisply. She looked at the swamp crab's huge shell, her eyes shining with a bright light. Every desolate beast was a moving treasure trove. Its blood, fur, bones, internal organs and so on were all good materials for goo refinement. You damned crab, I am going to strip you naked! Little Hu Immortal wrinkled her nose and grinned, revealing her canine teeth as she walked towards the swamp crab, muttering to herself while gritting her teeth. This time, Fan Yuan had a very comfortable sleep. 3 days later, he woke up and laid on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This time, he was truly relaxed. The 6th earthly calamity had just passed. Fan Yuan had gained a lot of time, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. Ever since his first rebirth, he had been roaming around, struggling and resisting. Especially on Sancha Mountain, he had racked his brains and used all his methods. Now, he had finally protected the blessed land. To Fan Yuan, it was a stable back. If Hu Immortal blessed land was destroyed, he would be in trouble. He had exposed many things. Let's not talk about other things, let's talk about fixed immortal travel goo. Fan Yuan was not a goo immortal yet, this immortal goo could not be kept in his aperture. Its aura would leak out and be easily detected by goo immortals, who would try to snatch it. Now, fixed immortal travel goo was placed in Hu Immortal blessed land, and with immortal essence, it could be nurtured. Besides this, there was also the refinement of second aperture goo. Without little Hu Immortal's immortal essence, Fan Yuan could not refine this immortal goo. He would have to wait until he became a goo immortal. By then, divine travel goo would probably belong to someone else. It would be too late. Protecting Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a huge help to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan lay down for a while, before getting up to eat and drink. After filling his stomach, he went back to sleep again. This time, he slept for 10 hours before waking up. His fatigue was swept away, he felt refreshed and his mind was clear. His condition was very good. Land Spirit, where is it? He stomped his feet and called out. With a whoosh, little Hu Immortal tore through the air and teleported, appearing in front of him. Master, I dismantled that crab, we can definitely sell it for a good price. Little Hu Immortal's face was red, she had personally dismantled the culprit, it made her feel both relieved and excited. That's right, Master, there are 3 letters here. During the earthly calamity, someone stuffed them in through the loophole. Little Hu Immortal said as she took out 3 gu and handed them to Fan Yuan. When the loophole was big enough to become a passage, people could enter and leave. Before that, some gu worms could be stuffed in through the loophole. These 3 gu. They were all information path gu worms. One looked like a paper crane. It was rank 3 lightning symbol paper crane gu. One was a green bird, vivid and lifelike. One was a green bird, it was rank 5, it was letter sending gu. One looked like a small sword, it was rank 3 flying sword letter gu. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered, he first took out the letter sending green bird gu. The green bird transformed into a letter, it was a letter from the rank 7 gu immortal Feng Jioga. But Fan Yuan was not shocked. When he saw this messenger green bird gu for the first time, he was shocked. He had a premonition the moment he saw this letter sending green bird gu. His tone was gentle in Feng Jioga's letter. He first expressed his praise and congratulations to Fan Yuan. Then he explained the purpose of the letter, to arrange a battle for his daughter, Feng Kim Hong. It turned out that after Feng Kim Hong returned to Spirit Affinity House, she had been extremely depressed and could not express it. During this period of time, she had been cultivating diligently. She wanted to get back at him. She was the one who proposed the battle. She wanted to have an honorable contest with Fan Yuan, betting on the honor of Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Humph, you want to fight, so I have to fight? Fan Yuan sneered in disdain. He was so short on time, he did not even have enough to cultivate. Fan Yuan would not accept Feng Kim Hong's challenge for nothing. Feng Kim Hong was a heaven's proud daughter. She had a gu immortal parent and the support of her sect. Even if she had a blessed land. Even if an earthly calamity came, there would be a large group of people who would take the initiative to help her. But Fan Yuan was a loner, he had to rely on himself for everything. He had no mood to play with such a rich missy. Her thoughts are not clear, she wants to get back at me, must I accompany her? Ridiculous! Fan Yuan sneered. Different from others, he was not afraid of Feng Jioga. In the near future, Feng Jioga would be recruited by Celestial Court and successfully ascend. It would not be so easy for him to descend to Central Continent. But in this letter, this father and daughter seem to think I am a disciple of Crane Gate. What is going on? A trace of doubt flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes. The other party was a gu immortal. They naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. This meant that there was definitely a hidden story. Fan Yuan took out the flying sword letter gu. Opening it, it was another challenge letter. But in this letter, it was full of cursing Fan Yuan's 8 generations of ancestors, and even using Crane Gate's honor to pressure Fan Yuan, inciting Fan Yuan to accept the challenge. Finally, it was a threat. If Fan Yuan did not agree, he would expose the contents of this letter to the world, letting the whole world know that Fan Yuan was a coward, a coward. Fan Yuan read it carefully and smiled lightly. So it is Jian Yixing. Jian Yixing was a metal path gu master. He had a wretched appearance and personality. He was most proficient in sneak attacks, and hated suffering losses the most. He was one of the demonic path gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. He was a true villain. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, he had sneak attacked him several times. Finally, Fan Yuan was enraged and created a sea of blood, trapping Jian Yixing in his blessed land, not daring to come out and accept the challenge. This lasted for 20 years. Jian Yixing finally understood that he had provoked someone he should not have provoked. Finally, he could not take it any more. He knelt in front of Fan Yuan and surrendered, without any demeanor of a Gu immortal. As for why this guy challenged Fan Yuan, it was his bad luck. After Fan Yuan abandoned his blessed land, he chased the blue charm lightning shadow to Tianti Mountain, but coincidentally, Jian Yixing bumped into him. Right now, although Jian Yixing was a Gu immortal, he did not have an immortal Gu. He was beaten up by the blue charm lightning shadow. He escaped to his own blessed land in a sorry state. Only then did he get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow. After returning home, he calculated his losses and immediately stomped his feet in anger. After finding out the culprit, he sent the flying sword letter Gu to challenge Fan Yuan. Humph, he clearly knows I am still immortal, but he challenged me as a Gu immortal. He even said it so righteously, claiming to be fair. This guy is still as shameless as he was in my previous life. But why did he treat me as someone from Crane Gate? Fan Yuan was doubtful as he opened the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu. He opened it and took a look. His pupils shrunk as he showed an expression of astonishment. What? Fan Jing is still alive? As he read on, the doubts in his heart were finally cleared away. So that's it. He Feng from Crane Gate is an astute person. He actually thought of this method to get rid of his competitors. But he greatly underestimated me. How can I join Crane Gate? But the transaction in the letter is what I need. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan calmed down. Chapter 424. The towering Tianti mountain pierced through the clouds, reaching a height of 1,000,000 meters. It was at the center of Central Continent. It was the land of inheritance, the mountain of sages. In ancient times, it was the ladder of immortals and mortals, leading to the celestial court. Immortal Crane Sect's elite disciples were standing at the foot of Tianti Mountain. They had already waited for an hour. How much longer do we have to wait? This Fan Yuan is putting on too much airs, isn't he? Sure, be quiet. He is Guyue Fangjing's brother, and now the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Speaking of which, Fangjing's brother is really amazing. He even defeated Feng Qimhong, Xiao Qi Xing, and Ying Xingji. So what? If I had a sect supreme elder supporting me and activating fixed immortal travel Gu, I would also be able to obtain the blessed land. Our sect's elders are really scheming. On the surface, they sent Fangjing to attract the firepower, but the real trump card is his brother, Fan Yuan. To make this matter seem real, Crane Gate lied to the sect's disciples. Crane Gate's disciples only then knew that there was a Guyue Fan Yuan in their sect. In these 3 months, Guyue Fan Yuan became the most discussed person in Crane Gate's disciples. He was low-key and mysterious, attracting everyone's curiosity. He amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, helping Crane Gate obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and even gaining face for Crane Gate, causing other disciples to feel proud. The discussions behind him continued to enter Fangjing's ears. Fangjing stood at the front of the crowd. His gaze was heavy as he looked at Tianti Mountain. These days he was like a walking corpse. He did not know how he survived. When Fangjing left Qingmao Mountain, he was determined to take revenge, to seek justice for his dead clansmen. He was burdened with a blood feud, and the strong will of vengeance supported him, forcing him to cultivate diligently. He worked harder than all the other disciples and did not slack off at all. He had imagined countless times that when he found Fan Yuan, he would defeat Fan Yuan, make him kneel on the ground, and repent for all that he had done on Qingmao Mountain. The people in the underworld who knew about this would be able to rest in peace. Therefore, when he was climbing Danghun Mountain, he wanted to give up countless times, but he persevered countless times. Every time he thought of Fan Yuan, there would always be a strong force in his heart that supported him and allowed him to continue climbing. He was determined to obtain Hu Immortal Inheritance, not only because he did not want to disappoint his master and the sect's expectations, but also because Hu Immortal Blessed Land increased the possibility of his revenge by several times. However, he never expected that the blow of fate would come so suddenly and so heavily. Guyue Fan Yuan, his biological brother, the protagonist of countless nightmares, had suddenly appeared on top of the mountain. Then, in front of everyone, he seized the inheritance, and even Gu immortals could do nothing about it. The defeated Fan Jing returned to the sect. Shock, pain, bewilderment, fear. He knew the sect's lies, he was an insider and knew the truth of the matter. But it was precisely because of this that the shadow in his heart grew even larger. This Yin shadow was something Fan Yuan had cast on him since he was young. Why is Big Brother so smart? But I am stupid. Why did I still lose to Fan Yuan despite cultivating so hard? Why was it like this in southern border, and now in central continent? Don't tell me that I, Guyue Fan Jing, will have to live under his shadow for the rest of my life, and never be able to defeat him. Every time Fan Jing thought of this, an unwillingness would rise up from the depths of his heart, giving him even more motivation to cultivate even harder. But this time was different. It was different. Thinking of the mission given to him by the sect before he came, Fan Jing's body could not help but shiver. The blessed land was in Fan Yuan's hands. The sect had to recruit Fan Yuan in order to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. As long as he was willing to hand over Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would become an elder of Crane Gate. In Central Continent's sects, from bottom to top, they were outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, and true disciple, rising through the ranks. Above the disciples were elders, their cultivation was rank 4, and they were in charge of all aspects of the sect. Above the elders were sect leaders, their cultivation was at least rank 5 middle stage, and they were in charge of the sect's affairs. Above the sect leader was the Grand Elder. These supreme elders were all Gu immortals. They were usually secretive and rarely seen, cultivating in seclusion. When the sect was on the brink of destruction, or when a major event occurred, they would come out and let the world know of the deep foundation of Crane Gate as one of the 10 great sects. Ever since I joined Crane Gate, I have been cultivating hard all these years, from outer disciple to inner disciple. Then from inner disciple to elite disciple. During the sect assessment, I obtained the first place among the elite disciples with great difficulty. As for him, Fan Yuan, as long as he said a word, he could easily become an elder of the sect. Any disciple who sees him would have to bow and greet him. Every time Fan Jing thought of this, he would feel an incomparable pain in his heart. If Fan Yuan really became an elder, then he, Fan Jing, would have to bow and greet this great enemy of his in the future. What fun would there be in such a life? What meaning would there be? Master, could it be that all the efforts I've put in have been meaningless? At this moment, Fan Jing stood at the foot of Tianti Mountain, waiting for Fan Yuan to summon him. He could not help but fall into deep self-doubt. Master Tenchiru immediately consoled him. Fan Jing, you need to correct your mentality. Crane Gate sacrificed a lot for Hu immortal inheritance, including an immortal Gu. For the sake of the sect, we need to look at the big picture, and temporarily put down our personal grudges. Fan Jing, you need to understand, it was Crane Gate who nurtured you, now the sect needs you to make some sacrifices. You need to look at the big picture, you cannot be ungrateful. Saying this, Master Tenchiru sighed in his heart. He understood Fan Jing very well. Thus he was even more worried. All along, the thought of revenge was like a pillar that supported Fan Jing forward. It had already become his cultivation obsession. But now, the sect's order was to destroy this obsession of Fan Jing's. This was more fatal than any injury. It was very likely that Fan Jing would suffer such a blow and become dispirited, unable to recover from this setback. But what can we do? After all, that is a blessed land, and at the same time, there is a forbidden land like Danghun Mountain. The gut stones on the mountain will be supplied to the sect's disciples, and the whole sect's strength will rise sharply. Besides this, Fan Yuan has Blood Skull Gu, and even Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. The value of these things is too great. How can a mere elite disciple compare to them? Master Tenchiru sighed in his heart, but on the surface, he said to Fan Jing, My good disciple, you need to restrain your desire for revenge. A little impatience will spoil great plans. Treat this as a tempering of your nature. When you see your brother, do not attack. In the blessed land, you are not your brother's match. Saying this, Master Tenchiru could not help but think of He Fingyang's instruction before they set off. I know the grudge between the two brothers, Fan Yuan and Fan Jing. If there is a need, we can sacrifice Fan Jing. You can negotiate on behalf of Fan Jing. Feng Yang was under a lot of pressure. All the supreme elders were paying attention to this matter. Master, you want me to treat this as a tempering of my nature? I will try my best. Fan Jing's fist loosened and loosened, showing the struggle, pain, and anger in his heart. Some people were determined to take revenge, and train bitterly, only to find that their enemy was dead. This was pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and train bitterly, only to find their enemy, but they could not defeat him, and his enemy was still living happily. This was even more pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and train bitterly, only to find that they could not defeat their enemy. They even had to negotiate in a friendly manner, hoping that their enemy would become their superior. This was the greatest pain of all. Fan Jing, don't be too conflicted. Fan Yuan is not having a good time either. The blessed land has an earthly calamity. You cannot imagine the might of an earthly calamity. Even if your brother has immortal goo, he is still immortal. In a while, he will deeply understand the terror of an earthly calamity. By then, the earthly calamity will be full of loopholes, and the losses will be severe. This trip of yours has a high chance of success. Master Tenshiro consoled him. Fan Jing heard this and his mood relaxed a little. The earthly calamity has started. Feng Yang muttered. He lived in seclusion behind the scenes. 1 was to protect these elite disciples, 2 was to prevent other Gu masters from plotting against them, and 3 was to help Fan Yuan at the crucial moment if he could not resist the earthly calamity. At this moment, he stared at the location of Hu Immortal Blessed Land hidden on Tianti Mountain, and sensed the destructive aura unique to the earthly calamity. Soon his lips curled up. Because on Tianti Mountain, there was a phenomenon. Piece after piece, the phantom image of a grassland appeared on Tianti Mountain. It was like smoke or fog, illusory and not real. How could there be a grassland on the mountain? This was the loophole of the blessed land, and it was a rather large loophole, allowing outsiders to peek at the scene inside the blessed land. Such a loophole could only be stuffed in some Gu worms. There was still some distance before Gu masters could enter. Master Tenshiro had already shouted. The loophole has appeared, quick, send the lightning symbol paper crane Gu in. Fan Jing gritted his teeth, and under everyone's gaze, he injected his primeval essence and activated his Gu worm. The lightning symbol paper crane Gu shot into the loophole like a bolt of lightning. But soon, the phantom image of the grassland turned into a lump of primeval chi, dissipating from heaven and earth. The lightning symbol paper crane Gu flew 2 rounds before returning to Fan Jing's hand. This is Fan Yuan. He gave up the blessed land on his own accord, completely abandoning it. It seems he is worried that the loophole will form a passage and allow outside Gu masters to enter. Feng Yang was slightly shocked, but soon sneered. I'll let you cut it, let's see how far you can cut it. Every piece of blessed land you give up is the same as cutting your own flesh. However, after a while, Feng Yang's expression changed completely. He is still cutting the blessed land? It is probably several thousand mu. He has some courage, no wonder he could take the risk to snatch the inheritance. After a while, Feng Yang's expression turned ugly. Chapter 425. On Tianti Mountain, the holes were densely packed and were appearing frequently. Not only the elite disciples of Crane Gate were watching closely, there were also many Gu immortals hiding behind the scenes, paying close attention. Using this time, Fan Jing tried 3 more times, finally successfully sending the lightning paper crane Gu into the blessed land. A green bird spread its wings and flew over, following the hole and entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is letter sending green bird Gu. What is Feng Jioga trying to do? Feng Yang saw this and his expression turned grim. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size, his mouth opened wide and his face was filled with extreme shock. Oh my God! He actually cut off such a big piece of blessed land? Feng Yang was tongue-tied, he was like a stone statue. Fan Yuan gave away a whole 500,000 square kilometers of blessed land, The entire mountainside of Tianti Mountain was filled with the shadows of the blessed land. A large grassland covered everyone's vision. A Gu immortal reacted the fastest. His sword light flashed, and he revealed his true body. Ha ha ha, such a huge blessed land! It is mine, no one can snatch it from me! Jian Yixing shouted excitedly. He wanted to pull this territory into his own blessed land and expand his territory. But right at this time, a lightning light shot out. Fuck me! Jian Yixing was caught off guard. He cursed and was sent flying by the blue charm lightning shadow like a cannonball. Jian Yixing was not easy to deal with. He immediately fought with the blue charm lightning shadow. The commotion was intense, the mountains shook, the elite disciples of Crane Gate were all dumbfounded. What made them even more shocked was, more than 10 figures appeared on the battlefield like a pack of hungry wolves. They split up this 500,000 square kilometers of Hu immortal blessed land at lightning speed. You damned bitches! I lured the monster away. I worked hard and did a great job, but you didn't leave anything for me. I am your ancestor. I curse you to have your assholes blocked when you shit, and to have sons that grow on your heads. One sword was so angry that he shouted. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. He was in a sorry state after being chased by the blue charm shadows. There's also that little thief Fang Yuan. He's truly vicious and audacious, actually scheming against me. Fight me if you have the guts! He shot out the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu's speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, it had the ability to pierce through space. Even if there were no loopholes, it could still shoot into the blessed land. Everyone at the Crane Gate was dumbfounded. Is this the demeanor of a Gu immortal? This Jian Yixing is truly an embarrassment to us Gu immortals. He Fengyan could not help but cover his face with his hands. At this moment, it glowed with a platinum light. There was a vermilion gate tower within the light. It was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored plaque on it. The pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the rainbow light shone on Fengjing's body. In the blink of an eye, Fengjing disappeared from where he stood. Moving the blue charm shadow, or the desolate beast swamp crab out of the blessed land was beyond little Hu immortal's abilities. But to move a Fengjing, it was still possible. Therein, He Fengyang's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It was the blue charm shadow. But the platinum radiance brought along the vermilion door. It suddenly retracted. The blue charm lightning shadow's attempt to charge into Hu immortal blessed land failed. Fengjing felt his vision blur for a moment before he focused his eyes again. The scenery around them had changed drastically. He was on the grassland, and the grass was all around his feet. The sea of clouds above their heads cast a thick shadow. Not far away, there were a few lakes with clear and crystalline waves. We've reached Hu immortal blessed land. Fengjing reacted quickly. The Gu worms on his body were all sealed, just like when he first entered the blessed land. A cloud of smoke rose in front of him and expanded to the size of a floor mirror. Fan Yuan's figure appeared in the mirror. He was sitting, leaning against the back of a chair. His legs were crossed, his left hand was placed on his raised knee, while his right elbow was placed on the large armrest, and his palm was supporting his face. His black hair hung down freely, and his eyes were half squinted. His leisurely and languid movements and demeanor gave off a dangerous, demonic, and dark feeling. My adorable little brother, to think I could see you in Central Continent. Fan Yuan spoke. His voice was so foreign to Fengjing, yet so familiar. Fengjing's body shook, his eyes were filled with intense hatred as he growled. Guyue Fan Yuan, you are a deranged demon, an executioner who slaughtered my kin. I will kill you with my own hands. Saying so, he charged towards Fan Yuan. But this Fan Yuan was just an image formed by a cloud of smoke. Fengjing dispersed the smoke. Soon, the dispersed smoke gathered again, forming a perfect image of Fan Yuan. Fengjing pointed at Fan Yuan and shouted, Fan Yuan, you don't even have the courage to meet me? You coward! Shameless traitor, inhumane bastard! The worst that could happen was death. Yet, in order to drag out an ignoble existence, you killed your entire family. How could you do such a treacherous thing? Are you still human? He. Fan Yuan laughed heartily and leaned against the back of the chair in satisfaction. My dear little brother, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Whether I did it or not, they will die. If that's the case, why can't I live? Without my counterattack, do you think you will be brought back to Central Continent? On the contrary, I am the one who saved you. I'm your savior after all. Bullshit. Preposterous and shameless. Fan Jing heard Fan Yuan call himself his savior, and his nose became crooked. The smile on Fan Yuan's lips gradually disappeared, and he sighed. Fan Jing, my little brother, you really disappoint me. You haven't improved at all these years. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are just someone's pawn. All right, let's get down to business. I have read the letter from Crane Gate. Don't talk nonsense about promising me the position of an elder from now on. Instead, we can make a deal. Fan Jing's chest heaved up and down, and his breathing was heavy. He stared at Fan Yuan's image with hatred in his eyes. This pair of brothers looked so similar, almost identical, and they had the most intimate blood connection. Unfortunately, they were mortal enemies. Fan Jing breathed roughly a few times, and finally restrained his surging killing intent towards Fan Yuan. Thinking of the sect's orders, he said, Our sect is not interested in the fox groups or goo worms in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But the guts goo on Dang Hun Mountain have some value. Our sect will send more disciples here, bring them to Dang Hun Mountain. Stop. Before Fan Jing finished speaking, Fan Yuan interrupted. I still don't believe your Crane Gate's sincerity. This is what I want, prepare it for me first, and give it to me as soon as possible. I don't have Yuan Stone, but I have the corpse of the desolate beast swamp crab that can be used for the transaction as Yuan Stone. The details are in the letter. Go back and take a good look. The moment he said that, a tiny lightning bolt flew over, landing in Fan Jing's hand. It was that electric paper crane goo. This electric paper crane goo had already been refined by Fan Yuan for his own use. The contents were the goo worms that Fan Yuan wanted, all kinds of materials, as well as the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, carapace, and so on. Fan Jing raised his head, and was about to speak when the scene in front of him changed. He was transported out again. Check it, is there anything wrong? After Fan Jing left, Fan Yuan did not relax, and instructed the land spirit. Blessed lands could not imprison immortal goo. Fan Yuan did not meet Fan Jing personally, because he was worried that there was an immortal goo hidden on him. Crane Gate was a huge clan, they would not lack immortal goo. Although Fan Jing's aperture could not hold an immortal goo, and could easily leak the immortal goo's aura. But the goo master world was full of strange things. There were many methods to hide the immortal goo's aura. Fan Yuan had to be on guard against this. The land spirit checked it several times, and after confirming there was no problem, Fan Yuan relaxed. I passed the earthly calamity. Is this considered a blessing in disguise? Fan Yuan squinted, considering his situation. The situation in front of him. It was much more advantageous than what he had expected. In order to swallow Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Crane Gate actually covered for their enemy, Fan Yuan. Such boldness, as expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Everything was based on benefits, enemies, friends, everything was built on this foundation. In other words, this was the so-called big picture view. Under the restrictions of the system, under the requirement of the big picture view, even if Fan Jing hated him, so what? Wasn't he still obediently negotiating with him? Once they realize that they cannot control me, they will lose everything if they attack forcefully, so Crane Gate will come to negotiate and trade. Even if they find out, they won't say anything about the righteous and demonic factions colluding. Because Crane Gate has already admitted that I am their disciple. This is a meticulous plan. But this is what I need. Even if this disciple's identity is fake, it is enough to intimidate other forces. Looking at Jian Yixing and Feng Jioga's letters, I will know how precious this identity is. Fan Yuan thought. He did not mind this identity. In essence, He was still a demonic path cultivator, he was still a human, he could still do things freely, nobody could restrict him. But at the same time, he could trade for other resources he needed. Come, I still want to go to Lange Blessed Land and snatch connecting heaven goo. Now that I have Crane Gate to trade, I do not need to do so. But Crane Gate will not let me go after I snatch Who Immortal Blessed Land. Negotiating now is because they are afraid of me, there is no choice. I cannot be careless and give them a chance. Fan Yuan warned himself. As for his brother Fan Jing, he was secondary. Killing him would at most raise his aptitude by using blood skull goo. But the disadvantage was that he would become enemies with Crane Gate, and put himself in a dangerous situation. Killing his own brother, this was a pure demonic act. If outsiders knew about it, they would think that Fan Yuan had betrayed Crane Gate. By then, the 10 great sects and countless demonic path Gu immortals would place their greedy gazes on Who Immortal Blessed Land. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Once this matter was exposed, even if Crane Gate wanted to put on a show, they would not be able to do it. In Fan Yuan's current situation, raising his aptitude was secondary. No matter how much he raised his aptitude, he needed resources to cultivate. Chapter 426. He Feng'an carefully looked at the densely packed letter that was flickering with lightning. Fan Yuan only wanted 3 things: yuan stone, goo worms, and materials. 5 million yuan stone? Sure! Not to mention 5 million, even 10 million or 50 million would be fine. He Feng'an sneered. At the level of Gu immortals, immortal essence was the most important. They could have as many yuan stone as they wanted, they did not care. Oh? And 5 spring egg goo? He Feng'an was slightly stunned. Spring egg goo was a rank 5 goo. It looked like a white goose egg and was obtained by killing specific eggmen. If the spring egg goo was planted deep underground, it would form a primeval water spring. This meant that a spirit spring could be grown. Every spring egg goo represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring, from the moment it forms to the moment it disappears, could produce at least 100 million yuan stone. But spring egg goo's value was much higher than 100 million yuan stone. Gu immortals often bought them and planted them in their blessed land to form a spirit spring that could nourish all living beings. With a sufficient spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be denser, and it would be beneficial for nurturing and strengthening Gu worms. On the contrary, without a spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be diluted by immortal essence and produced. In a sense, spirit springs could save immortal essence. To think that this Fan Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of spring egg goo. But this goo is in short supply even for Gu immortals. How could we give you 5 at once? 3 is more or less enough. Your Hu Immortal Blessed Land will belong to our Crane Gate sooner or later. He Feng'an shifted his gaze and looked at the contents below. Below, Fan Yuan listed many Gu worms. What does he want so many low-rank Gu worms for? He Feng'an was puzzled. If Fan Yuan wanted those rank 5 high-quality Gu worms, or rare and powerful ones, then so be it. But what he wanted to trade were some rank 2 and rank 3 Gu worms. Although there were rank 4 ones, their numbers were few. I understand. This kid's wariness was really strong. He is afraid that if he directly asks for a rank 5 Gu, we will tamper with the Gu worms, so he plans to refine the Gu himself. The process of Gu refinement had to be precise and meticulous. If a Gu worm was tampered with, it would destroy the entire refinement process. Conversely, successfully refined Gu worms are all safe and clean. He Feng'an suddenly felt a little troubled. It turned out that he did have such a plan. Now that he saw this, he understood that this plot had failed before it could even be carried out. This kid is not easy to deal with, but how does he know so many Gu refinement recipes? Looks like his background is definitely not simple. He Feng'an was secretly shocked. But on second thought, he smiled again. This Fan Yuan. You don't know what's good for you. Was Gu so easy to refine? Every Gu refinement was a huge investment. The higher the rank of the Gu, the higher the failure rate and the greater the loss. How old are you? Goo refinement is not something that can be done with just talent. The most important thing is the accumulation of experience. He Fengyang did not know Fang Yuan's background, nor did he know that fixed immortal travel goo was refined by Fang Yuan. If he knew, he would not be able to laugh. He Fengyang continued to read. Oh? Among them, he also asked for relic goo. 1 yellow gold relic goo. 3 purple crystal relic goo. He Fengyang's gaze paused, knowing what Fang Yuan was planning. Fang Yuan had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. This was already known to the goo immortals of the 10 sects. It was not a secret. Fang Yuan used a yellow gold relic goo. That was rank 4 peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use 3 purple crystal relic goo to jump to rank 5 peak stage. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It had a huge business. They naturally had these relic goo. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would unexpectedly obtain relic goo and offer them to the sect in exchange for contribution points. And the sect would also give the bronze to purple crystal relic goo. As the sect's mission rewards, they would be given out. He Fengyang could take out these relic goo, but letting Fang Yuan advance to rank 5 so quickly was not in line with Crane Gate's benefits. This time, I will first trade a purple crystal relic goo to make this Fang Yuan covet it. These relic goo are what he wants the most. I need to stop him and make him trade the guts goo. He Fengyang continued to read. Other than goo worms, there were some materials. Most of these materials were very common. There were some rare goo refinement materials, but they were not in large quantities. It seems this kid has made up his mind to refine goo. Refine. But why does he want star heron bile, toadstone, ascension wine and so on, these extremely uncommon materials? There were very few recipes that could be used for these materials. Some of them were as valuable as the parts of desolate beasts. Even He Fengyang had to spend a lot of effort to get these things. No matter if this kid is deliberately mystifying me, or trying to divert my attention, or refining some rare goo worm, I cannot give him all these materials at once. By making him anxious, he would be able to find out his true intentions. I would give him a jar of ascension wine this time. This ascension wine was a top-quality wine, brewed by Crane Gate's 3rd Supreme Elder. It was He Fengyang who had joined the 3rd Supreme Elder over 100 years ago. During the banquet, the 3rd Supreme Elder was in a good mood, and rewarded him with 3 jars of ascension wine. The 3rd Supreme Elder liked to drink wine. It was one of the pleasures of life. But He Fengyang did not like it. Ascension wine was the most worthless to him. At the end of the letter, He Fengyang saw the parts of the desolate beast swamp crab. He licked his lips. This was a desolate beast, an existence comparable to goo immortals. So many desolate beast corpses, it seems this earthly calamity is a desolate beast calamity. This kid Fang Yuan's luck is really good. He used Dang Hun Mountain to kill the swamp crab's soul, and obtained such a complete swamp crab corpse. He Fengyang only needed a moment to guess the earthly calamity's situation. This swamp crab can be eaten completely. But did Fang Yuan ask for any rockmen in this letter? Is it because he does not know about rockmen and has limited knowledge? Or is it because the group that migrated there are still alive? There is too little information. What was the situation in Who Immortal Blessed Land? How did Fang Yuan obtain fixed immortal travel goo? And who was behind him? He Fengyang did not know these questions. Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, these 5 regions were independent. They each had their own barriers, and were extremely vast. Crane Gate did not even have complete control over Central Continent, not to mention extending their tentacles into Southern Border's various regions. However, ever since Fang Yuan snatched Who Immortal inheritance, Crane Gate had already sent elders to Southern Border to investigate. Several days later. We're here, let's plant the spirit spring here. On the grassland, Fang Yuan stopped and said to Little Who Immortal who was following behind him. Little Who Immortal nodded her small head. She waved her hand and spring egg goo flew out. The spring egg goo landed on the ground and drilled deep into the soil. In just a moment, Fang Yuan felt the ground shaking and the sound of flowing water. It became louder and louder. Next, with a bang, spring water spurted out of the ground, reaching a height of 20 to 30 feet. The spring water was milky white in color, water vapor dissipated. After a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan could feel the primeval qi in the air. It had become extremely dense. Primeval qi is the source qi of all living beings. The more abundant the primeval qi, the more fertile the land, and the more lush the vegetation. The more prosperous the beast groups will be, the more benefits the rock men will gain. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The transaction with Crane Gate was a success. Fan Yuan sold all the swamp crab corpses. At the same time, he obtained a large portion of the things he wanted. Among them, there were 3 spring egg goo. This spring egg goo was rank 5. It was rank 5 and could only be used once, turning into a small spirit spring. Activating it had a high requirement on the goo master's primeval essence. At least the rank 5 upper stage goo master had to expend all their primeval essence to successfully activate it. Fan Yuan only had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he could not activate the spring egg goo. But fortunately, he had the land spirit Little Hu Immortal as Fan Yuan's helper. These 3 spring egg goo were buried by Fan Yuan near the Rockman tribe's homeland. After the 6th earthly calamity, the fox groups in Hu Immortal blessed land were pitifully few and not worth nurturing. Fan Yuan placed all his attention on the Rockman tribe. Now, there were only a few hundred Rockmen left. They were even rarer than the foxes. But with Danghun Mountain and these 3 spirit springs, the Rockman tribe would rapidly grow stronger. He, master, this is great! With these 3 spirit springs, the expenditure of green grape immortal essence will be reduced. Little Hu Immortal smiled happily as she looked at the spring water spurting into the sky. These 3 spirit springs can produce at least 300 million yuan stone. It can last for 50 to 60 years. But for the entire blessed land, it is far from enough. Even the southern part of the blessed land is lacking, Fan Yuan said. Spirit springs were divided into small, medium, and large. Small spirit springs could last for 50 to 60 years, medium spirit springs could last for over 100 years, and large spirit springs could last for hundreds of years. The gushing spring water pushed the surrounding soil away, and the spring mouth gradually expanded. The spring water's momentum was not strong enough, and the height was slowly decreasing. After 4 to 5 days, the spring mouth would officially form, and the spring water would flow, soaking the surrounding soil. In the next few months, the dense primeval energy would condense into the first batch of yuan stone. Let's go back first. The Rockman tribe over there should be overjoyed. Fan Yuan ordered the land spirit. In the next moment, the 2 teleported to Danghun Mountain. Heavens, so many gut stones! This place is a mess. There was indeed a huge battle. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockman tribe will usher in a glorious tomorrow. Our descendants will be endless, tribe leader Yen Yong. We can build the largest Rockman tribe in the world. The stone men cheered and shouted, venting the excitement and happiness they felt at this moment. Danghun Mountain was filled with gut stones. Within 5 steps, there would definitely be one. The Rockmen enthusiastically crushed the gut stones, strengthening their souls. Many small Rockmen were already born, and they were also beating the gut stones. The new souls quickly grew stronger, allowing them to control more stones as their bodies. There were originally only a few hundred Rockmen left, but in just a day, their population expanded by 10 times. The larger the population, the faster the growth. On the second morning, their population broke 10,000. On the third evening, they had 300,000 tribesmen. All the gut stones on Danghun Mountain were also harvested. On the 4th day, Danghun Mountain started to show its might. The rock men could only reluctantly leave, majestically returning to their homes. Chapter 427. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In the huge stone cauldron that was as tall as 5 people, the green-blue liquid was bubbling continuously. All in the water looked like it was boiling, but it was actually overflowing with cold air. Even if a rockman were to put his hand in, he would instantly turn into a popsicle. Fan Yuan stood in front of the cauldron, splitting his attention to control it while taking out the primeval elder goo. He multitasked, activating the primeval elder goo as pieces of yuan stone flew out. Plop, 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 yuan stone fell into the cauldron, splashing water. Primeval elder goo was a rank 3 storage goo. It could store 1,000,000 yuan stone at most. It was like a crystal ball, translucent, the clouds in the ball condensed into Old Man Cloud. There were a lot of yuan stone stored inside. Old Man Cloud was smiling. When yuan stone was little, it was a crying expression. When large numbers of yuan stone were thrown in, Old Man Cloud's smile gradually disappeared, turning into a bitter melon expression. Fan Yuan had used over 500,000 yuan stone in this goo refinement. If it was before, he would not have been able to afford it. But now, he was rich and imposing. After selling the desolate beast swamp crab and buying a lot, he still had over 6,000,000 yuan stone left. Yuan stone was thrown in, forming a whirlpool in the cauldron, causing the liquid to spin rapidly. The cauldron was shaking slightly. The goo refinement was at a crucial moment. Fan Yuan was completely focused, he could not be distracted anymore. His forehead was soon covered in sweat, he could only call out softly, "Land Spirit!" "Yes!" Little Hu Immortal answered crisply, quickly throwing silver ingots into the cauldron. The silver ingots fell into the water, causing the whirlpool to slow down. The silver ingots finally calmed the water in the cauldron, turning into solid silver ice cubes. Finally, the liquid in the cauldron completely froze, large amounts of silver fog spread out. It froze the cauldron, even spreading 5 steps away, dyeing the ground silver. Fan Yuan breathed heavily. The goo refinement has been going on for 3 days, it is finally over. Rise! The silver ice cubes cracked, goo worms flew out. These goo were all rank 3, shaped like small cups or trumpet flowers. His palm was wide enough to hold 3 of these goo. Their entire bodies shone with a brilliant silver light. Used to store liquids, they were used to store goo worms. Little Hu Immortal counted carefully and beamed. She clapped her hands and said excitedly, 137, 146. 159. Master, you are amazing, refining 159 rank 3 goo at once. We can sell it for a lot of money. What are these goo worms? Hee, these are all silver light cup goo. I still need to use them to refine goo, so I won't sell them. Fan Yuan smiled. This silver light goo was refined by a goo immortal 380 years after Fan Yuan's previous life. The fusion continued. After reaching rank 5, it would be the goo Fan Yuan needed. Of course, it was impossible to sell it now. These days I have used large numbers of guts goo to strengthen my soul to 52 times that of a normal person. That was why he wasn't too tired. Fan Yuan was very satisfied with the result of this goo refinement. The benefits of strengthening the soul foundation were starting to show. If He Fengyang saw this, he would not dare to underestimate Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's goo refinement attainment. It was already much higher than him. But his head was still slightly dizzy. Every time he refined goo, his soul would be burdened. Not to mention Fan Yuan's large-scale goo refinement. If it was before, Fan Yuan could only rest and sleep to recover his soul. But now, he had a better method. Land Spirit, this cauldron is already useless, get rid of it. I will take a walk outside. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately started working. 3 to 4 days had passed. Large numbers of gut stones condensed on Dang Hun Mountain again. Fan Yuan casually stepped on a few pieces, and the flying guts goo immediately recovered his soul and even strengthened it a little. Fan Yuan immediately felt that his head was no longer dizzy, and his thoughts were as fast as lightning. He laughed heartily. This guts goo is indeed a legendary goo, its effect is amazing. I might as well strengthen my soul to the limit today. 68 times. Fan Yuan felt refreshed, and his movements were light and quick. 77 times. Fan Yuan's thoughts were like lightning, every thought flashing like sparks. 85 times. The strength of Fan Yuan's soul had already surpassed the limit of his body. 92 times. Fan Yuan could clearly feel his soul. In his senses, his soul was grayish-white, and its appearance was no different from Fan Yuan's, except that it was extremely strong, with bulging muscles and a body like a bear or a tiger. And although Fan Yuan's body was strong, he only had the back of a wolf and the waist of a bee. His soul was stored in this body, and there was a feeling of pressure. Had he reached the limit? 93 times. Fan Yuan stored another guts goo, and his soul was strengthened again. This time, Fan Yuan felt an unprecedented carefree and comfortable feeling. This kind of pleasure was 100 times better than taking drugs, tasting delicacies, or even having intercourse. Even a tough man like Fan Yuan could not help but let out a moan of pleasure. The indescribable comfort and intoxication made one forget to return, and enjoy the endless taste. A cold light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes, but his heart was on high alert. He crushed the gutstone again, and his soul became stronger again. This time, the feeling of comfort was several times stronger than before. 97 times, 98 times, 99 times. The feeling of comfort that came from the depths of his soul was so strong that Fan Yuan's whole body was trembling. His muscles and bones were numb, and the feeling was indescribable. 100 times. The intense intoxication was like a hurricane, and Fan Yuan almost fainted. This is the limit, I can't use guts goo anymore. Fan Yuan bit the tip of his tongue, and used the pain to keep himself awake, and not lose himself in it. Ordinary people could only raise their soul by 100 times, and it was commonly known as 100-man's soul. This was also the limit of life and death. If the soul was strengthened even a little, the whole soul would explode with a loud bang. It would be like eating too much and causing the stomach to burst. But the explosion of the soul was countless times more serious than a bloated stomach. The soul would completely dissipate, instantly destroyed, and after being preserved for a period of time, it would slowly rot into white bones. If Fan Yuan was immersed in the pleasant feeling, he could not help but use another guts goo. He did not even have the chance to activate Autumn Cicada, and directly died, completely vanishing from this world. It is a pity I do not have Luopa Valley. In Luopa Valley, there is bewilderment fog, which can make the soul loose. There is also Luopa wind, which can cut the soul. When the soul is tortured like this, it will become even more condensed and refined. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. The strengthening of the soul was only an advantage in terms of quantity. It had to be refined and condensed, that was the advantage in quality. In this world, there were many goo masters who focused on soul cultivation, and they were collectively called Soul Path Goo Masters. Soul Path and Strength Path were equally famous. They were also the glory of the olden antiquity era. It was just that Strength Path had declined by now, but Soul Path had not declined, it was still a major path in the current era. The Goo Master who created Soul Path. In the entire history of the world, he was extremely famous. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. A rank 9 Goo immortal who looked down on the universe and ignored all living beings, he was truly invincible in the world. A legend that dominated an entire era. At the same time, he was also the rank 9 Goo immortal with the greatest killing intent. Among all the immortal venerables and demon venerables, he killed the most people. In his dark era, he treated the 5 regions as his slaughterhouse. All living beings were silent, he could slaughter them as he pleased. They were powerless to resist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once said, "In this huge world, Danghun Mountain is the best choice for strengthening the soul, and Luopa Valley is the best choice for refining the soul. If one could obtain a mountain and a valley, they would definitely achieve great success in Soul Path. They would be able to roam the world unhindered." Thus, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were Soul Path Goo cultivators. 2 sacred lands that were equally powerful. Fan Yuan was extremely fortunate to obtain Danghun Mountain. It was a great benefit from his rebirth. But the chances of obtaining Luopa Valley were very slim. He did not even know where Luopa Valley was. However, even though I do not have Luopa Valley, I can use other Soul Path Goo worms to replace it. Divine Soul Goo, Dragon Soul Goo, Eye Soul Goo, Dream Soul Goo, Moon Soul Goo, General Soul Goo, Resentful Soul Goo, Poem Soul Goo, and others can refine my soul, allowing me to continue strengthening my soul and break through 100-man soul to 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. He could not use Crane Gate to obtain these goo worms. If Crane Gate tampered with the goo worms that directly affected the soul, it would be too dangerous. But Fan Yuan knew very little about the refinement recipes of these goo worms. Most importantly, he had not considered which goo worm was most suitable for him. For now, 100-man soul is enough to deal with the situation. I should focus on how to trade rockmen. Fan Yuan's thoughts wandered for a while before coming back to his senses. The desolate beast swamp crab had already been sold, but Fan Yuan did not intend to sell the gut stones for the following transactions. Selling the gut stones would strengthen Crane Gate. This was not something he wanted to see. In the following days, Fan Yuan continued to refine goo and cleanse his aperture. A month's time passed quickly. Because of Nine Eyes Liquor Worm's help, Fan Yuan successfully advanced to rank 4 peak stage. At the same time, he refined 155 Golden Cup Goo. Golden Cup Goo and Silver Cup Goo were not much different. They were both rank 3 goo used to store liquid. Next, he used Golden Cup Goo and Silver Cup Goo to refine together. After spending 7 days and 6 nights, with good luck, he finally obtained 3 rank 4 Golden Cup and Silver Cup Goo. He put down his work and looked at the Rockman tribe. So many days have passed, the Rockman tribe should have split up. Most of the stone man's life was spent sleeping. Normally speaking, when a Rockman is close to 300 years old, their soul will accumulate to a certain extent, and they will be able to produce a descendant. After that, every 200 years, a young Rockman will be produced. If nothing goes wrong, when a Rockman lives to 1,000 years old and dies of old age, he will have 4 descendants. But because of the gut stones, the Rockman tribe's population increased rapidly, from a few hundred to over 300,000. The rapid increase in population caused the Rockman's internal conflicts to increase, intensify, and erupt. The Rockman's social structure was very loose. They could only organize 100,000 people at most. Sure enough, after the coup d'état, the Rockman tribe split into 3, each tribe having an average of 100,000 people, each with a spirit spring as the center, settling down. Fan Yuan took out the newly refined slavery goo and gave it to Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. Slavery goo, from rank 1 to rank 5. Fan Yuan refined all rank 3 slavery goo. It was enough to control the Rockman tribe. Little Who Immortal moved the slavery goo 10,000 li away and directly used it on the crucial Rockman. How could the Rockman's souls be the match of Fan Yuan's 100-man soul? They were easily enslaved. In an instant, Fan Yuan controlled 3 Rockman tribe leaders, including Yan Yong, as well as more than 10 Rockman elders. At once, the 300,000 Rockmen were under his control. Turning one's hand into rain, this move already had a trace of a Goo Immortal's elegance. Pure sight. Chapter 428. Not selling gutstones, but Rockmen? He Fengyang looked at the letter in his hand with a dark expression. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo was what Crane Gate needed the most. Once they had the Guts Goo to increase their soul foundation, the strength of all Crane Gate disciples would increase by 30%. Moreover, Gutstones could not leave Dang Hun Mountain, they could only be mined on the spot. This way, using this excuse, Crane Gate's disciples could enter Who Immortal Blessed Land. As time passed, Fan Yuan's vigilance would gradually decrease, and it would be much easier for Crane Gate to secretly tamper with him. But Fan Yuan refused to sell gutstones no matter what. He Fengyang was gloomy. Since when did I, a grand Goo Immortal, have to be troubled by a mortal thief? He gritted his teeth as he thought. His handsome young face was now somewhat distorted. He had battle strength, but he could not use it. Fan Yuan was holed up in Who Immortal Blessed Land like a tortoise, and with fixed immortal travel goo, he could leave at any time. He Fengyang, and even the entire Crane Gate, were afraid of harming him, and did not dare to touch him for the time being. It seems that the Rockmen that Who Immortal moved in back then are still alive. But this thief Fan Yuan sold so many Rockmen at once, how many guts goo did he use to nurture them? Thinking of this, He Fengyang felt his heart bleeding. Several months had passed since the last transaction. The time in Hu immortal blessed land had been extended by 5 times. That was only about a year. Fan Yuan nurtured so many young and strong rockmen. If he gave these guts Gu to Crane Gate to nurture disciples, how good would that be? But this scoundrel Fan Yuan would rather nurture the rockmen than let immortal Crane sect use them. His heart could be destroyed, he could be destroyed. What made He Fengyang angry was not just this. More importantly, he was still angry at himself. Fan Yuan sold so many rockmen. Even if he was a Gu immortal, he could not help but be moved. In the blessed land, if there were enough rockmen, Gu immortals could excavate underground and extract large amounts of underground resources. All kinds of metals, gems, ores, as well as Gu worms, underground creatures, and so on, came in an endless stream. Other than that, if there were more stone men, they would be able to build an underground city. This would indirectly expand the space of the blessed land. There was no strength in the blessed land. The resources that Gu immortals excavated mostly came from the surface. This is just a flat surface. However, with the addition of the stone men, they could even use the underground. The benefits would definitely multiply. And on the market, the supply of stone slaves could not meet the demand. The stone man spent most of his life sleeping. An ordinary stone man would die at 1,000 years old. In his life, he could only produce 4 descendants. If he used soul path Gu worms to strengthen the rockman's soul, it was not impossible. Many Gu immortals had tried but had never succeeded. There was only one reason. That was the cost. The value of a soul path Gu worm was much higher than a single rockman. Unless there were some Gu immortals who had special needs for the rockmen, the losses would outweigh the gains. In this world, only Fan Yuan, who controlled Dang Hun Mountain, could do this. He could raise so many rockmen without restraint. And in this transaction, the price that Fan Yuan gave in the letter, it also moved He Fengyang quite a bit. Even if Crane Gate did not use it himself, he could sell it for a profit. But even if there was a bargain in this transaction, He Fengyang was still unhappy. He knew that this was the bait that Fan Yuan threw out. He was not afraid that you would not be moved, he was not afraid that you would not eat it. And just like what Fan Yuan expected, He Fengyang was moved, Crane Gate would also be moved, and the other Gu immortals would also be moved. The rockman slave trade would be popular for at least 100 years. Fan Yuan, this despicable thief, he is truly crafty. But with this batch of rockmen, first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder could see the results. It can also make that Lei Tan shut his mouth. And I can finally let out a sigh of relief. He Fengyang took a few deep breaths and calmed his heart. He squinted his eyes, and his lips curled into a cold smile. But Fan Yuan, don't be too smug. Since you don't want to sell Guts Gu, I won't sell Relic Gu either. Don't you want yellow gold Relic Gu and purple crystal Relic Gu? No way! Fan Yuan was lying on the chair, looking at Crane Gate's reply. Because the blue charm lightning shadow was still guarding Tianti Mountain, Little Hu Immortal did not dare to open the Blessed Land's entrance, so Crane Gate used Flying Sword Letter Gu. Fan Yuan took a look, and saw the contents. He Fengyang's letter, other than agreeing to the transaction, he also clearly stated, he wanted to trade Guts Gu. For Guts Gu, he could sell Relic Gu. He could even personally help him pass the 7th earthly calamity. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. Letting He Fengyang enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land was much more dangerous than the earthly calamity. It was impossible. As for blocking Relic Gu, could it block Fan Yuan's lifeline? What a laughable plan. I will definitely not trade Guts Gu, but I can sell the rockmen, and at the same time, I am not afraid Crane Gate will not be moved. But from now on, I can't always transact with Immortal Crane Sect, I need to expand. Fan Yuan pondered. With his 500 years of experience in his previous life, Fan Yuan knew that his selling price was slightly lower than the Gu Immortal market. Crane Gate would definitely make a profit from this transaction. But this was also Fan Yuan's intentional arrangement. Right now, he needed the identity of Crane Gate's disciple, and also needed to stabilize and protect this weak and fake relationship. With this benefit in hand, the pressure on He Fengyang has eased. He wants to slowly scheme for my blessed land, and I also need this slowly. When I become a Gu immortal in the future, would I still be afraid of Crane Gate's attitude? Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He looked at the letter again. At the end of the letter, He Fengyang had set a time, asking Fan Yuan to open the door and send in the whole Earth Gu. The scale of this transaction was huge. Fan Yuan wanted to sell 60,000 rockmen. But these rockmen could not leave through the Blessed Land's door. Right now, that blue charm lightning shadow was still roaming around Tianti Mountain. If the door was opened, and it charged in again, Fan Yuan would be in huge trouble. In this situation, he had to use the whole Earth Gu. This Gu was a rank 5 Gu, there were two of them, a mother Gu and a child Gu. Its use was to set up a space path passage between two places. A Gu master could enter from the child Gu, and exit from the mother Gu. Similarly, from the mother Gu, they could instantly reach the child Gu. Whole Earth Gu was often used to connect two blessed lands. Normally, Whole Earth Gu was used to transport all kinds of resources. During battle, reinforcements could use Whole Earth Gu to quickly reinforce the blessed land. To carry out the transaction and transport these rockmen, it is unavoidable to use Whole Earth Gu. But I am worried that your Whole Earth Gu will be tampered with. It is better for me to refine it myself to protect myself. Fan Yuan thought of this, and a trace of spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked out, as he casually refined the flying sword letter Gu in his hand, and quickly sent a reply. Half a day later, He Fengyang received the reply letter, and opened it to see a large number of Gu worms listed, as well as all kinds of materials. Oh? You don't want to use the Whole Earth Gu I gave you, but instead modified the recipe of the Whole Earth Gu, and want to refine a new Gu worm yourself? He Fengyang showed anger. Bullshit! Whole Earth Gu has been widely used for over 500 years, the recipe has long been known to Gu immortals, how can you modify it? This little thief Fan Yuan is too vigilant, he wants to use this to extort a sum of money from me, so that I will not dare to reject his transaction. I don't need to look to know that among these Gu refinement materials, there must be a relic Gu, or a spring egg Gu, or a rare strength path Gu worm. Nothing? He Fengyang took a few glances, but did not find any relic Gu, spring egg Gu, or strength path Gu worms. Instead, there were large numbers of unorthodox materials, and low-rank Gu worms. The highest rank 5 Gu worm was the Earth Path Gu Worm Mountain 9 Gu, used to increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. Other than that, there were also many rank 4 Gu, like the common move position Gu, and the extremely useful side push guide Gu. He Fengyang's thoughts wavered. Looking at this, it seems like he really wants to refine Gu. As long as his luck is normal, these materials can already refine 3 Whole Earth Gu. Don't tell me, he really modified the recipe of the Whole Earth Gu? No, Fan Yuan is only a mortal, how can it be? But what if it is the Gu immortal behind him? If it was a modified recipe, then the new Gu would definitely be stronger than the Whole Earth Gu. He Fengyang could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Even if he could not get the recipe, after Fan Yuan refines it, he would definitely hand over the child Gu to him. At that time, as a grand Gu immortal, he would be able to reverse deduce many things from the child Gu, and even restore the recipe. 2 days later, Fan Yuan received a letter. Fan Yuan opened it, and as expected, He Fengyang found all sorts of excuses in the letter, purposely cutting off many materials and Gu worms. The motive was obvious, he was trying to probe Fan Yuan's true recipe. Fan Yuan could not help but shake his head and laugh. He Fengyang was too meticulous, this was his strength, but also his weakness. Although the number of times they interacted was pitifully small, Fan Yuan had already seen through most of He Fengyang's character. He immediately replied righteously, requesting He Fengyang not to cut anything, otherwise he would not be able to refine the Gu worms. But He Fengyang feigned civility, continuing to make excuses until Fan Yuan almost believed him. After a few letters, Fan Yuan helplessly chose to compromise, and listed another list. Lad, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me. He Fengyang received the letter, and handed over a portion of the items listed on the list. Then, he continued to find excuses to delay. In the end, he wasted a whole day. When Fan Yuan showed extreme helplessness and anger, Feng Yang finally stopped. Feeling that the time was right, he held on to the sixth list that he had cut off and went back to study it. But his refinement path attainment was not good. After painstakingly researching and refining many times, he could not see any results. Half a month later in Central Continent time, he received the whole earth goo from Fan Yuan. He acted like he had obtained a treasure, and continued to study it patiently. This time, he studied for 3 whole days, and finally succeeded in reverse deducing the recipe. Seeing this recipe, Feng Yang shouted furiously, "Fan Yuan, you little bastard! This is clearly an ordinary whole earth goo recipe." Chapter 429. Who Immortal Blessed Land, a vast grassland in the west. Literature Hall, a vast expanse of green land stretched out continuously. A newborn little fox was playing with a fluttering butterfly. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, foxes were the strongest predators, thus they lived without worries. Although the sixth earthly calamity had a disastrous loss, they still managed to preserve their fire. On the vast grassland, the fox groups slowly but steadily continued. Suddenly, the space fluctuated and 2 figures appeared, scaring the little fox away. Of these 2, one was a black-robed man, tall and handsome, with black hair and eyes as deep as ink. The other was a cute and tender little girl, wearing a colorful dress. Her eyes were like stars and her snow-white foxtail was fluffy and soft, the fine fur at the tip of the tail slightly trembling in the wind. They were none other than Fan Yuan and little Who Immortal Land's spirit. "The location is not bad, let's do it here." Fan Yuan looked around and took out whole earth goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a walnut, it looked like wood, hard and uneven, and was as big as a watermelon. Whole earth goo was a rank 5 goo master. At least a rank 5 peak stage goo master could activate it with all their strength. Fan Yuan naturally could not do it, so he handed the goo to the land spirit. After little Who Immortal activated it, whole earth goo immediately burst out with an intense red light and plunged into the grassland. In an instant, the red light soared to the sky and the surrounding 100 li of earth trembled. In a flash, the red light disappeared and a crack that was 270 feet long appeared on the ground. The soil on both sides of the crack bulged. If one looked down from the sky, it would look like a person's lips. Next, the crack slowly opened to 2 sides, revealing 2 rows of compact square rocks that looked like human teeth. The teeth also opened. A huge dark hole was revealed. "Master, I'm hungry!" The crack earth's mouth opened and closed, producing a loud sound that caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Fan Yuan laughed and took out the primeval elder goo. Activating his primeval essence, the amiable-looking old man Yun's joyous expression gradually disappeared, because large amounts of yuan stone were taken out and thrown into the crack earth's mouth. After throwing in 200,000 yuan stone, Fan Yuan stopped. He placed the primeval elder goo back into his aperture. The huge mouth slowly closed, and the 2 rows of stone teeth continued to grind against each other, crushing the primordial stones into powder. Then, there was a loud gulp, like the sound of a person swallowing food. The surface of the earth shook. After swallowing these yuan stones, the earth-splitting mouth calmed down, and no longer made any noise. At this step, the whole earth goo was completed. Once it landed here, it could no longer move. When Feng Yang's child goo was successfully activated, both sides could communicate with each other. The cost of feeding whole earth goo was extremely high. Within a year, it had to be fed with 200,000 yuan stone. And every time he used it, it also consumed a large amount of yuan stone. Which mortal goo master could afford to use it alone? Other than large sects and clans, only goo immortals with large businesses could raise and use these whole earth goo alone. Land spirit, this place must be heavily guarded from now on. Enslave some foxes. We will live in this area. Fan Yuan looked at the earth fissure in front of him as he arranged. Yes, master. To protect our homeland, we need to fight. That damned immortal is making a comeback. They're coming back, and we have to face them head on. For a beautiful future. Tribesmen, raise your fists. Although we have some grudges with the other two tribes, these are small internal conflicts of our Rockman tribe. This time, our three tribes will each send out 20,000 warriors to form an alliance army and march towards the west, directly attacking the Immortals' nest. This is a great war, everything is for the benefit of the people. Our fathers and ancestors sacrificed their lives and scattered their souls to defeat the Immortal. Only then can we live in peace now. We need to follow in our ancestors' footsteps and fight bravely. The land spirit mobilized the fox groups and appeared around the Rockman tribe. The Rockman higher-ups took the chance and quickly formed an alliance army. The alliance army moved majestically towards the western part of the blessed land. Along the way, there were 5 to 6 small-scale battles. The Rockman army won all of them while the fox groups retreated in defeat. Look there! That is the demon's nest! Yen Yong stood up and arrived in front of the whole Earth Gu. Earth, you are our mother, you raised our Rockman tribe. Why are you protecting that damned immortal? Yen Yong shouted in pain. At this time, the Earth crack opened its mouth and little Hu Immortal used a Gu worm to change her voice. The Rockman army heard a gentle female voice. Oh Rockman, my children! It is not that I want to protect that immortal, but that immortal entered my stomach and is residing in my heart, threatening me to protect him. I will open my mouth now and ask you to destroy him. I will give you my blessings. The Rockmen were shocked before cheering loudly. Mother Earth has spoken. We are warriors blessed by Mother Earth. How despicable is that immortal, he actually threatened our benevolent and gentle Mother Earth. We will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. The morale of the Rockman Alliance army rose greatly. The Earth crack opened its mouth and Yen Yong took the lead, shouting, Rockmen, charge! Saying so, he jumped into the hole. Charge, we cannot let our tribe's hero fight alone. Charge, we have no fear, we are omnipotent, we want to slaughter the immortal. Mother Earth is on our side, we will definitely win this battle. The Rockmen jumped into the Earth crack like dumplings. In the deep and dark tunnel, they fell down. After a while, they landed on solid ground. Where is this? Why is it so dark? This place is darker than underground, we cannot see anything. How can we fight if we can't see? The Rockmen were confused, when they suddenly heard loud coughing sounds. A lump of light suddenly split above their heads. Rapid air currents formed and enveloped them, shooting them out. 230, 240. The Crane Gate disciple stood beside the whole Earth Gu's child Gu, carefully counting the Rockmen that were shot out. The Rockmen fell to the ground after being shot out of the Earth crack. They were immediately restrained by the Crane Gate disciple, unable to resist or move. Yen Yong and some Rockmen elders stood at the side, lowering their heads as they looked at this scene, keeping quiet out of fear. He Fengyang, who was furious after being tricked by Fan Yuan, considered the big picture and did not destroy the whole Earth Gu's child Gu in a fit of anger. He planted it on Fei He Mountain. As for the Rockmen, Fan Yuan only used their tribe's belief in Mother Earth, then used the Fox Group and the cooperation of the Rockmen higher-ups to successfully lure 60,000 young Rockmen to Fei He Mountain and sell them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. In this world, other than the orthodox Renzu bloodline, there were also variant humans. Although variant humans were smarter than other lifeforms, they could not compare to humans. Hairy men were ignorant, eggmen were innocent, rockmen were crude, even a 7 or 8-year-old smart child could be tricked. Be it southern border or central continent. Such things often happened. Some child would meet a hairy man or rockman and be tricked into the market. After the variant humans were sold, they would still be ignorant. They would count the child's money. After this transaction, Fan Yuan only received 1,600,000 yuan stone. Although the 60,000 rockmen were young and strong, they were not as valuable as a swamp crab. Fan Yuan still had to pay for the Gu refinement materials, and using whole earth Gu cost 65,000 yuan stone. At the same time, he bought some ordinary materials. To take revenge on Fan Yuan, he Fengyang raised the price by 10%. The things that Fan Yuan wanted were also reduced by a lot. Fan Yuan did not mind, he had already gotten what he wanted. After the transaction was completed, Yen Yong and the other rockmen returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land using whole earth goo. Fan Yuan had already arranged the explanation for them. He believed the rockmen tribes would not retaliate. Even if they retaliated, he would kill them and raise another batch. There were still many gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain anyway. Fan Yuan calmed down and continued to cultivate. But when he reached rank 4 peak stage, Nine Eyes Liquor Worm lost its effect. Liquor Worm could refine the quality of primeval essence, but it could only raise it by a small realm. When Fan Yuan reached rank 4 peak stage, he already had peak stage true gold primeval essence. He had already reached the peak. If he went any higher, it would be rank 5 initial stage light purple primeval essence. Fan Yuan sealed Nine Eyes Liquor Worm. This was the goo worm that had accompanied him all the way from Qing Mao Mountain. From rank 1 Liquor Worm, it fused all the way to rank 4, and now it was finally retiring. Relying on true gold primeval essence to refine his aperture, Fan Yuan's cultivation speed slowed down. Of course, because he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, compared to ordinary goo masters in the outside world, Fan Yuan's cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster. If I continue cultivating like this, by the 7th earthly calamity, I will have at least rank 5 middle stage cultivation, close to upper stage. Fan Yuan had a great aptitude now. It was not a problem to break through to rank 5. But the higher a goo master's cultivation, the longer it would take to advance. Rank 5 middle stage, and this was after including the purple crystal relic goo in his possession. This level was many times better than the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, he was over 30, but was already rank 4 peak stage. In his previous life of 500 years, he was still struggling in rank 2 realm at this age. But this speed is still too slow. The Blessed Land has the 7th earthly calamity, and I have the internal threat of spring-autumn cicada. Fan Yuan calculated, in at most 3 years, he would have to leave the Blessed Land and go through a series of adventures. At least, he would have to find smooth success goo or instant success goo to use spring-autumn cicada and obtain more chances of survival. Sigh. If possible, I would like to be like Feng Jioga, cultivating in Hu Immortal Blessed Land until I reach Gu Immortal Realm, and then roam the world. Spring-autumn cicada could allow a goo master to revive, but there were many restrictions. Even if they succeeded, they would have to guard against it bursting their aperture. Without this major flaw, Fan Yuan's cultivation would be much easier. For the next 3 years, I will refine goo while using gutstones to strengthen the rockmen, and sell them to exchange for all kinds of resources. But although Fan Yuan's plan was good, it could not compare to the teasing of fate. Chapter 430. Crack. Fan Yuan crushed the gutstone with one hand. Immediately, a lump of mud flowed out and stained his hand. Fan Yuan's gaze was extremely solemn as he casually picked up a pebble from the mountain and held it tightly in his hand. The yellow mud on his hand melted the pebble at a slow speed, turning the sturdy rock into even more mud. After a while, Fan Yuan could clearly feel the pebble in his hand shrinking. About 15 minutes later, the pebble completely turned into mud and disappeared. The yellow mud flowed through the gaps between Fan Yuan's fingers and onto Dang Hun Mountain, causing continuous damage to Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan was silent for a while before slowly asking, "How serious is the situation?" Little Hu Immortal wiped her tears and replied while sobbing, "Right now, most of Dang Hun Mountain has already been corroded by the yellow mud. 6 out of 10 gutstones below the mountain waist are yellow mud. Master, what do we do? Dang Hun Mountain is going to die, sob sob sob, it's all my fault, I did not detect it in advance." Fan Yuan patted Little Hu Immortal's head and consoled. "This is not your fault, no need to blame yourself. The culprit is that swamp crab, it is truly a desolate beast, truly an earthly calamity." Land spirits had different abilities. They were all related to the Gu Immortal and the Blessed Land. He sighed and continued, "I was feeling lucky that the desolate beast did not have an immortal goo. It turns out that this swamp crab had already used an expendable immortal goo. The immortal goo's power is hidden in the mud. Flesh and blood are fine, but the mountain rocks will suffer and will gradually be assimilated into mud. In the earthly calamity earlier, the swamp crabs spat out large amounts of mud, from which a crab army emerged. Fan Yuan killed a vast number of crabs, but in fact, his true trump card was this yellow mud. Fan Yuan guessed that this should be the effect of the rank 6 gruel mud goo. Gruel mud goo was a naturally formed goo. There were many rank 1 and 2, while rank 3 and 4 were also common. They were often used by goo masters to construct cities. Rank 5 goo masters were rare, and when many rank 5 goo masters did not have a powerful rank 5 goo, they would often choose the gruel mud goo and use it temporarily. At rank 6, there was only one in the entire world. Moreover, gruel mud immortal goo could only be used once. The gruel mud goo could only be used on soil, so the swamp that swamp crabs lived in must have been affected by the immortal goo. The swamp crabs spat out mud from the swamp every day, thus it brought the power of the gruel mud goo to who immortal blessed land. After the mud crab died, although the battlefield had been cleaned, a large amount of yellow mud had seeped into the mountains and the earth. The immortal goo gruel mud's power was so concealed, the yellow mud naturally did not have the slightest aura of the immortal goo. If Fan Yuan had not arranged for the rockmen to enter the mountain to knock on the rocks, they might not have found any clues. However, even if he discovered the truth in advance, when the earthly calamity arrived, he would not be able to escape. He did not have the ability to stop it. Fan Yuan's face darkened. Danghun Mountain was being corroded by the power of the immortal goo, gradually turning into yellow mud. This was a grievous news. In the entire Hu immortal blessed land, the most valuable thing was this mountain. He planned to use this mountain to nurture rockmen and sell them. From now on, he would strengthen his soul. He still had to rely on this mountain. He could not sit back and watch the situation worsen. Immediately, Fan Yuan ordered little Hu immortal. Try to get rid of the yellow mud. This way, the danger would be greatly alleviated. But Danghun Mountain's interior was also being corroded. This method could not cure the root of the problem. This was the power of the gruel mud immortal goo. To get rid of it, Fan Yuan had to borrow the power of other immortal goo. I took such a huge risk and luckily obtained a sacred land for strengthening my soul. Even if I become a goo immortal in the future, this Danghun Mountain will be of great use. I cannot let it be destroyed like this. Heaven does not want this sacred land to fall into the hands of humans, thus it sent down such an earthly calamity. Thus, I will go against heaven. Fighting with humans, fighting with heaven, this is the joy of life. With Fan Yuan's knowledge, he was not at a loss of what to do. He thought of more than 10 solutions, eliminating the unrealistic ones. More than half of them were eliminated. After eliminating the more difficult ones, only 3 were left. The first was Earth Path Rank 6 turned into rock goo. This goo was currently in Western Desert, controlled by Rank 6 goo immortal Sun Qin. Sun Qin was a righteous path goo master. He used this goo to turn sand into rock, allowing mortals to build cities in the desert. He was deeply grateful to mortals. He was soft-hearted and valued kinship, doting on his great-granddaughter the most. If Fan Yuan could capture his great-granddaughter as a hostage, he would definitely be able to make him submit. The second was also an Earth Path Rank 6 immortal goo, called Comeback Mountain. This goo had already appeared in the world, hidden in Eastern Sea's High-Shore Blessed Land. Fan Yuan could enter the Blessed Land and use another immortal goo to exchange for this goo. The third was the Time Path Rank 6 immortal goo landscape as before. This goo had not been born yet, it was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunxing, was only a rank 5 goo master in Northern Plains. I refined fixed immortal travel immortal goo in front of everyone at Southern Border San Chao Mountain. Needless to say, Southern Border is in an uproar right now. A mortal with an immortal goo, I'm afraid Southern Border's goo immortals have been alerted and are searching for me everywhere. Before Fan Yuan became a goo immortal, he would not even think of stepping into Southern Border. Although the 5 regions are independent, Southern Border Super Clan, E-Clan, has connections with a mysterious force in Eastern Sea. It will take at least 2 to 3 years for the news of me refining an immortal goo to spread to Central Continent and other places. But Eastern Sea might not be the same. Fan Yuan first eliminated Eastern Sea. As for Western Desert, it is the most developed place in the world. Cities depend on the oases in the desert to survive. If I can sell the rockmen there, I will definitely make a huge profit. Unfortunately, the development of trade means the development of information and intelligence. I am a southern border Gu master. I am definitely a fat sheep. If I go there, I might be noticed the moment I enter the city. In his previous life, Fan Yuan roamed the 5 regions for 500 years before finally choosing to settle in Central Continent and become a Gu immortal. He had a good understanding of Western Desert's situation. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. The large tribes graze, migrate, fight, and reproduce on the grassland. Their mobility is very high. Some small and medium-sized tribes have even more chaotic management. I can take advantage of this situation. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oases to live, many of them gathered together all year round. As long as the oases were not lost, no one would be so bored as to travel long distances in the vast desert where danger lurked everywhere, to search for another oasis. But in Northern Plains, tribes had to migrate from time to time in search of fertile and fresh grassland. The climate there was constantly changing. From time to time, there would be strong weather changes that could destroy their homes overnight, forcing the tribes to migrate again. This way, tribes would move all over the place. Conflicts were unavoidable. Thus, Northern Plains had the most Gu masters, and was also the most proficient in fighting among the 5 regions. If Fan Yuan chose Western Desert and kidnapped hostages to threaten Gu immortals, it would definitely cause a huge and lasting commotion in the peaceful Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the rank 5 Gu master Tai Bai Yunxing, the commotion would only last for a while. After a few months, people would forget about him. After careful consideration, Fan Yuan felt that the chaotic Northern Plains was more suitable for him to act in. Western Desert's Sun Chui was already a Gu immortal, while Northern Plains' Tai Bai Yunxing was only rank 5 peak stage. After deciding on a direction, Fan Yuan racked his brains, searching for all kinds of useful information from his memories to weave his plan for Northern Plains. Plans could not keep up with changes. Since rebirth, his plans had been constantly changing. The first time on Qing Mao Mountain was when he obtained a great aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough and thus changed. The second time on San Chao Mountain was when Fan Yuan soared to the sky in one step. His original plan became even more unrecognizable. Although there were still benefits in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fan Yuan could no longer stay in southern border. As for Central Continent, it was even more impossible. He was immortal, famous in the righteous path's 10 great sects. He was targeted by the entire Crane Gate and many demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. As long as he did not become a Gu immortal, he would have to hide in the Blessed Land, unable to come out. He had originally planned to live well in Hu immortal Blessed Land. There were sufficient resources in the Blessed Land. Fan Yuan wanted to imitate Feng Jioga and cultivate hard to reach Gu immortal realm as soon as possible, and get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada, his biggest internal threat. Fan Yuan was a risk-taker. He liked to use small means to win big, and often struggled on the line between life and death, but this did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. If he did not use a safe and stable cultivation method, instead he liked to jump around and cause trouble everywhere, taking risks and trying things recklessly. That was a problem for his brain. Loneliness, solitude, boredom, these had never been an obstacle to Fan Yuan's cultivation. If his temperament was so shallow that he could not endure these, how could he successfully walk down this path? However, the world changed, things did not go according to one's wishes. That was the nature of life. Fan Yuan wanted to cultivate hard, and the Blessed Land's development was fast and good. Crane Gate might be an external threat, but Fan Yuan held the initiative. The other party might be powerful, but they could not control him for a period of time. His future prospects could be said to be good, everything was going smoothly, and everything was changing for the better. But right at this time, Dang Hun Mountain had a problem. To Hu immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's importance was self-evident. Once this mountain had a problem, Fan Yuan's business plans collapsed, and his cultivation plans also went up in smoke. Because of this, Fan Yuan had no choice but to change his plans again. He left the blessed land and went on an expedition to northern plains. Fortunately, I planned ahead and made some preparations, otherwise I would be in a passive position now. In the next few months, Fan Yuan put all his energy into Gu refinement. He used rank 4 Golden Cup Silver Light Cup Gu, combined with rank 4 Side Push and Side Guide Gu, and rank 4 Shift Form Gu, to refine rank 5 Moving Cup Gu. He then refined Dusty Gu, Bright Pearl Gu, Dark Cast Gu, and Earth Treasury Flower King Gu. Land Spirit, when I am not around, follow my arrangements. Before leaving, Fan Yuan instructed. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red, she was reluctant to part. Master, I will wait for you here, you must return quickly. Saying so, she activated her green grape immortal essence and poured it into Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.